Good morning. Yes.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. Your mom's here.
Oh, I'm okay because I think I need my computer on. Oh, perfect. That's why I was saying that'd be closer to me. Like, okay.
Mom's here.
And this coughing.
Not too much. You keep telling me potty. Uh-huh.
such a good boy. Give me a high five. High five. Boom. You're awesome. Yeah. Yeah.
Did he go?
Good
job, EJ. Good boy.
And build it up. Yeah, you did. Oh, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah, okay. So teacher said Sage is doing good.
Yeah.
That she's helping the other kids with their emotions,
Breathing.
breathing. She tells them to breathe. Or if she's starting to come up with other solutions to problems or suggestions. She needs to work on matching her quantity with numbers. So she sees 5 dots, she needs to be able to relate that to the number 5.
Yeah.
So we're gonna work on that.
You can do it, Candace.
Yeah, I don't know if it is. And also writing. I did. Ooh, did you fart? You did the sleeping fart, huh? I haven't. She put more stuff in there that about what she's doing good at, what we need to work on. It was just mainly the numbers. And she says we still need to work on our emotions. And that she's getting better with not interrupting. She's reading her head.
I don't know about these schools. They just got much more different.
Take it out.
They're very
Oh yeah. See? Get out of it. Yeah. 1,
They're
2, get out of it. Well,
they're promoting this conspiracy theory that we need to survive.
oh. Welcome back. That's why I don't like her on YouTube. Please get out of YouTube, get back on YouTube. Why? Who wants it? Fine. Get out of YouTube. It's your kid. Come. I'll never forget. Yeah, you will. No, I won't. Yes, because YouTube is putting things into your head that shouldn't even be there. And we are your parents, and we have to protect you. That is our job. You're fine. You don't know any better. Jehovah made that our responsibility. Oh, really? Is that how we're gonna read it? How we're gonna act with our stuff? I think that's okay. If you're gonna treat your stuff like that, you don't get it. What makes you think that you're gonna get away with that, Sage? You got YouTube Kids.
What? YouTube Kid is dumb.
Well, then you don't have to watch it.
Am I up to the mic? You can hear me. If you guys would find your seats, we can go ahead and get started this morning. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2. I hope you had a wonderful evening and the networking reception and dinner lived up to your expectations. We have a packed schedule today with 7 sessions running through the afternoon, so we're going to jump right in. But first, before we do anything else, I want to take a moment and connect with our virtual audience. So for everyone that is joining us online, we would love to see your faces. If you're able to, if you could go ahead and turn on your cameras, unmute for a second, say hello, let us know you're there.
Yeah.
I want to see my peeps. Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, everybody. I don't mean to rub it in, but it is gorgeous here. Kaylee, I just got to tell you, the walking paths, I cannot wait to get outside today. That really wasn't rubbing it in. So it's great to see you all. We want you to know that today is going to be very interactive, and we want to hear from you throughout the day. Please do not hesitate to raise your hand, ask questions, and jump into the conversation.
This one? No. Down.
Kyle and Zach are going to moderate for you in the back of the room, and they'll make sure your voice gets heard. You're just as much of this part. You're just as much a part of the conversation as us. We want to hear from you.
Okay, good morning. I want to be upfront about a change to this morning's schedule. Unfortunately, our presenter for restricted revenue session was not able to join us today, and these things happen, and we just understand. We are finance people. We can improvise, right? We'll work it out. We don't depend on anybody, right? But here's what we're going to do. And honestly, I think this might turn out even better. The presenter has agreed to join us virtually at a future date, which was great news. And here's the best part. You're still going to earn CPE for today's session. And you'll also earn CPE when the virtual presentation takes place. So you're going to actually get an extra CPE. So this is good, getting more out of it than you originally planned. In the meantime, we've converted this session into an interactive workshop, and I'm going to facilitate it. And here's the plan. Instead of sitting back and listening to a presenter, we are going to work through this together. We're going to problem solve as a group, talk through the key issues that you are experiencing, and we're going to build a roadmap of questions and expectations for the presenter. So that way, when the presentation is delivered to us, we can guarantee it answers all of our critical questions. You're going to shape the content. So this is your chance to make sure the topic matters and really helps you. And so I'm going to need your participation to do this work. So grab your mic when you have something to share. Don't be shy. There are no silly questions. And let's make this a really good working session.
I'm so happy Heidi's facilitating this next session. If you can't tell, I think both of us need a little bit more coffee to make this flow a little more smoothly. Yeah, a lot. We're still trying to get there. Just a quick reminder, please use the microphones at your tables so our virtual audience can hear you. For our virtual folks, you can raise your hand to participate as well. This is going to be a collaborative session, and we want everyone involved. Thank you, Heidi.
Okay, one more thing before we dive in. I'm going to ask you to do something that might feel a little uncomfortable. Look around your table right now. If you're sitting with people from your own county, I need you to mix it up. Go ahead and move. Find a seat next to someone you have not talked to yet. Find someone from a different county, a different part of the state. And here is why. For this workshop to really work, We need different perspectives at every table. If we all sit with people we already agree with, we are going to get the same ideas we already have. But this is temporary. Yes, you can leave your things, just go sit. Maybe when you move from your place, if you move your papers up a little bit so that they can. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Looks good. Everybody's moving around. I love it. That is great. Oh, sorry. I have all my junk there. Just feel free to move it. Oh. This looks great. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so first of all, to start this out, I kind of want to get a feel for who's in the room. How many of you are charged with creating your annual report? Okay. Well, you or your staff. Okay. Or your staff, that's fine. And then how many of you will this be your first or second annual report? Okay, so we have a few. So I just kind of wanted to know. So look around that room, everybody else that's raised their hand. They're going to be your buddies. I'm going to tell you right now, Jill is my buddy. Rhonda is my buddy. When I first started out, these two, I had them on speed dial. Sometimes I was crying. Not very often, I don't think. But they are my buddies. The other buddy is from Asotin County, Chris. So find a buddy. They will help you. We help each other here. This is what we do. Restricted revenues is an important part of our annual report because these revenues can only be spent on certain things. And the state, and that matters. Let me forward this just for a second. Sorry. Okay. So this matters because it comes up all the time. It'll come up in your misusing restricted funds can trigger audit findings, repayment requirements, and loss of future funding. Restricted revenues directly affect fund balance classification under GASB 54 and financial statement presentation. Operational clarity. Clear processes reduce confusion, prevent duplicated effort, and help get new staff get up to speeds faster. And audit readiness. Strong documentation and controls make the audit process smoother and less costly for everyone involved. I'm a proponent of audit readiness. If you can explain, if you hit a bump in the road in your audit and the auditor says, well, what is this? If you say, I'll get back to you. Well, always say, I'll get back to you. Don't ever just think you have to answer them on the spot. But if you can answer them, if you can speak to each thing that you've reported, why you've reported it, what it is, what the source is, who deposited it, what it's used for, that's going to get you a long way. Even if you didn't do it right, it includes you in the conversation. That's what they call controls over reporting. I know that they have a word. Can anybody think of that? What is that? What is that? Yeah, internal controls, but you know how when they write up a finding, they'll say insufficient controls over financial reporting or something. But if you are able to speak to things, if you know what you're reporting. Now, I'm hoping that we can share some funny stories about restricted revenues or things that we found in our GL. But I'll share one, and it's kind of restricted. It is restricted revenues, but not really, it's not a continuing restricted revenue. As part of my annual report, I go through every fund and I go through their miscellaneous revenue. Because I don't know if you guys are like Adams County, in that we have a bunch of know-it-all department heads and elected officials who don't ask and think they know where to put things. And if they don't, I'm just going to put it under miscellaneous revenue because I can't really find something, but I'm not going to ask anybody. And, our treasurer doesn't say, what is this? What is this? So I was in fund, let me think just a second, which fund was it now? I've been working in 115. Oh, I was in our broadband fund where we're doing our big bringing broadband to everybody project. And there was miscellaneous revenue of $85,000. Well, and that's not my biggest miscellaneous revenue. My county road had $210,000 in miscellaneous revenue, which is not okay. It's down to like 600 now that I've peeled it around. But that $85,000, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. I talked to the clerk of the board because they run this project, they run this fund. And she said, oh, that was just a payment from the city of Ritzville for their portion. Okay, can I see the agreement that you signed that they would pay this portion of the project? Well, I'll have to find it. And that was 3 weeks ago, and she hasn't found it. So I called the city of Ritzville. She got kind of mad when I did that because it made her feel silly, but I thought, I can't wait. We don't have all the time. So I called the city of Ritzville, and lo and behold, it was for their portion of it, which was agreed to in a letter that they signed and sent to the commissioners, but they used ARPA money. So guess what? Now we are a pass-through. And so not only is it restricted, it's grant money that needs to be reported as pass-through. That's why restricted revenues matter. That's why asking all the questions matter. And that's why, going where you need to go for your answers. Can you imagine if I would have waited till May 15th to try to figure all this out? And then, because now I have to inform the city, okay, you have to report it a different way too. And all of that. And I don't know, maybe somebody can tell me about this subrecipient reporting, if they were supposed to follow up and check with me if it was done properly and all of that. But that's a whole different topic. But those are the kind of things we're finding in our GLs. Restricted revenues that haven't been deposited correctly. It's always good to read the commissioner's minutes to see what's out there. But miscellaneous revenue or restricted revenues matter. They matter because they are to be spent only on a specific item. And this can be by RCW, this can be by grant agreement, and the restriction can be by your governing body, by the highest authority in your county. So it can be by resolution or ordinance. And if anybody has any other, because I'm doing this on memory and I think there's one more piece I'm missing, but it has to be, there's a test for restrictions. And so not everything is restricted that you think is restricted, but things that you think aren't restricted may be restricted. It's tricky. That's why everybody stick together on that. So today we are going to have a little workshop. First of all, do we have any questions or comments? Anybody have any stories about deposits? Oh, Thad. Here, let's get you a mic.
I'm just curious, since you brought up ARPA, how many people still have ARPA funds left? Okay, we got about 140,000 we're trying to get rid of, but I'm just curious. That's hanging on, isn't it?
It sure is. I think it's helped a lot of counties, but I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but it's also put a big Band-Aid on a lot of problems that are going to come to light in 2027. We might be able to stumble through 2026, but in 2027, we're going to really see what happens when that money isn't available to fall back on. Does anybody agree with me? Yeah. So, well, although it was a blessing. Go ahead, Jill.
Heidi, I'm curious as to that, is it actually ARPA funds because they didn't have a contract?
And that is very true.
And so it wasn't obligated. So did they maybe use their money under the under 10 million?
You guys, let's pick up my cat so you can take a picture.
It could be.
Then you're not a
camera.
And that is a great point. And so all that I was going on is the clerk saying to me, oh yeah, and we used ARPA money for that. So I need to dig a little deeper and find out what the actual terms of that was. So thank you.
This is so relaxing.
Yes.
And he loves it too.
You may want to reach out to Felicia from State Auditor's Office. She helped us with something like that.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Yes, I've got her on speed dial too. I find I like to surround myself with people who know the answers, and I would suggest that to everybody else too. And surround yourself with great people, and you will get good answers, and you'll learn a lot along the way. So, first of all, we are going to do a self-assessment. Carolyn, can I trouble you to, and Zach said he would help you too if you need help. Here, I think you're, because I'll talk while you do this. So what we're going to do is we have a self-assessment. And if any of you are in the room and you haven't quite had the opportunity to touch on restricted revenues, just try to fill it out. Because I guarantee you next year when we come, you will know. So work through it and give the best answers you can. And check the box if you're okay. So you work through the checklist on your handout, and the instructions are to check the box if your jurisdiction has a clear documented process, and leave it unchecked if the area is informal, clear, or unknown, and complete the summary section at the bottom when finished. And so this is something we'll all talk about. I didn't have it in front of me when I was reading those instructions. Go ahead and fill it out, and just, nobody's going to turn this in, nobody's going to take it. This is for you, and you can actually take it back and ask questions in your office if you weren't super clear about the answer. So I'm going to give you about 15 minutes. Raise your hand if you have any questions, and we're just going to spend some time talking about this.
Here you go.
We must climb up the tree. Let's go. Something's up here. It's a bat. Run away.
Dad,
Yeah.
did you know bats are not even harmless? Bats are not harmless. They go into your arm. They don't even bite.
Haunted Kitty presents. In the dark, we can't see a thing. In the dark, you imagine things. Oh, do you see the twist in yellow eyes? Or maybe it's a snake. When we stand together, it will be alright. Let us keep it up for another night. It is only a light, baby, chill. It is so true. In the dark, you can't see a thing. In the dark, you imagine things. Oh, is that a crocodile hiding there? And it's probably really hungry and scary. Don't be scared in the dark, it will be alright.
Mom's not going to be coming over today.
Oh, okay.
Her brother Dick, he's going to hospice today.
And so she's gonna
So
go
she's
help
going to
him.
go see him.
Hospice? Does that mean he's gonna die?
Yeah, he's dying.
and I am going to learn about the word crush. You know the word crush? Yeah, it means to destroy, pulverize, and just smash things.
I thought she didn't like him.
So we're brothers.
Yeah.
You see what I said? Yeah. Hey,
Mom,
whoa.
look at what my teacher gave me for the meal.
No. Okay, so those are called
I love it.
sight words.
But
So
today
what-
I'm not going to eat this egg.
What word is that?
Today, I'm going to crush this egg. Ready? Okay, let's find more things to crush.
Yeah. Yeah. Ow. My teeth hurt so much.
Hmm?
My teeth hurt. Can you help? No, me first. I got here first. No, me first. No, me first.
Don't worry, I got you. It's gonna be like this. Okay, who wants to go first?
Ladies first. Ladies first. No, you can go first, Alex.
Okay, Alex, you first, you first. Alex, this is how your teeth look. Don't worry, I can fix it. You're back to normal.
Really? Baby doesn't fall.
Baby, it is. Come on, don't worry. Oh, too much candy? Your teeth used to look like this. Now it's looking like this.
Whoa, thank you, dentist.
No problem. Remember, no more candy.
Bye. Aw, I can't eat all this candy. What's You want some candy? I can't have candy anymore. Okay, I'll eat myself then. Eric, can I have only one? Okay, here. You want some more? Can I have all of it? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Ouch. What should we do? Alex, what is the dentist? Follow me. I get to go home now. My teeth hurt so much. Me too. Oh.
I'm the magic teeth. You have one wish.
My teeth hurt so much. Can you help?
Very easy. But remember, no more candy, no more ice, and brush your teeth.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Bye. I'm so thirsty. This would be nice with ice. But the magic teeth said I can't have ice. I guess a little bit is fine. What happened? My teeth hurt because I ate ice. My teeth hurt too. I forgot to brush my teeth. My teeth hurt again.
Oh, you still ate ice?
How's everybody doing on the form? Can you raise your hand if you're done? I'm not rushing you, but I don't want to make you guys just sit. Hands high. Okay. Let's go ahead and break in the virtual audience.
Mommy.
Please.
Is that a toothbrush?
Bring him back. So how many of you are going to watch the Gonzaga game tonight? Oh, okay. if you want to know where I'm at, I believe it's 7 o'clock on TBS. Yeah, I already checked for Rhonda. Rhonda will be watching. She's not raising her hand, but she will be watching. So first of all, I believe our virtual audience is probably, are they back now? Oh, perfect. I'm going to tell you I filled this out, and I put a whole bunch of no's. I feel like it is very common to be reactive when it comes to restricted revenues. Now, please tell me, you're saying miscellaneous revenue again. I mean restricted revenue. It is very common to be reactive and deal with it when you have to, rather than proactive and have policies and lists and all of this. That doesn't make it okay, but I am a very reactive person, and I find like, oh shoot, I was going to do that. I was going to have it all ready so that, but a lot of these things, and I put departments. It is not okay for the entire county to place the responsibility of their miscellaneous revenue on you. They got it, and I look at their restricted revenue. Gosh dang it. I tell the departments, grants, restricted revenues, you get the money, you spend the money.
Yeah.
You answer my questions.
Mommy.
And I suggest you all do the same. It's a slippery slope, because then if you miss something or you misunderstand something, then it's on you.
Mommy.
I send the auditors to the departments. I said, I don't know. For building and planning, building permits, you are going to have building permit revenue. You're going to have to talk to them about how they ensure that those are spent appropriately, those restricted funds. So a whole lot of my little lines here, I put departments, because although I know it probably will fall in my lap at some point, I try to hold them accountable. Most of them make more than I do. Seriously. And they run those programs. They know those programs. It's their responsibility. And sometimes, like my clerk of the board, it wasn't okay that she just goes and dumps something into miscellaneous revenue when it could be restricted and a grant in nature. So that was my caveat is no, this is a lot to ask of it. But boy, wouldn't this be nice if we had yeses in all of these? It would make our job a lot nicer. It would be great. But when was the last time a department head came to you and said, hey, I'm getting a new funding source and it's going to come in every year and it is restricted. I can only spend it on X. When was the last time a department head came in and told you that? I don't know. Yeah. And then this is the other thing. When your commissioners become aware of a new funding source can only be used for, okay, I'm just going to throw something out there, housing or whatever. Our housing is already a restricted revenue fund, low-income housing. But how many times do the commissioners like, oh my goodness, we need to start a new fund for this? You don't always have to start a new fund for restricted revenue. You don't. It does entail a little more tracking and monitoring, but you don't have to automatically start a new fund, because then your C4 will be 85 pages. And so there is that. So now that we are all finished, let's have some table discussion. So our discussion prompts, first at your table. I got ahead on my handouts, but I didn't forward it here. Let's talk amongst ourselves about what categories had the most unchecked boxes for your jurisdiction. Are others seeing the same pattern? Talk about amongst yourself about the things that are not checked, that you don't have checked.
Yeah, go. Where's the pig? No. Yeah. That's a good too. That's a good. Kiki, honey, Mom, look it. Look it. Jack got down the. Kiki put down the water. Dad.
Are you gonna have an egg sandwich? Or just toast? Egg toast?
And when the time is right, can everybody transition to question number 2? Has anyone at the table developed a strong process for one of these areas that others are struggling with? You may have already just naturally transitioned into question number 2, but let's go ahead and talk about this. And now let's transition to question number 3. What is the most common restricted revenue headache at your table? And you may have just naturally transitioned into that just in your conversations, because I always bring that up first. And then let's transition to the final question amongst your table. Are there areas where you are unsure of whether you are in compliance? And yeah, no auditors. And I'll give you an example of my unsure spot is I'm always confused by the law enforcement funds, the criminal justice funds, then the supplanting. I'm like, and nobody has seemed to give me a really great, I know Will asked a few years ago, can you give me an example of supplanting? And I don't know that anybody's ever done that. But anyway, talk amongst yourself. But that's my question. But no auditor has ever called me out on it either. So.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, baby.
I'm sorry, but Jack, he drawed all over my arm. Look at Dad.
Yeah.
He drawed.
What did your mom think of that?
She didn't like it. Like she said, he tattooed you up. I was so confused. Mom, Jack comes in here. Daddy.
Hey, Jack.
Jack.
You make art? Wow, good job. That's good art. You did great.
Hey, Jack.
Mommy.
Well, we don't touch all that stuff, okay? We gotta let Sage.
So you'll have to do your repairs another time.
Yeah. Why do you want Daddy? Why? Daddy's right there.
Daddy.
Yeah, Jack. What is it, son?
What do you want from Daddy?
This one's
Marker.
No. I just took all those markers away from you. No. No marker. You learned that word fast.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt the conversation. I think you guys are doing some great work at your tables. Now, we'd all like to hear some of the discussion. So we have a mic at each of the tables. And when I ask a question, every table doesn't need to have an answer for everything. But if you have something to share with the group, we would love that. So common gaps, what categories came up most often as problem areas? And we can maybe maybe this is like as a whole, like I ask you this question for identification and classification. Did anybody have yeses on any of those?
She said is because Daddy was home and Daddy
Or
lets
check
her do
marks?
whatever she wants.
On the first area,
And she goes,
identification and
"Oh, yeah."
classification on your self-assessment, because I had no's on everything. I'm just going to tell you, I had no's on everything.
She said Sage always talks
One
about
yes.
you. And Sage
Okay.
always-
So, I mean, you know, this is,
That's
boy,
good.
wouldn't this
That's
be
good.
nice?
Oh, that's nice.
You know, and I think I could start by
That's very
maintaining a
sweet.
current list of all restricted revenue sources. But, you know,
Yeah.
then we go into county road funds. I mean, how are we supposed to know all that? You know, so a lot of this we depend on our departments. But that would be great. And tracking and accounting. Let's just go with that one. How many people? I had 2 yeses.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make you
Reconciling
make
restricted
that
fund
make
balances and restricted revenues
That's
tracked in
what's in the
separate
video,
funds
Sage, I don't
or with
want to
distinct
do it.
account codes. Like I said, it's not necessary for
I like
a
your
restricted
cheese,
revenue at one time or sporadic restricted revenue you don't need to open a new fund for it, but it does take a little bit of additional accounting to make sure that that money has been spent appropriately. So that's something to revisit. Let's talk about peer solutions. Did anybody hear of oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be rushing through these. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just curious, are the online participants get this?
Yes.
Okay.
And they've been breaking out into breakout groups. And Kyle is monitoring that, and he's going to share any thoughts that they have.
Oh, good. My
Yes.
chief accountant is online, and
Oh,
I've never
yay.
wanted to phone a friend so bad.
Yeah. Well, hey, call her out. Tell her you want to hear from her. We would love it. We encourage their participation. Absolutely. And did anybody hear a process or approach they wanted to borrow? I personally heard one table say, "Hey, can you send me that?"
It seems kind of
Can you
dumb they
share
would
that
have
with
this
me?
conference
And so did you
in
could
March.
just have a show of hands? How many of you guys
when
found
the
somebody
financial
that you want to
statements would be
collaborate
May
with
31st.
and you want to
So
kind
all
of
of the
steal
chief
their
accountants
processes?
can't
Because
attend
we
because
steal
they're
all
too
the
busy.
time around here. I wouldn't be
Everyone's like, my
where I
chief
am
accountant
today
couldn't
without
attend
all
because
of
they're too
you
busy.
subject matter experts.
Yeah.
Love it.
Maybe that's
And biggest
why they,
unknowns. Where does the room feel least confident about compliance? Now, this is one I think everybody will have an answer. Thad.
In our county, the county administrator prepared the form where you track all incoming grants and stuff like that, and you identify if they're ongoing revenues or one time and how you're going to expend it. You're not creating any, ongoing expenses for one-time revenues and all that. It was a form to evaluate all that, categorize. So in the situation that we were talking about here, if you can get the county administrator or that level on board, then they're going to be making the other departments like roads and stuff like that comply, because that's their boss, And so then that became a form that we used for the whole county whenever we were intaking anything. However, I don't recall using that after we got discombobulated with COVID. So we got to get back to it.
Yes.
But I don't know if that happened to a lot of other people. But COVID, we were just spinning around a whole bunch of other kinds of activities,
Exactly.
So, but if you can get it from the top down, because the problem we have is who's going to enforce this? If it's just coming out of our office, then we're trying to push everybody, to do this. But if you can get it coming from the top down, that's very helpful.
One example of lack of communication, I heard Carolyn say communication, and I agree. Communication is the downfall of my county. Nobody communicates with anybody. We receive a treasurer's GL report every month. I don't sit and go through line by line. What's what? I just balance it to my expenditures and balance their remittance to my expenditures. But so by the end of the year, I've got it all. And now in a perfect world, I would do a little bit deeper dive every month. But by the end of the year, I noticed this 24,388. The 388 I'm not sure about. I thought, what is it? And it said housing on it. And so I called our integrated health director and I said, what would this be that's in the general fund? Oh, that was that new surcharge. It should have gone into low income housing. Well, guess what? It's January 15th. I'm like, oh. So for 2 years, until my treasurer managed to move that money out, I reported a restricted revenue line in my general fund of $24,388. But those are the kind of things that can happen. And if you didn't notice it, now chances are it's immaterial. And chances are the auditors wouldn't have even noticed. But what if I wouldn't have noticed the first year and I did notice the second year? And now I'm like, okay, well, I guess I should have done that last year. So now you have some explaining to do. So really, truly, communication is the key. But how do you know?
Oh, no, it's
how do
not.
you know if they're not coming to you? You just have to be like,
So they do
feeling
brakes,
like
wheels,
there's
alignments,
something
batteries, short,
that you're not
shocks,
telling me.
struts.
I don't know. It's just a difficult one.
If the kids are being good,
So let's go to the last thing. What is one thing you could implement right away when you get back? I think I could implement trying to make a list. Well, maybe not. How about any of you? Because that's a big list when you're looking at other departments. Maybe I would make a list of the ones that I could identify and then ask each department to make their own list of restricted revenues, which I'll probably never get.
Good thing about going to
How many of you
Lesh's
think you would
office,
ever
they'll
get
honor
that
their
list
word
if you
keeping
asked for one?
commitment, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't think I would get it. They'd be like, huh?
they're usually good about that.
How about if you reached out to your departments and said new revenue sources are evaluated for restrictions before being accepted or budgeted? I mean, you could try. Insufficient internal controls over reporting, that would probably get you somewhere to show that you at least tried. Anything you're doing, talking to your departments, trying to identify these things before you have to report them, anything you do and you save and you show the auditors this has been sent out. And at least that covers your behind, even if they're not answering you. Yes.
Kitsap County, all contracts come through the auditor's office before it goes to the commissioners. So we're part of the review process on all contracts. And so they have to mark whether it's grant or not. And so we see the revenue side and the pass-through side. All contracts are coming through our office. So they're able to see how it's going to be operating and see what kind of restricted fund, and then make a decision if we need to set up a fund.
Yeah.
But our Workday also tracks grants. And so we've been using that in the system as well. And so does a new grant need to be set up, that kind of thing.
That is great. That's great. Jill.
Hi, we track the grant in our office. When they send out a billing, they're supposed to send it to us, and then when they get the revenue, we track that. So then at the end of the year, when it's time to do annual report, we send out this
Not really, I don't
form
have
and we say,
time.
are these
Why
all
would I
your
wanna do it today?
expenditures in this year? And they're supposed to check it and sign it. So that part of the responsibility lies on them, what we're reporting.
Yeah, if you can do it,
But
that would be great.
It's inevitable that in May, right before I push the button, somebody will say, "Oh, here's my billings for December." So
Yes.
it's at least they signed it, and we're gonna say, "Hey, you told us this was right."
Good work there. That's great. And I guess in this conversation, I mean, Jill, you guys you have a very small staff. That's a lot. I mean, I don't really, and we have a small staff, and I'm sure Kitsap doesn't have a great big staff. I don't want, what is your accounting staff?
We have two sections. One's operations, one's reporting. In reporting, we have 4 people. In operations, we have 7.
That's a lot of work for a lot of contracts, but so yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to get you guys to take on any additional work, because that's really what we don't need. And the commissioners, once you start it, they will expect it. So just be careful. It's a very slippery slope. Once you start doing something for somebody, they expect it. So put that expectation on them. Yes.
Hi, so we're considering things we can do if ever we do come across money, just so we're ready. So as far as improving, we've thought about grant management software. We've also thought about contract management software. And I guess I'm kind of curious along the lines of not creating more work for our department too. On the contract, first of all, which of the two would you guys think is most important to get first? And then with the contract management, do you agree that would be auditor's office, or would that be legal, or would that be commissioner's office? Any thoughts on that?
Thad, do you have thoughts on that? That's a great question.
When it relates to contracts, since you're going to have to run all your payments per your contracts through APT, in our county, they've made us responsible for tracking that because we're going to have to pay all the bills subject to the contract, and the contract system used to that you're allowed to pay, right? So it makes sense, at least in our county, that the auditor's office is going to know all the contracts because we're having to write the checks. So if you see something coming through and you can't get backup for it,
yeah,
okay, where's the contract?
And I know at year end, when I am reconciling all of the agreements and the contracts for committed payments that we've committed to, I all of a sudden you'll figure, we didn't pay this, and then we're in January. Okay, let's see what we can do now. Yes.
So how are you guys monitoring it? You just use a spreadsheet, or do you have contract management software? Or because I think one of the things is just, as you know, there's so many different departments. And there's many contracts over the years that it's easy to have them lost in transition. And I know when I used to be at a city, they had a spreadsheet where at least they had the beginning of the contract. It was kind of simple, but at least it was something. And I don't know that we have a great tool at Franklin County currently. It's almost like each department's kind of keeping track of their own, but there's definitely flaws in that.
And that is what we do at Adams.
We don't use software to track it.
And there are some good
we're
departments.
Less than 50,000, so we're not as big as. So maybe the larger, the more contracts. I don't know. But.
We manage it through the auditor's office. The departments handle it. We manage our non-departmental, which would be like our public defenders, and we manage the payments for those. And each department is responsible for paying their own commitments. Although we have really good departments, County Road, excellent, Integrated Health, excellent. And then we have ones like our sheriff who wants everybody to take care of him. And so we're like, you didn't pay your Axon bill for all of 2023. Oh, and then we're trying to figure that out. So I guess our goal would be to hold everybody accountable. Oh, we have a question from the virtual.
Hi, this is Jefferson County. I just wanted to speak to the contracts, mainly because we have just recently implemented contracts in Munis ERP system. And
no, you're fine.
Can you hear me? Okay. And so with that, we are able to, public health is the only one that is actually entering their own contracts. And then auditor staff enters the rest of the contracts and maintains them.
For their answer, the last part, and you may end up doing this just in the last few minutes of our conversation, or maybe even later today, if you have a minute, use the last page of your handout to write your top questions, because this is what we want to take to the person who is scheduled to present today. It's questions she can answer. Maybe, do you have forms you can share? Do you have specific ideas?
I can hear you on mine,
how to communicate?
County, but I don't know if the room could or not.
Welcome. Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Please let us know what you have to say.
So I am just from Jefferson County. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So we implemented contracts about 1.5 years ago in our Munis ERP system, and it has made our life, it was a little bit of a heavy lift, but it has made our life really a lot easier. So if you have an opportunity to do contracts management, I would recommend that you do that. The auditor staff mostly works with our commissioner staff to make sure we're getting all the contracts that need to be entered that have dollar values. And then our public health department enters their own, and because they have so many, and mainly that's the reason that they need to maintain those. So And then Public Works is still handling all of theirs on their own. But we're trying to get everybody involved in contracts so that we know when things are renewing. It's easier for the budget season. It just has made our life a lot easier.
That is great input. Can you please once again tell us what software you're using? And the cost, please. Munis. Okay, so it's part of the Munis package.
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Does anybody have any follow-up? I noticed that we're over our time. I'm so grateful for all of your involvement and your participation. My hope is that restricted revenue is really a very difficult part of this. And this is not something you can really go to your prosecutor and say, tell me how to report this, because this is not something they would know. They could assist you as far as looking through an RCW and giving you their thoughts. But basically, just remember, we're all here for each other. And the SAO is very good. They used to be very vague in their answers to you in the help desk. But now I found that if I redirect my question and keep asking it, they will commit to, yes, that is restricted. Sometimes on the first try they will. So don't be afraid to reach out. And any efforts that you have made to identify restricted revenues, any efforts you have made to try to communicate with others regarding these, save those for the SAO, because you'll want to make sure that they know that you have done your due diligence. So if everybody would, as they have time today, I'm not expecting you to stay through the break, is fill out that last page. Help shape the follow-up session by letting us know what our expert can answer for us, because I think that would be a really great conversation. Thanks, guys. 10-minute break. Let's see here, 9:29. Yeah, you can sit beginning the next session. You can sit in your original seats. Thank you so much.
And tried it himself instantly. He realized the bed was insanely comfy, so he claimed it for himself. And the poor cats had to line up again for the tiny bed. This time, they were heartbroken. They ignored him completely, refused to forgive him, to win their love back. He bought another giant mattress just for them, but now all the cats looked confused, like they had no idea what he was doing. Then, one brave kitten stepped up, quietly sat on the new bed. That's when he realized the big cats just didn't like this mattress, so he had no choice but to get each cat their own comfy bed. Now they can watch cartoons and even get a massage. And that giant bed he bought for the cats, well, it ended up being his new bed again. But soon after, all the cats stopped using the little bed. Look, because the weather was way too hot. And the air conditioner broke down. The cats were so hot they kept sticking out their tongues. So they all laid down inside a big pot to cool off. And it ended up full of cat hair. The owner was speechless. So he decided to buy them another air conditioner. But they got the size wrong. It was just a tiny mini air conditioner. The cats were not impressed at all. The owner bought them an ice house. And the cats loved it. They even lined up to take turns. So the owner bought a huge ice house, big enough for every cat to enjoy the cold. But watching the cats relax inside, the owner wanted to try it too. To his surprise, it was really cool and comfy. So he kicked the cats out and claimed the ice house for himself. They were furious and decided to get revenge on their owner. One cat secretly turned the AC in his room to 30 degrees heating. The owner woke up sweating in the middle of the night. Even the bedsheet was soaked. To make it up to the kitten, so the guy bought a massive water bed, hoping it would help them cool down. He even got them mermaid swimsuits just to make them feel extra comfy. But things didn't go as planned. The cats were terrified of the big bed. None of them wanted to try it. So the guy had to buy a normal-sized water bed. Surprisingly, the cats loved the smaller one. They worked on it every single day, fighting each other just to claim a spot. The big bed was giant water bed. He threw himself back into their big comfy bed. The cats were speechless. Every time their owner buys them something, he demanded he buy them a big tree just for them. It was way too expensive, so he decided to build one himself. Then added some foam for decoration to make it look nicer. He even used his cat's fur to make cute little toys and mushrooms. But one cat got really mad because it didn't want to lose its fur. Finally, the giant tree was done.
It hurts. Don't y'all do.
To jump into their beds, they started scratching happily. But then the owner realized he counted the cats wrong. One cat didn't have a bed, so it had to sleep on top of the tree. This made the little guy really.
You want muscles like this?
Knocked over the TV at home. chewing the laptop, destroying plants, and
I think we need to focus.
everywhere. The owner got really mad.
I think we need to focus.
Right in front of the cat and threw it in the trash. The cat licked his drink. He tossed the whole thing in the trash too. The cat was shocked because before this, the owner never minded. He even kissed the cat's butt. The cat jumped on the bed, hoping to sleep with the owner like before, but the owner pushed it off. He even put a fence around the bed, not letting it climb up. The cat could not believe it and had to sleep sadly in its little bed. The next day, the cat realized its mistake. It started sticking to the owner, begging for attention, promising to be good. Finally, the owner forgave the cat, but when he tried to give the cat a kiss, the cat refused. He was still angry. To make it fun, the owner decided to give him a gift. So he changed the lock, but somehow he came up with a smart solution.
Sid, let me just play on this tablet here. Just switch tablets, sweetie. Come use this tablet, please. Sid, just over here, use this one. I'll send it. I'll send it.
Jack, why you gotta keep using savings? Hey, what did I say? I said no YouTube. You're not allowed to watch YouTube. Andrew. Neither is Jack. Especially Jack. Sage. Here, take this. Here. Why don't you go sit on the couch? You want to go sit on the couch? Your egg sandwich is done.
Okay. Good, thanks.
Should I go sit on the couch, sweetheart? That way Jack won't bother. I'm gonna get big straps. I want. Yeah.
Alright, I'm over here. Eastern Province. Okay. Here you ready. Oh, what happened to your...
Yeah.
No, it doesn't need it. That's not what it is. There's Grandma.
And then she transitioned.
Check 1, 2. Yep, here I am.
No, check. Oh, go say hi to Grandma. Go see Grandma. Let's go see Grandma.
Grandma's here.
Go see Grandma. Go say hi.
Hello, everybody. Before we get started, I have an important announcement for anybody who plans on doing fun things this spring and summer and fall. Workday is our very gracious vendor at this event, and they are right outside this door. They are giving away one of those fantastic coolers, you know, the kind that you can leave things in for like 30 days and they're still cold. They are doing a drawing for a cooler. So if you stop by and see them, they are right there, right by Deanna. Deanna's standing right there. Oh, here you are. Welcome. Would you like to say a few words? Okay, perfect. If you stop by and see them, and they have Easter candy. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hey, we're happy to be here. Workday is really growing in the state of Washington. We have a number of counties already running on Workday. Feel free to talk to any of those. I know Kitsap County, Shannon is here. She's solved a ton of problems and has done the big, beautiful bill in Workday for payroll. So she's got a lot of things solved, Walla Walla and a few other counties as well. So we're happy to be here and be a sponsor. And we have a cooler to give away. Please stop by and drop your cards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So everybody go.
across the agency. And I've worked corporate, I've worked in finance, I worked for a Fortune 500 finance company, bad time during the recession. So then I moved into owning my own IT consulting firm and finance consulting firm, bad time during COVID. So I finally went into work for the state of Washington, and I've been very happy. The Department of Enterprise Services is a great place to work, and I enjoy serving the state and the people within. I live in Clark County, Washington. I come from Battleground, Washington. I was telling Greg out there that my grandparents came out from Oklahoma during the Dust Bowl, so I'm a proud Washingtonian for, with a heritage. So, but today I'm going to mainly talk about contracts, how to use our contracts, how to request contracts. I know it's not the most fabulous kind, stimulating, but it's really important right now that we work in community. I talk to groups all over the state about, as you all know, our financial concerns, trying to do the best we can with what resources we have, and working together to build a community. I believe strongly in eliminating silos and trying to do what we can. Now, Department of Enterprise Services only writes contracts that are generally $1 million or over. And what we is what's called statewide contracts that can be used by anybody in the state of Washington. And they don't specifically name a project. So that would be if you're working with a group and they, let's say, I know IT real well, but let's say you need snow removal. We have contracts for that. And so it's just a process of which group and which but I do believe strongly that together we can, be more reticent of the funds that we have and those that we serve. I work very closely with WSACA, and it's been a good experience. So, Department of Enterprise Services, we are considered the lead procurement agency. And what that means is we have legal authority over procurement for the state of Washington, for the state, but we also write all the procurement manuals. We interact with legislature on the RCWs and the laws around procurement and contracting. Recently, I was very proud of our team because during the flooding, a team of people from my group went up and worked at the JBLM on getting resources to those in the front line of fighting the flooding and helping people and their families. So we manage around 200 contracts at any one time. And we have actually, that says 200, but it's actually 2,000. So there we go. I should double check. So if you're not a state agency, so if you're a state agency, like we have some wildlife, they are required to use our state contract if we have one in place, unless they ask for, they request delegated authority to write a different contract. Now, if you're a city, county, higher end public utility, everything down from WSACA down to the Strawberry Mission, we serve. And the only thing that's needed is a usage agreement. And in this presentation, which Derek has said will get sent out to all of you, I put links in for just about everything. You'll find so many links. But you can always check if your organization has signed a usage agreement. Now, if you're a state agency, you wouldn't necessarily, but anyone else would. And we have 1,800 usage agreements, and we work very closely with tribal higher ed in addition. So, but we are responsible for delegating and authority. We're responsible for sole source and all the different types of contracting in the state of Washington, writing the policies and the manuals. And I'll have a link in here how to get to the Washington State Procurement Manual. And I'm very conversational. So if you have a question, I'll stop for questions later, but please feel free to just raise your hand. I mean, we're in this together. So this is a lot of words, but basically it says the same things, that we work very hard to manage our statewide contracts, and we vet the vendors very carefully because we are required to do competitive solicitation and be fair and equitable. And also we put a priority, or we definitely put a priority on Washington State small and veteran, as is a state strategic goal. And like with some of my contracts, I reserve 30% of those awarded for our Washington small and veteran businesses. But yeah, collective buying power. We've already vetted everyone. Our contracts, we have an entire legal team at the state of Washington. We work closely with the AGA, and we make sure the clauses that are needed, the insurance and all the rest are already negotiated. So it's a very simple project. It's not simple to get there, but it's simple once we get there for you to use it. And I'll kind of go through how to find the resources. But the Washington State Procurement Manual, which there is a link there, it will have all sorts of tools. It'll tell you about the laws and the different types of contracts. You know, as I mentioned before, the sole source and we also have a small agency team that's more than willing to work with not just procurement people, but people in all different groups that need to procure goods or services or help people in your agency procure goods and services. So the Washington State Procurement Manual is very lengthy, but it has some really great resources to kind of explain all the different policies, procedures, and laws around contracting and how to do certain things. Now, I mentioned statewide. We have different, of course, types of contracts. So there's statewide contracts that we make in this in DES. Now, cities, counties, they'll write a lot of their own, but those are very project specific. So when a city or a county has a project, they know what they're writing for. So if they need a, I don't know, if they need a crane or they need, you know, a certain type, they can write to that, but they can use our contract to do that, or they can write their own. And but cooperative purchasing agreements, you'll see those in the manual, you'll see those mentioned. I just want to kind of clarify the difference. And those are where we partner. Now, we could be the lead state, and for a long time I have led public safety, communication product services, and solution. And the reason that I still lead that, even though I lead another program, is because that's a really vital contract across the nation to provide radios, communication, satellite towers, batteries, 911 dispatch centers, all of the land and fire radios that our first responders use. So it's a very critical contract, and one day I am going to move that to someone, but it's one of those ones that is so important that we're careful. Now, we are the lead state on that, and what that means is that Washington actually writes the contract with a group of subject matter experts from across the nation. I have people from one coast to the other working on my team, and they consult on the contract, they answer questions, they review the vendor's pricing documents. Like Motorola, their pricing document is extensive. But I can tell you that we've negotiated to a point where a lot of the contracts get anywhere from 20 to 47% discount by using our contract. So it's really worthwhile. So if it's a local police station or the sheriff's office, there's solutions where they can and build a 911 center. They can go in and put up a tower. They could just help set them up with all of their radios. And radios now, of course, are digital, analog, and now we have wireless. And there's a lot of change in the first responder. But we're proud of the fact that Washington State leads that and that we support our first responders. But there's others that we do not lead. We lead Purchase Card, which I'm sure you've heard, and Fleet Card, and also DES does hold the Fleet Card contract. We've written that we're the lead state on that as well as the Purchase Card. So if you've worked with Purchase Card, that's through US Bank, and then of course WEX is the fleet. But those both will be coming up for competitive solicitation in the next about year. So it's quite a process. It takes about a year and a half for a contract that complex because it's an entire nation contract. And we try to negotiate that the best that we possibly can. And DES does not collect any funds for that, but agencies, cities, counties that use the purchase card receive rebates. And we try to make sure that you receive as much as possible. And some of our cities, counties receive pretty substantial rebate checks every quarter. So that's another benefit. But cooperative purchasing, sometimes other states lead it and we sign a usage agreement with them. And so we're able to use those. And it's things like NASPO, Value Point, Sourcewell. But I do have to say that we prefer, when we can, we also have the cloud contract. That's a NASPO contract. But we do prefer, when we can, to contract, write the contracts for Washington State. And the reason for that is we can keep the dollars in Washington State. So instead of hiring just the very large corporations, we can funnel down and get some of our Washington involved. And even when we sign national contracts with some of these, we do ask that they utilize as resellers, channel partners, dealers, whatever they call it, are Washington based, because that only helps strengthen our economy and the citizens. So that's always on our mind. So as you see, I've linked this thing all up. So when you get it, you'll be able to do it. So how to find our contract. So there's a link here and you will go to, there's a page and it's very easy to use. And I have an example coming up to look at the contracts that are currently usable for anybody to use and then we have an entire site on how to use statewide contracts with resources, training videos. We have teams that can help if you call in. But as I said before, if a statewide contract does not fulfill a state's need, they can get they can go through what's called the delegation of authority process. But we listen. I know in my program, I always have at the bottom of my page to say, you know, we're listening. So what is it you're struggling with? Where are the pain points? And is there other contracts and other services that you really are in need of? I know that recently I was reached out to by the Department of Transportation and they really want a statewide GIS contract. And I am working on that. So we do listen. And then there's another link here called plan procurement. And that's all the contracts that are currently in bid. So right now, and I will show you later, I just sent to my evaluators, thankfully, the information and cybersecurity contract. And that was a monster of a contract. And I worked directly with Ralph Johnson, our chief security officer for the state of Washington, and an entire group of subject matter experts to get that one out. It has 11 categories, which I will show you. They're not all, but you know, on that one alone, I had 200 bids. So it's a process. And this is what it looks like when you do, and this is just one page of probably, 15 of current contracts. So how to look at this is like you see the contract, like body scanner or cleanup services. We have everything from milk for kids in school to we even have a porta potty contract. I helped consult on. That was interesting. I didn't know anything about that. And I mostly consult on jump in. So commercial kitchen. So you just look at it and it just talks a little bit about the annual worth of the contract. Sometimes there's zeros because it's a new contract, or maybe like one of my ITPS ones, we're moving them from a 2-tier program, which was terrible program, to the statewide program. So we don't have individual spend data, but we try to put it up there if we can. And then you'll see the buyer. That's the one that actually you can hyperlink right to them and send them a message if you have a question about the contract number. And then we also talk about any notes, and then if it's green. And on the contract pages, which I'll show you later, we clearly identify to meet your individual goals, which are Washington-based, small, veteran, and then we also list OMWBE. And we are strong supporters of creating opportunity for everybody. So we work hand in hand with our procurement, inclusion, and equity team. I present with them often, and OMWBE is an amazing organization. We also work with BDAG and lots of different groups to try to encourage our small vendors to be able to get on our contracts and not only get on there, but be successful on there. So that's kind of what that looks like. Now, updates to our contract summary page. So when you click on our contract summary page, this one happens to be one of mine. You always go back home to it, So Ovation is one of my small vendors. Malcolm Waters, he's a great vendor up in the Seattle area. Matter of fact, I talked to him last week. He was in Kuwait when all this happened. And so he was trying to make his way back home. But he does consulting sometimes across the world. But he's one of our examples of a small minority-owned business that has done very well getting on our contracts because he does an excellent job, and we try to support him. So it'll say if he's OMWBE, veteran, considerations and preferences. The official site for Washington contracting is WEBS, Washington Electronic Business Systems. And so on there, they can self-certify. Are they, how much are they women-owned? How much are they minority-owned? If they, are veteran-owned, they can self-certify, or they can go through OMWBE as well. They talk, also it talks about main award. Now, what that means is, as I mentioned earlier, when I did information cybersecurity or IT development or any of the others, 30% of my awards I reserve for Washington Small and Washington Veteran. We cannot reserve, due to state law, for minority status because we are a race and gender neutral state. But we do have the preferences, and we work very closely through agencies to provide opportunity for them to bid. But if they don't win in the main category, of course, they have to be able to meet all the requirements. They have to be fully vetted. They have to be competent. But if they meet all of that and they don't win in the main category against some of the bigger, ones like, Accenture or, any of the big Deloitte, there's a lot of them, you know those. And then they have a ability to compete amongst themselves for those 30%. So that's one way we try to give them a little bit of a help, but they are fully vetted. And I have to say, some of our small businesses have come in and cleaned up for some of our big businesses that were national, that came in, kind of debacled a bit. And our small businesses, we have some amazing ones, came in, knew just what to do. So I'm not saying the big ones are bad, but sometimes small, it doesn't mean not as quality. Sometimes it's even the opposite. So I encourage people to give those an opportunity when they can. So this is what's called a contract summary page when you click on it. Now this is one of mine, IT development, well, at least on my team. So the first thing you see is the scope. I didn't show you the scope for cybersecurity because that is 19 pages long. That was a monster. But in IT development, I had 4 categories. And so it just shows a couple like web developer, application tester, IT architect, and it gives you just the basic of what it is. So when you're scrolling through, you say, oh yeah, that kind of meets what I need. And if you don't know, you always get a hold of our team because we believe strongly in being responsive. So then there's the bottom part of that page, which is how to contract with the state. So every single one of our statewide contracts has how to use it. So on here, and I'll show you this later, but on here, there's a link to a sample scope of work. There's where you can go to our spreadsheets and see, you can see the documents. Right down here, awarded contractors, you click and an Excel document comes up. Now on these contracts, I have about 120 contractors on each one of these, or vendors on each one of these. And that is a sizable amount. But that's national, that's local, and it covers all 4 of those categories. And on there, to make it a little easier, we let them put a little description of who they are, how they won, and then if they provided it to us, we also put a link so you can go to their landing page. You can see who they're about. And their landing page specifically talks about how they meet the needs and the scope of the contract that you're looking at. So we try to make it somewhat user friendly. And then there's lots of ways to purchase from the state of Washington. So each one of these has a link to the actual page on DES that you can go to learn more. But purchase card, as many of you know, is a national contract, as well as fleet. And then you can buy vehicles. Also, I helped write the new electric vehicle standards here recently. That was interesting, trying to get the technology and the standards to come together and then put it into our contracts. That's one thing about using our contracts is we've gone through subject matter experts. We've vetted all the different things. We've really been careful with like indemnity and protecting the state and our vendors and different things. And then, of course, how many of you know that we have surplus? Yes. So Department of Enterprise Services and the state of Washington has, and I was surprised. They took me on a tour. I'm like, what? It's like these warehouses that are unbelievably large, and everything that the state doesn't need: office furniture, computers, there's vehicles in there, there's printer. I mean, everything you could possibly think of and more is in buy surplus. And individual people can buy the surplus from the state. Some of it's reserved just for state or city, county, whatever. But I do know I was somewhere and they said, hey, you work for Department of Enterprise Service. I just bought a dump truck from you. So that was kind of cool. It was a business, a local business that, it's a small business, and they were able to get a pretty good price from the state of Washington. So I was really pleased by that. But then I'm pretty pleased about a lot of things. So, but the link is right there, buy surplus. So you can go on there and peruse and see what's on there. It's really interesting to see the things that they have. It's so much. It's just unbelievable. So the use of the contract. So let's say that you go through there and there's I could spend a lot of time telling you there's 15 pages, so over 200 contracts, and they, de-icer, dump trucks, I mean, everything, sandbags, medical equipment. There's so many different contracts. So I encourage you, if you're trying to help somebody, we try to make it easy to see, hey, does the state already have a contract? And it doesn't have to meet the scope exact. I mean, we want to be careful because we are careful to stay within scope. But there's a lot of times when, like I'll give an example because I know it is someone was looking for remediation. And of course, it's very important that we make our documents accessible and ADA compliant and all the different things. Well, I have a contract called Project Management and Quality Assurance. Well, in that contract, in my scope is that they have to be able to do these services. But, you wouldn't know that necessarily by just looking at Project Management Quality Assurance. But it definitely is in there. That's an important piece. And in the 19 pages of cybersecurity, I think you'll find just about everything in there. But that was written, as I said, with Ralph Johnson. So we didn't leave any stone unturned on that one. So, but when we're talking about a contract, so when you find it, now it may not be you, it may be a group you're working with, but one thing that's really important is to write a good statement of work, because you're not required to write another contract. We've already written the contract. Contract is done, signed, executed, it's ready to go. All you or whoever you're working with has to do is write up a statement of work. You can send it to as many of the awarded vendors as you like. If it's a small and veteran vendor, you don't have to send it to others. DES really encourages when you have a project to send it out to at least 3, one being small, veteran, or diverse. We don't, of course, enforce this. It's up to your rules and policies and all the rest. But we do encourage you to reach out to different ones. And so what you'll give them is a statement of work. And in a statement of work, it's a lot of things like this: performance tasks, scope. What you won't find in your specific payment terms, do they need to be on-site, off-site? Now in IT, in my IT contracts, I'm very careful to make sure to put a lot of IT requirements in that will protect you and protect everyone involved. And that would be around data access, cybersecurity, property, intellectual property ownership. That's a big one. Software, hardware ownership. Who owns the code? Where they can, who can access the data? How the data can be transferred. I mean, these are all really important to avoid breach right now because breach is so important. And in my cybersecurity contract and a couple others, I even have written in there that I will only accept vendors with what's called sovereign data and sovereign ownership. So in my cybersecurity contract, you cannot be outside of the United States, and you cannot transfer any of our data for cybersecurity outside. And that's kind of new. Before, we would allow, and I'm not saying there's not companies that have offshore. There's a lot of offshore work, but we don't allow that on some of them because of the sensitivity and because once the data leaves our shore, we can write anything we want in a contract, but it's not our laws. So it's whatever country you're in, and they're in, and it's their laws. And if there's a breach, we all know breach is unbelievably expensive per breach. And to alleviate that, we just said, no, we're keeping it. You have to work in the United States. You have to keep our data in the United States. There are some companies that were not happy about that, but we feel strongly that to avoid breach and to keep the state safe and to protect the interests of the citizens that we serve, that was really important. And so I went to bat on that one and I was able to get that. But there's all sorts of things. So you can write, you basically just write up what your project is, what you need from the project. And then, one thing I point out, and I speak a lot about this, is don't write terms that conflict with the contract. We already have insurance, we already have indemnity, we already have all of our ITs, and sometimes we have good vendors, but I have to tell you, at times they will try to get you to sign something that lowers their liability or lowers their responsibility level. And the contract, is precedent. However, that gets you into a quagmire legally. And so write about the project, write about your needs of the project, but don't rewrite the contract because those terms are vetted through our legal team, the AG, and those are pretty strong as far as protection. Now we want to not overburden our vendors, but as you know, if, I had on one of my contracts, for example, the vendors were not happy that they had to carry commercial liability insurance if their employees went to job sites. They said, oh, they have their own insurance. They have their own private insurance. And we had to say, no, because if an insurance company knows that they're driving there for work, they can deny it. And then the cost goes back to the vendor defaults, it goes, guess what, to the state. So we're just trying to watch. We also have a lot in there about prevailing wage if you're dealing with some of the unions. So we do have a lot of protections built in that you don't even have to think about. It's mainly just your project. So these are all links. There is a statement of work sample you can look at. There's an IT statement of work sample. Here's some actual examples. If you click on them, the elevator one I think is a very good one. It just gives you kind of an idea. And then in my own program, I have statement of work specifically for my 2 contracts, and I'll have one for cyber once that is awarded. They're not overly complicated, but it kind of tells you what you need to address, but what you don't need to address too. And you'll get this as well, but we are actually next week. I just want to make sure how are we doing on time? What time are we? Okay, thank you. So we have a workshop, and you're welcome to join if you would like. We are responsible for training for the state of Washington, writing the manuals. So we oftentimes have trainings, and you'll be sent this PowerPoint, but all you have to do is if you hit the join the meeting, and if that doesn't work, then you can email Andrea, who I work with. She's a strategist on the strategy team. She's putting on this. This will kind of give you a little more detail about how to help people write a strong statement of work if you need to. I know you have contracting staffs, but sometimes they write so many of their own contracts that they don't really understand that nuance between. Sometimes they think you have to rewrite the contract where you don't. You just have to write what you need from your project. And that's kind of the difference. But you'll get this. And then we also have places that you can sign up for information. There's the contract connection. So all the new contracts that are coming out, the new plan procurement, everything comes out like, I think it's every 2 or 3 weeks. We send out like a newsletter. So if you click there, you can sign up. You can also sign up for the profile. And as far as costs, because people do ask me that, that's why I kind of threw that in. There's no cost, of course, to sign a usage agreement or to use our contracts. Now, when vendors use or receive business from our contract, there is 1.25 or 1.5, depending on if it's an older one or a new one, percentage management fee. And that's actually what runs the Department of Enterprise Services. We don't accept any tax dollars from the state of Washington. We run only on management fee. And we gave a pretty large amount recently to help with the state budget. And we're proud of the fact that we run a pretty lean ship, and we try to be good stewards of the funds that we receive. And so we do have a management fee for work that's actually received, and that they know about when they bid. So when they give us like their hourly or their other, they know about it, and then they report to us, and then that also helps us get sales. Now, if we're talking about P card, fleet card, and a few of the others, we do not charge management fees on those. The benefit of those is that those of you that use those receive rebates back. So, and we're all for rebates. And then, of course, fleet has gone through a lot of changes recently. I helped with that because they had a very standard card, just a regular swipe card. Well, problem is, state bought 300 electric vehicles, and it's like, oops, we can't use it with our fleet card. So we had to very quickly pivot and work with WEX banks and different to get a new. In the short term, we issued RFID fobs, so you could use those at the pay stations, and then we now have chipped cards so that you can use those as well. So we do try to be responsive, and we opened it up. And by doing that too, we opened it up to the entire network of like Visa, MasterCard. So if you're out in a boat and you're in the, Fish and Wildlife or Department of Transportation and you need fuel at night, you can do that now. So we also wrote a lot of new specifications around electric use of cards for electric vehicles. And I don't know how much you know about electric vehicles, but it's an interesting kind of evolution because they had the little readers on those charge point, or there's a number of different companies that charge, and some of them are getting faster and stronger, but a lot of them use different methods of payment to use. A lot of them, when they first started, were using little pay things. They were pretty much the same ones that were off of vending machines. So they were producing no data back, and that was a real problem. So we've kind of worked with them and really tried. And of course, we're trying to move to like the Tesla plugs. There's a lot of moving parts in these contracts that people in the background don't always kind of see. So I will stop here. I know I've rambled about. So I have more slides. Don't worry, you're going to get your credit for it. but do you have any questions of what I've said so far? Or I know it's not it's kind of finance. We do have some finance contracts that I'm actually in one of my new IT professional services contracts. I've had a request for financial. It's technology finance contract. So it would do more with, getting involved in the finance pieces of technology. So that will be coming out. And I mainly run professional services. So that would be for people who are hiring vendors to come in and help. So, and I'll talk about kind of our workday readiness coming up. So I know this is a lot of stuff to throw on a screen and not even in the, but these are some of our, just a sampling of some of our technology contracts. And some things you don't necessarily think of technology, like traffic, but everything now is in the cloud, or it's, remote, or one thing or another. Verification public records, very important to agencies like the SHS and a lot of our cities and counties that need to do record searches. We have computer equipment, software, value-added resellers. We also have a program called SaaS brokering. So if your agency or wherever you work uses SaaS, you can participate in that. And we're able to put in orders. We can get new ones anytime. Renewals are once a year, but I think it's like a 60 or 70% saving. So DES gets a count of everybody who wants this SaaS, and because we're buying collectively, we're saving a tremendous amount of money. And so we're able to pass that along to you, and there's no cost, no management fee. It's just something we do as a service to the state. And so you can purchase your SaaS programs for far less. So we go through EIS and the different, and then of course the SaaS corporation works directly with us. And then we just send keys to everybody. It opens up the program, and they've saved a lot of money. We're looking into that for some other things. Right now I'm looking into it for Common Look and Common Office, which is a accessibility program, which is so important right now in our state, is to make sure that our documents and our work products are accessible. And so there's a lot of different pieces that are going on, but we even have fire prevention. I do public safety communication, but there's also public safety video. That one is led out of Oklahoma. IT cabling, there's a lot. And IT cabling is one of the ones where we have written in there a lot of guidelines around prevailing wage, because that is state law. And so the program that I lead, but it's called IT Professional Services. And right now there's 2 contracts, and between the 2, I have 230 vendors available to do this work, and well vetted, and a lot of them are Washington Small. And then I can proudly say that I gave 120 awards, 49 are Washington Small Businesses, 41% of the total awards. We have 19 OMWBE, 25 on this one. We have 2 certified veterans. Sometimes it's a little deceiving, because if they're minority and they're veteran, or they're women and they're veterans, sometimes it comes up first as women and then veteran, but sometimes we have both. So it looks like a smaller number, but it gets counted in there. We just don't want to double count. And that's the one that I mentioned. We're right now in evaluation with cybersecurity, and I'm working on all these different ones. But the one that I want to pull out for you and this audience, hopefully it'll be somewhat interesting, is Workday. And that's the sponsor. So I thought that was pretty cool. And I've worked actually with them. So I'm writing a contract, and I'm working with like Bill Kehoe, WaTech, and the One Washington folks, and a lot of different groups that have buy-in on this. So what we're doing is I'm writing a contract that will be available so that if agencies, whoever needs it, and you may not be part of the state system, you may have your own ERP, but it's going to be Workday and Enterprise Resource Planning ERP contract. So if you need a professional consultant who's already been vetted and ready to hit the ground running, that's what that contract. So we're going to have readiness to get you ready to move to that program. We're going to have it go live. So if you need to go live, and then also follow up. So you can bring in consultants who are experts in database conversion, document. I mean, it's amazing. We have one woman-owned business in Washington that is just phenomenal. And they worked with, I think, L&I and DSHS, and they can't say enough about the effectiveness and how quickly they move through it and stuff. So we want to make sure that's available as the state moves either toward Workday, One Washington, or their own ERP. My own CMP is moving toward getting our own procurement ERP. So they'll be, and our budgets are tight, and there's some IT folks that unfortunately are no longer with the state. So sometimes it is important during a crunch to have reliable professional service people to come in and be able to consult and then leave. So they're not necessarily on the payroll, but they're doing an essential thing and they're very well vetted, so they know. So one thing I always say, I have an ITPS site dedicated to my program. I always say, tell me what you need. We put out surveys every year. What do you need? What do you need? Because obviously technology is evolving and emerging. So these are the categories, just so you know, of the cybersecurity one, because cybersecurity is absolutely critical. And I know that you don't all work in tech, but with everything going on in the world and everything that I've heard going to national conferences from our actual federal government, is that to secure up our cities and our counties is one of the biggest priorities we have in the United States of America right now, because there's a lot of back doors, a lot of problems, they're not going to hit the state itself necessarily, but they're going to try to get in the back by going through cities, counties, and all that. And so I don't want to be like doomsday, but it is really important that we make sure. So they offer a lot of things like SOC training and tabletops and stuff, but we're going to have a whole list of vendors who are vetted and ready to work in any one of these categories, and these are the rest of the categories. So just about anything to do with cybersecurity, we're going to have people ready to respond and to help our cities and counties. And I know dollars are short, but we can't. That's one of the areas that is so critical. My son is an electrical engineer for Bonneville Power, and it's a little scary to hear what he hears. Because, of course, he's a subject matter expert for high voltage electricity. I know. But he has exciting his job as mom. And so what's funny is that I worked for Bonneville Power for a while before I went up to the Microsoft. And so when my son interviewed with Bonneville Power after he got his degree, they said, have you ever been here? And he says, yeah, my mom was 9 months pregnant with me. So I was like, okay. But I did work there. I scheduled, and I have this great skill of calculating flow off a dam, if any of you need it too. I've never been able to use that again, but I think I could probably do it again. So, yeah. So we also have language access contracts. Those are very important right now and critical to the state. And it's a huge undertaking to write these because there's so many different laws that we needed to be very careful of, and we need to make sure that they're accessible and the price is not, is usable. So we have a deaf member of one of our sourcing teams. So all we have to do is use the contract. We just make an appointment. They dial into the meeting and they have their screen on the side and they do sign language, which is wonderful. And we have a couple people that English is not their first language, and we want to make sure that they have full access to the information. So I've hired from this contract wants to come in and really work directly with the person who needs the extra help. And it's really interesting, the technology that is out there to help with the other languages. They can have a box just on their computer. They can have it directly go to them. But we also have language access training videos of how to use those contracts. And we also have language access purchaser meetings to meet that need as well. So this is just an example of the page of all the different language. When I say contract, I should have said, because there's many different languages. There's the spoken word, there's sign languages, there's ones that are certified specifically for the court, and that's very important because, of course, we have a lot of legal agencies, and we have a lot of ones that need them to be certified through there. And I've heard some good things. It's kind of an evolving program. So green purchasing. So Washington State, as I'm sure you all know, puts a priority on green purchasing, and it's Executive Order 2001. And there's a link right to our green purchasing page, and it talks about the fact that one thing that we do at Department of Enterprise Services is we check all contracts that we're producing if there's a way to make a contract more green or make green available. So the janitorial contract is a perfect example. We were able to put on green contractors that were able to offer products that are less damaging to our environment, to people's health, and at a reasonable cost. Another one would be I help consult on the radio frequency identification contract, and some of the little nodes and the sensors and things that you put on, you can buy with recycled plastic and goods. It's not a huge amount, but we figure if it moves the dial, some things are definitely like when you buy a vehicle, we always look at their green. So that's another one. And then we have what's called a green purchasing guide. And it's an interactive guide. So you can actually put in anything that you're thinking of purchasing, and it'll tell you if there's a green contract and what things to look for, the laws, the policies, the certifications, and everything, if you care to, because that is a priority to many of our agencies across and public entities across the state. So that's another service the Department of Enterprise Services does. The other thing people don't realize is the Department of Enterprise Services, they maintain the fleet, but they also maintain the entire campus. So all the beautiful trails and the lakes and everything, that's part of surplus is part of DES. So we do a lot of different things. But any questions? I like my owl. So what questions do you have for me? Any? Hopefully that wasn't too arduous.
It was fantastic. Any questions for Julie?
So I had one question.
Sure.
One of the things, first of all, thank you for this presentation.
yeah.
It's very helpful. I was very much pleased to see how much focus you guys are placing on trying to get small businesses involved in the process. And that's something as a rural county, so I'm in Clallam County, that we struggle with getting our small businesses to participate in the bidding process. A lot of times, I think what I've heard time and time again is it's too complicated. We don't understand prevailing wage. We don't know how to, adhere and comply with all the requirements. And so a lot of our small businesses just quite frankly don't participate. And so it leads to us having to oftentimes, source contractors, that sort of thing, who are perhaps outside of county. So I was just curious, given your focus on trying to get at least 30% small businesses and veterans, it would be great to understand kind of what resources you guys are providing to get small businesses comfortable with how do I go about participating in doing business with with local government.
That's an exceptionally good question, because as I said, it's one thing to put them on contract, it's another thing to get them successful on contract. So we work very closely with all sorts of state I don't want to say agencies, state groups, like there's the diversity business owner. There's the new one that they changed the name to East now. There's Puget Sound Co-op, a small. There's ones in Spokane, but we now have a dedicated team that has really grown, and it's called the PIE team, Procurement, Inclusion, and Equity team. And they have their own, if you go to the DES site and you type in PIE, they have all their own pages. And I can tell you, even with mine, one thing that was very successful was they know that I lead the ITPS program. So they hosted 2 vendor meetings for small, veteran, and diverse vendors. And I had 250 at one and 200 at the other of different small vendors from across the state that attended, just to learn how they can be successful at getting IT contracts. Now, we do that with all different types of contracts, and we host now monthly meetings for them. We work with community groups in helping them write proposals and to get familiar with what prevailing wage is and how to deal. And as you know, we've had some vendors that have been mildly not happy, not your fault, about the new tax on professional services. So that's been a lot. But you know, we try to make them comfortable with all the changes and have resources, and there's lots of groups that work with them. And when we award, we also try to award so that we have small vendors that can reach out to all the different areas of the state, not just the corridor. I mean, or even Clark County, but east and the small and stuff like that. So we're working and working to try to build a network of small vendors who feel like they have a network and a resource of education to write these. And we have retired experts who help them write their bids and different things. We don't, because of course that would be not good because we're the ones putting out the bid. But we work very closely with agencies and groups like OMWB does an amazing job of helping us. So there's a lot of really good ones. And if you go to the PI site, it'll tell you all their resources. They have an entire team, and they have, like Ernesto on that team is out of Spokane. So he handles a lot of that. And we have ones in, I think there's, we have a couple on that team that live in Yakima. And then we have ones in the corridor in Clark. So we try to get it out, and we really try to encourage. And it does, the state budget doesn't help them right now, but we're trying to do all that we can, you know, because some projects have been put on hold. But we're trying to do our best to make them successful. Yeah, so that was a great question. I mean, you're right. You have to keep up. And that's why I built the dashboard, because I want to know, are they getting work? What are they getting? How are they doing it? You know, it's important. Yeah.
Any other questions for Julie?
So you will receive this, and it'll have, I don't know, 40 links. So just link away if you like. But thank you. I so
Julie,
appreciate being
thank
here.
you so much. This has been so useful, and
good.
you will be hearing from us.
Oh, good.
Thank you
I just
so
love working
much
with
for
you guys.
coming.
Oh, yeah.
Can we give Julie a round of applause?
Thank you.
What a great session.
Oh,
Thank
good. I'm so glad, because I do believe right now we need to work in community.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
we do. I agree. Okay, so folks, we are at 10:33. Let's come back at 10:40. Niles will be here to start talking with us. He has the beginning of a two-part session on fraud, and I think all of us really need to pay attention during this one. It's people are coming after us. So anyway, not doom and gloom, but anyway, have a nice break, and we'll see you back.
Oh, the turbo. Go back real quick. Well, yes, right there. Maybe I can do it. This is a lot of That's literally not a fly. Please, give it to me. I'm just gonna Snapchat. I told you
Is it funny? Is it funny? Are you laughing now? Am I going to amuse you? Isn't he like in the 80th or something?
Yeah, that's what I said. She goes, he needs to start eating more food. He's starting to waste away. I was like, oh, he's a monster. What do you
I don't
mean?
think she knows his age.
What do you mean he's wasting away? She thinks he needs to be chunkier.
Well, which 2-year-old is she comparing him to?
I know, right?
I don't think she remembers.
All right, she says the same thing about stage.
What's in the...
Sight words. The, that, this, a is for. I didn't know we just called sight words. A is for apple. Good job.
Oh, I gotta change these sheets. You know, I'm just gonna wipe this out.
Well, if he feels it, then he'll know.
What are you saying? You wanted him to wear this underwear?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're trying to tell me.
That's what I. No, you understand it.
That you wanted him to wear his underwear.
Yeah.
Oh. And you wanted me to change his sheets?
And because I want him to know that if he pees, I want him to feel it. Because if he feels it, maybe he'll hold it until he uses the potty. Sage, let's go outside. I need to use the potty. Oh, good job. Thank you. No way.
watch on YouTube.
No, 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 no. Sage, are you ready? Do I hear something funny? Done. Done. Okay. I put clothes on it.
Maybe we should tell the
Yeah.
they claim that their voices is not. That seems like an option more. Why do I have underwear here? Weird. There's weird dirt. Assuming they're dirty.
Okay, everybody, are we ready to go? Niles is back. Niles, thank you so much. Niles has not been staying here. He's been driving back and forth. I think he deserves a special hand for that. Awesome. I know, like big hand. Yes. Thank you so much, Niles. This is information that we truly need and we will all take home and learn from. Thank you.
And I'll come back tomorrow too if you need to. So yeah, I'll do everything for you guys. Good morning again, everybody, or good Thursday. Happy Thursday. I'm happy to talk to y'all for a couple hours this morning. I've got a back-to-back session to talk about fraud prevention and the role of internal controls in preventing all of those bad things that could happen with our resources that we're keeping track of at the county level. So. I got a question late yesterday about whether or not we're still doing those like team trainings, and it kind of threw me for a loop for doing fraud team trainings, and I didn't put the connection together that this course has been, again, I want to reiterate, a version of this, what I'm showing today, has been being done in regional workshops at individual counties around the state. And so if you have not been a part of one of those but would like to host, we've been finding that partnering with a county and setting up a space where we can come and train on internal controls and fraud prevention, not just for your staff, but for your juniors, for your cities, for everybody in the region that we want to share these concepts with. We'd love to work with you and set up a time to do that. They run about 3 hours. This is just an abbreviated version of that today, so you can get a little taste for it. Every audit that you guys are engaged in, auditors are always going to come in and ask you first about your control system. And so maybe you haven't made the connection as to why or what this greater concept of internal controls is meant to do. So let's kind of talk about that. Again, I come from this team on the far left of the org chart here at the State Auditor's Office called the Center for Government Innovation. We're split from the audit side of the house, and we just provide training and resources to support local governments in the state. I talked a lot about yesterday all of the actual published resources, our guides, our best practices, etc. All of those are based on providing you internal control strategies, policy strategies, things to consider. And so a lot of what I'm going to talk about today does come from that content, because we do believe that every single one of these financial processes, from AP to payroll to travel and expense reimbursement, credit cards, each one of those has its own specific flavor of internal control that is meaningful to preventing fraud or preventing mistakes or anything else that you just don't want out of your processes. This version is that I use it in rooms of folks like you is a little bit different. In fact, in that yesterday when Heidi was talking about one of the big goals of getting people together in a room like this is to share with one another. And so we're going to have a few opportunities today to do that. And I'm going to ask you some questions. And I just hope that you guys have responses to those, ask questions of people across the room, because y'all know more than we do about the hands-on work and the intricacies of your individual processes than our audit staff will ever know. You work with them every single day, and so what we want to do is just provide an opportunity for you to share a little bit about how specifically you accomplish these tasks, while I talk about the theory and the concept and some of the practicality around that. So I hope that you're able to share a little bit today. We had really good questions yesterday about how do I do this, or how does another county handle this? That's exactly the type of questions that I want answered in this room over the next 2 hours. All right, so when I was even more of a youngin' at SAO, and I started about 12, 13 years ago, we all as auditors and audit staff had to go to a training, and that training was all about what is internal control? Like, what are we doing as auditors? What are we looking for? How do we, get this perspective on a government in how it's accomplishing its goals? And I'm going to talk a little bit about the sources of internal control, where you can go for more technical background on the subject. But there was one phrase that really stuck with me about internal control that made me understand it, and I still carry it with me today. This was the phrase, is that internal controls help you get what you want. It's as simple as that. You can apply this to your county. You can apply it to your personal life. You can apply it to other objectives and other jobs or activities that you're doing. But internal controls are just this thing that you do to get what you want. So you want to take it at a very basic level. Y'all woke up this morning. How did you do that? You probably set an alarm, right? Some of you probably set 2 or 3 alarms, right? Those go off for about two hours, right? And you just keep hitting snooze. But you set them because you know the risk of not waking up in the morning and getting going when you need to. That's a control activity that you're all doing every single day. And so when you think about this applied, obviously at your work, it's a little bit more complicated but that phrase really stuck with me about what are these things and why are we doing them? We're doing them to achieve objectives and to get what we want out of our team, out of ourselves, out of our county, etc. So what are things that the counties want? What are you trying to achieve? This is an open question. I hear efficiency, okay? Safeguarding of assets.
Clean audits.
Clean audits, absolutely. Accuracy. Assigned responsibility. Perfect. These are things that I came up with, and I heard some of those here today. So comply with state laws, comply with regulations, comply with county policy, those things that we set. Allow for efficient use of county services or business operations. Make sure that public funds are being used appropriately. Educate staff, avoid confusion. These are all things that you're trying to achieve. You're setting these goals either at the highest level of government or at your department level. And so how do we do that? We create a system of what we call internal control to help you achieve these things. That's the basis of an internal control. It was funny yesterday when we were talking about bringing these workshops to your county to train people. You're like, well, I want people from other departments to come. I 3 weeks ago was at a water operators conference filled with staff that manage wastewater systems. These are not finance staff, but I did tell them how fun finance conferences are. And I said, this one's fun too, but I talk a lot about internal controls at these finance groups. And it was really exciting for me to talk about internal controls with wastewater system operators. I had a gentleman come up after that said, wow, I walk away today knowing that I'm doing internal controls. Like, I didn't know that all those things that I was doing, right? Safety testing, filling out the checklists after they repair something or perform some sort of service. I didn't know that that's what I was doing. And so all we're doing is trying to make that connection with us and our staff and everybody else involved, that those little things that we do every day, they're doing big things. They're helping us achieve these big things. So here's some of those sources that internal controls, for the most part, when you hear our office talking about them, they're going to come from these two places. So either COSO or the GAO. And we, as an office, more heavily rely on the GAO, especially for training. The left, a little bit more comprehensive, a little bit more expensive. The book on the right, a little bit more simple, free. So you can pick. I'm not here to sell either one of these. But I'm going to talk about the free one a little bit because that one is one that you can access right away. If you go to GAO, just search Green Book. It's called that because the paper is green that it's printed on. If you print it out, it's all the images you can see are green, and so that's the Green Book. So it is still, it's a technical handbook. So what I like about this version of it, the Green Book, is it's only about 60 pages, and a lot of those pages are pictures. Again, another win for people like me who don't like a ton of technical reading every day. And so the pictures really help me. And so I'm just going to share a couple of pictures here that break down internal controls and what the concept is. But again, this framework is just based on different activities and different layers that are applied throughout your government, your county, to achieve those higher objectives. And so at the highest level, you have your policies. Under that, you have your written documentation, your process, the kind of framework of how you're going to achieve something. And at the bottom, at the core of it, are the activities, which I think a lot of us think of is that's internal control. It's the checklist, it's the review, it's the individual steps. That's what we just call control activities. Control activities are the day-to-day things that you do, but they're supported by these bigger frameworks that have to be set up. You can't just tell somebody to go do something without having some sort of background as to why are we doing that? Have we thought about whether or not this is effective or not? Are we reviewing to make sure that what you're doing is actually saving us any time or effort or mistakes, etc.? So it's still supported by this bigger thing. Here's an even cooler picture. Anybody here Rubik's Cube? Really? No? Okay, cool. Well, that's awesome. I take a look at it and it stresses me out. I don't know. Not having it perfect on all sides just bugs me, and I don't know how to fix it, so I don't even look at them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or take off the stickers and rearrange it. Yeah, that's my type of problem solving right there. So here's a cool diagram, and again, it just shows that there's levels to the internal control framework. And what's really nice is at the end of that 60 pages, if you read through here, all these things will become clear. But if I had to summarize this in as short a way as possible, is that you have different objectives, either operational, you have your reporting objectives, and then you want to comply with things. We have these giant categories of what your county wants to achieve. We obviously have those at different levels within your organization, and that's on the right side. So you have it at the operating unit, you have it at like the departmental unit, and then you have it as an entity-wide objective. And then there's the layers of the actual internal control system. So you have your environment, and that's your culture. You got to have a strong culture of internal controls for people to care about you fulfilling those things. A lot of times when we see fraud, mistakes being happening frequently within an organization, A lot of times it's because people don't seem to care about making sure that these things are being carried out. Obviously, if nobody's looking, there's no training, there's no emphasis, folks aren't going to do it, right? You have your risk assessment. That's something that gets conducted to make sure that we're measuring the right objectives and we're trying to tackle them in the ways that we should be, right? Are we implementing the activities across the risky areas that we want to, because we can't do it all. Your control activities, again, those are the individual things that you're doing on a daily basis. We have information and communication. That's just how we're sharing the, whether it be training, whether it be sharing information on how effective our system is working across and up and down our county. And finally, monitoring. That's what it sounds like. That's just making sure that we're checking that this thing is successful. So again, really cool diagram. I think it's a cool concept. The green book just goes into defining each one of those a little bit more than I just did in 2 minutes. All right, another book that's pretty cool. This gets issued every 2 years. It's put out by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, and it's called A Report to the Nations, and it talks about a summary of occupational fraud over the last 2-year period when they published this. Occupational fraud is fraud committed by folks that work with us. So unlike fraud that's perpetrated by somebody outside, somebody stealing stuff from us, whatnot, occupational fraud is that it's us in the room, we work here and we're taking from our own. That breaks down the core reasons, weaknesses, things that they find about occupational fraud, as well as trends that they're seeing. When they're talking about the reason that fraud occurs, occupational fraud occurs, they break it down a little bit like this. So 32% of frauds that are committed are due to a lack of internal controls. That just means that there is no controls or they're weak controls. And then override of existing controls takes up another 19%. Override just means that we have things in place, but somebody can just skip that step and nobody notices. Or maybe it's a manager or supervisor that says, yeah, I can approve my own things. I can sign that. You don't need to worry about that. We can skip that step, whatever it may be. So just those two, weak controls, non-existent controls, account for half of frauds. So we talked about the importance of internal controls. Guess what? This is why, because having controls or having controls that cannot be overridden save us about half the time. So we constantly talk as an office and as a government community about internal controls because we want to just break through, over half of those frauds from being able to occur. These other things, lack of management review, so that's that monitoring or management involvement, making sure that our controls are being carried out the way they should. And finally, a little bit that 1 in 10, poor tone at the top, that's culture. 1 in 10 frauds occur because seems like this entity, this organization just doesn't seem to care. That was the primary reason that fraud was able to occur. Oh, that came up really quick. So you already see the answer up here. External audits detect the most frauds? No. We as an office are not in the best position to identify fraud. We try really hard and we feel like we're getting better just as a community, as a practice. But 43% of the frauds that are identified do happen because somebody sees something or notices something. External audit only catches about 3%. And that comes from the book. I don't know what it's like in Washington, but that comes from that report. Just overall, only 3% of frauds are identified by us. So do not wait for us to come out and expect that we're going to find that thing that's wrong. Again, why internal controls exist. You have a strong set of internal controls, that review or that reconciliation that should be happening monthly. Guess what? You should find something that goes wrong pretty quickly if you have something routine set up. All right, so how do we prevent some of these things from happening? We talk about culture. We need to establish this like fraud culture or a fraud policy. We need to be teaching staff and giving them examples of the things that have happened. We come out and we are, as an office, are not afraid to share the bad things that have gone wrong. And people are like, well, you're giving away the playbook, right? You're telling all of us how to commit fraud in here. What are you guys doing? And that, I guess that's technically true. But we're also sharing the ways that it happens so that you can prevent it from happening in the future. We had the discussion about all these fraudsters that are, external fraudsters that are trying to trick us into manipulating our records and changing our bank account information, right? They're getting more sophisticated, more sophisticated. I'm a true believer that yes, all those folks are getting more sophisticated. We see really creative fraudsters committing fraud, but I believe that the same old controls that we've been using are effective. Most of the time, when fraud occurs or when a bad actor is able to trick you, it's because some other internal control wasn't in place or has failed, right? We didn't have good segregation of duties and somebody was able to change that bank account information. We didn't rotate duties and found that somebody was using leave infinitely and was cashing those out because they were able to change it in the system, and we didn't check for it. We didn't review an audit report. So again, we have to teach people what can happen and share what can happen. A great example is all y'all being in this room and hearing about this type of stuff so you can go back and start to think about it differently when you get back home. Obviously, another big thing in here is allowing staff a way to report things that they don't see that are right. Have an anonymous way, have some sort of support organizationally to see it. Say if you see something or notice something that's not being carried out the way it is, whether it's intentional control or just something seems fishy, you got to allow staff the freedom and the comfort and the confidence to be able to report that so that you can catch it. Obviously, fraud isn't a very happy thing when it happens. Nobody likes their name in the newspaper. Nobody likes their government's name in the news. But it's, again, we catch that sooner. That number that gets reported in the newspaper could be a lot smaller than millions if you let it go on and on and on. So you got to have people a way to report it. And I talked about having that culture. We just got to create an environment. Like I said, 1 in 10 are just due to being a poor culture. So support folks is mindset that we don't want fraud, which is the worst, but we also don't want mistakes. We also don't want inefficiencies, all those other things that come with just a lack of internal controls. All right. How many familiar with this pretty picture? I got a lot of pictures in this PowerPoint. All right. So there's a couple of, I think there's another one. There's like a square or a cube. We like the triangle. It's pretty simple. It's only got 3 concepts instead of 4 or 6. So we share it. And so this whole concept of the fraud triangle is that when fraud occurs, these 3 things generally must be present. First, a fraudster has to be able or tends to be able to rationalize the thing that they're doing is okay. So it could be me. My rationalization could be that, hey, I'm a taxpayer. This is my money. I work really hard and I deserve a little bit more. So it's okay if I take a little bit off the top. Doesn't sound right, but again, their ability to rationalize it has to be there. They also have to have some pressure. Obviously, a pressure is just innate in our society. Our society is built on wanting and needing and striving for more money. We've got rising costs. Healthcare is expensive, whatever it may be. Maybe we want to keep up with others in our community. So we feel pressure on ourselves to want and need more resources. That creates a pressure to take or to take advantage of something. And so there has to be this pressure on somebody to commit fraud. And finally, there's got to be opportunity. There's got to be actually access for somebody to come in and take advantage of your system and take those resources. So which component do counties have control over? Yep, that's exactly right. Opportunity was the consensus in the crowd. I could think that I'm just borrowing some money. I'm going to pay it back once I make this mortgage payment or I make my car payment. You're not going to lose it forever. I can feel this pressure that I'm just in over my head. I've got family that's sick. I've been trying to help out, and it's really tough, right? But if I don't have the opportunity, I cannot act on those pressures and rationalizations. Those other 2 things are human nature. We want to stop that from becoming a thing. I don't think I have it in here, and if I do, I'll cover it in a slide or 2. But what percentage of fraudsters do you think are first-time criminal offenders? I hear high a lot. Anybody willing to take a number percentage guess? 70%? What did I hear? 90%? 80? All great guesses. Those are all good numbers. It's about 98%. Yeah, so these aren't criminals that are committing fraud most of the time. So the way that I try to spin this too, and I want to make you feel this in the room, right? I'm getting kind of deep with you all, and I like doing that. But I don't want my neighbor, my coworker, whoever it may be, to fall into the trap where they've led a good life, they've committed no, major issues, they're a good worker, but they're feeling forced to do something bad, and then we've allowed them to do that. I want to save that coworker from making the first big mistake of their life, right? And then all the undue things that come from that to the county's reputation and et cetera. All that just comes afterwards. But my big thing is let's protect our coworkers, let's protect everybody that we work with, because they're not criminals most of the time that are committing these things. They just feel that pressure, they feel rationalized, and they take advantage of it. So we got to break that opportunity. And we do that, again, through strong internal controls. We have some, basically I'm going to put them in two different camps. Oh, maybe here's another fun statistic before I move on to this. Which percentage of, I guess that would make sense if it was 98, but there's about 1% of the fraudsters which are rehired again and commit fraud again. So background checks and hiring process, also a really important thing to make sure you're not also hiring a fraudster again. Just, I'm not talking about hiring policies in this training, but I thought that was also an interesting statistic that fraudsters also tend to commit sometimes again. So just be aware of that. So I'm going to break down internal controls into kind of two camps, preventative and detective. And preventative controls, hence the word, are going to stop these mistakes, fraud, whatever it may be, from happening in the first place. They help us up front. And then we have detective controls, which are down in this magnifying glass section, which help us on the back end. And generally we want a balance of two. And sometimes in a given process or a given department or a given team, a given government, we might not have the staff, or it just may not make sense to have like all preventative controls to just stop it from happening. And then we are going to do no monitoring on the back end. Sometimes government may be small, or a process may have only one or two people to assist with. You may see the trend of, well, we can only do a few preventative controls because we don't have a ton of people involved, but we're going to spend a lot of time on the back end monitoring, reviewing audit reports, reviewing system reports that get printed out, exception reports, things like that, just to make sure that we're not still falling into these traps, getting people opportunity. So I say it takes balance. Internal control system with very strong preventative controls means detective controls aren't necessary. Yeah, no. I think people feel, and I think it may be slightly true, that preventative controls, they feel like they have more weight. Obviously, stopping something from happening feels better than catching something that's already happened, obviously, but you want that balance of the two. Nobody's perfect. Control systems aren't always perfect. And so having those checks and catches layers is important. So we say that both are important. And again, every process may be a little bit different. So let's talk about some of the preventative controls, written policies, and required training. We have the segregation of duties guide. We actually just, I think today or yesterday, published the second edition of this. This is our most used resource on SAO's website. It is a guide that goes through every financial process that y'all are engaged with, from cash receipting to payroll to AP to grant management to contracting and purchasing and inventory, whatever it may be. And we go through and break down what the ideal scenario is and which duties you should segregate out in those processes to have an effective system. We also go further to show, if you can't do that, what are some strategies and tactics to accommodate for the lack of segregation of duties. So golden rule number 3 in this guide, it tells us to document the controls you put in place. We talk about culture, building culture. We need strong training. We need people to be able to follow the policies and procedures we've laid out. It has to start with writing down those policies and procedures so that people can follow them. Be consistent with it. your monitoring on the back end and reviewing reports and reviewing reconciliations is only going to be as good as the consistency on the front end of getting that information to that point. So we want all of our expectations for employees, all the processes they're supposed to follow, written out. So create those desk manuals, create good policies, and then have people read them and verify that they've done it. So the policies and procedures talk about what needs to be done. The training provides why. And again, it's nice in a room like this where I can talk about like why this is important because I can share those bad examples. Your training should too. The why really connects to people. Oh, I get it. This box that I check and then sign at the bottom of the sheet isn't just for me to do the activity. Like I actually know what I'm looking for now and why I'm actually reviewing this thing. So you have to tell people why they're doing it for them to be good at that process. And then finally, at the end of all this, we want to make sure that employees are signing and certifying that they took the training. This is kind of like the back end accountability for y'all, that if something goes wrong, now you can follow up with those employees that might not have carried out the process or done it incorrectly to either say, hey, I see that you signed that you took the training. Do you need to take it again? What do we need to do to get you to feel like you can do this thing appropriately and consistently so that we can get the objectives that we want out of this? So we do policy reviews and trainings every year. We do it annually. Anything that's been updated or changed, we're required as an office to go through and read those policies and check the box that we've done so that, again, there's some accountability should something fall through. All right. So like I said yesterday, the big S word, segregation of duties. Next topic here. How would you all define it? Who's brave enough to take a swing at the formal definition of segregation of duties? What does it mean to you? Maybe that's a more...
I would say one process is not done by one person. It's done by 2 or 3 or 4 people. Mm-hmm. So they each have a piece of it.
Mm-hmm. Y'all think that's pretty good? Yeah, I'd say that's about as clear without reading from a textbook what segregation of duties is. What segregation of duties is. One person shouldn't have total control of a single financial or operational process. That's it. No one person is responsible for an entire business transaction from beginning to end. Good job. Everybody give a round of applause. That was fantastic. So here's what it looks like in a wheel, in a wagon wheel format. And if we break down like what a financial process is or what a process looks like, segregation of duties will normally talk about it in these 4 categories. So one person shouldn't have the ability to authorize a transaction or a type of transaction or a write-off or an adjustment, right? That approver process shouldn't be the same person that has custody of the transaction itself, is either taking cash, handling cash, processing payment, things like that. Is also the same person that shouldn't be able to record it in a financial system and make changes to that entry, which also shouldn't be the same person who at the very end is the one to sign off that everything looks good, right, and was done correctly. And this can be applied to any of those processes I talked about earlier. It could be applied to inventory. It can be applied to payroll. It can be applied to any number of financial processes. Every step is going to have these types of roles and responsibilities, or they should, and no one person should be able to do this whole thing. Ideally, in a perfect world, we would have 4 or 5 people involved in this wheel. It's not always going to happen, and that's where we implement more monitoring on the back end, or we implement more review or audits of ourselves to make sure that if somebody does have the ability to authorize a transaction and they're also the person who has to reconcile it at the end, what's the risk there? Do we provide some sort of printout to somebody at the very end that shows all of the approvals or adjustments that were made just to make sure that they were supported, right? What can we do to help us protect ourselves if one person is doing too many of these roles? All right, and I will go back into segregation of duties for each one of the processes, but we'll go on to our detective controls now, which is monitoring and review, internal review or internal audits of things that have happened. So segregation of duties and monitoring review are going to achieve the same objective. Thoughts on that statement? And it could just be a difference in the colors here. Yeah. Yeah, so the comment was, just as we don't, through our audits, detect all of the fraud or control system can detect all of the mistakes or things that are made, there's got to be a reason that we do some sort of review on the back end for that. So I say no, again, for that same reasoning. Segregation of duties is meant to effectively stop someone from doing something before that expense or that payment happens or that recording happens, right? We're going to separate those out, and then monitoring is to ID if that doesn't work. There's a question or comment? Yeah.
That's loud. I was just going to comment that it's a good example of the difference between a detective versus a preventative control there, where segregation of duties is most likely going to prevent something from happening, where after the fact, the monitoring, the review is going to, after it occurs often.
All right. So, like I said, it's a balancing act. We have to do a little bit of both, and that's the balance. And I mean, that's where when I talk about at the very beginning the bigger framework of internal control and the idea of a risk assessment and the bigger idea of monitoring the system as a whole. Folks at the leadership level, folks at the management level, because management is responsible for the implementation of these controls and the control systems, which I think are a lot of you in this room, are also responsible for measuring the effectiveness of those controls and reporting that information up and down to the people that need it. So things change. You get a new employee that's inserted into the middle of an accounts payable process. Maybe that new employee has to shift some of their roles temporarily because they're just learning. So somebody's taking on some extra steps, right? All these processes are constantly being tested because of small changes in our environment, both in our control and outside of our control. We were talking about how do we go from paper to digital? How do we, we're starting to do more, paperless transactions. That's going to test your processes. You guys are, succumbing to a lot of changes in our environment. And so we need to consistently review how this balancing act is working. Should we make changes to it? All right, I think, let's see, 11:20 is our break. Is that right, Heidi?
Started a little bit late, so we were going to give you another 10 minutes or so, but
Okay.
if you're ready, if this is a good stopping point, we could get back on time and take a break as well.
Let's
What
do that,
it's-
'cause this is a good transition, Mark. Yeah.
Okay, so Heidi and I were talking, we were running a little bit late. If you guys could keep your break time to 5 minutes, if you can, not go far, get us back on track and come back for more of Niles for part 2.
We don't want to miss a minute of Niles' presentation, so learning.
Boy, 5 minutes goes by pretty fast, guys. If you could find your seats, we'll get started again, ensuring we can eat lunch on time.
All right. Thanks for taking the quick break. Get back to it. I heard lunch is right after this, so I'm going to do my best to get us as close to that as possible, so y'all can get some good food. So let's jump into the individual areas and what can go wrong in all of these different financial processes. And before I jump into the individual processes, I do want to talk about just the monitoring or the reviews that take place. We've seen it several fraud reports that got issued over the last 2 years or so in Washington that we issued happen because there is no management involvement in the control process. So that lack of review word, that phrase, comes up again and again and again and again in our fraud reports recently. And I know this is probably gonna be like, well, we do a pretty good job at this, but this is where our SPDs and our districts struggle a little bit, is getting management involved in reviewing processes. Obviously, it's not your responsibility to train them, and that's why we do our best effort to get out there to the government type associations and reach out to those districts. But we know it's tough, and there's still an important role for management to play in the internal control process. So these are just some headlines that were pulled, for entities that got caught without that review process in place, and what things can go wrong. So let's talk about those things. So first, without if there's no monitoring review on employees, we sort of put this trap in place, or this is what happens, a syndrome, and it's the trusted employee syndrome. Happens a lot, especially at the smaller districts. It happens in cities where you have a long-term or a very technically adept employee that does a core role, and they're good at it. They're confident with it. They're able to talk about it. And when there's no review in place, a lot of trust gets put in that employee to do the right thing without any oversight. But again, what happens is if we're placing too much trust in a person instead of the process, something can go unnoticed for a really long time. And a lot of our frauds that we've noticed, this is what happens, is a finance director, a clerk, whoever it may be, is able to commit fraud continuously over and over again because they're trusted, nobody's doing those controls or checks, they knew what they were doing, they've been here for 20 years, etc. That fraud report, actually, the ACFE green fraud report that I mentioned, is a couple of statistics from. Obviously, there's a trend in both how long a fraud goes on to the cost of that fraud. Obviously, the longer you let it go on, the more expensive it gets. Usually in a shape like this, right? Starts out small and then taking more and more and more. But also long-term employees are more costly in frauds than short-term employees because of this syndrome. They're trusted more. They're able to get away with it for longer and take larger amounts because they have control over their process and without any visibility into it. That's just what happens sometimes. So I've got a couple of examples in here. So abuse of position is another word for it. The fraudster abuses their responsibilities to the position to manipulate transactions to obtain personal information. Usually this is the person that has the ability to cut checks, also is the person who reconciles the bank statements. Maybe they're also the signer on the bank account. So they pretty much got control over all of that single financial process. Here's just an example. This is a fraud report that we issued in July of 2024. An employee set up 4 different businesses registered in the employee's name and home address. No supporting records were present that showed that any business activity actually occurred. The employee designated a credit card custodian and the only one who could access the account online. So they were the sole person who had responsibility over, establishing a credit card and who could access the statements online. Obviously, in this situation, because we're talking about abuse of position, the elected officials at this government never saw credit card statements. That's not something they reviewed or signed off on. And the employee was also purchasing a number of gift cards for personal cell phone expenses, things like that. So this occurred, again, employee was able to set up a vendor, pay that vendor. That vendor was themselves, and took $900,000 worth of funds from this government. Another one, a school district, a music instructor used district facilities for their own personal music productions. Apparently this person is really into music. Collected student participation fees and ticket sales and then just deposited them into their own account. So a receipting process where they had control and responsibility of taking funds from students, supposed to be depositing them. Obviously, nobody is reconciling or checking that those deposits were being made. This one was found via anonymous tip, but this person, music instructor for the school district, took about $22,000 from students that were meant to go to the student fund. So again, multiple examples of just not having a management or somebody else involved in making sure that a transaction is fully carried out. It should be in question. We want to hire trusted people. We want to trust our staff, but we also, again, if I want to, the most innocent thing is we make mistakes. We want some system in there to catch when something that should be happening isn't happening the way it must be. Okay, so we talk about how to prevent this. Again, monitoring review, we should really understand all of our streams of revenue and making sure, that we're not just treating the cash receipting process as one just giant overall process, or not treating the AP process as just one big overall process and writing one set of policies for it. We want to really be able to know, the individual streams of money in and out, and how, that's part of that risk assessment, and how we're handling those that are higher risk. In, let's say, that school district scenario, I'd probably call it higher risk if a teacher is allowed to take cash from students, right? Cash is inherently risky, but also they're taking this where there's no, they're not opening it in a lit room with cameras, or, opening it with two people. They're just taking cash directly from individuals. And who's to say, without any monitoring, if that gets to the destination it's supposed to. Reconciliations are also a big part of this. We should be, when we talk about cash receipting, we should have management involved in, this more of a treasurer's office thing, but management really checking in on whether the amount of cash that we should be receiving is making it into the system, is not being adjusted. What do those write-offs look like? What do customer account adjustments look like, etc. All right. I'm going to go past this and go to the next section. Actually, this will be a good little transition here. So just some warning signs from the trusted employee syndrome, or the trap that you can fall into. We see this often with fraudsters, folks who are just really hard workers and never take vacation. We see that lack of rotation of duties, or wanting other people to step in and fill their work, as being a red flag. Again, it's not a cause, but we do see it pop up in fraudsters. Unwillingness to share duties. They don't want anybody else looking. Working at strange times, so they're always coming in Fridays, like after hours, to do something because they forgot, or they just need to do it at that time. Normally a red flag. Living beyond their means. If y'all remember that documentary that was filmed about the all the Queen's horses. Yeah. Finance director of a typical town that had hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars worth of racehorses and equipment and everything else, right? How does that happen? Or folks that are experiencing financial difficulties. Again, that's that pressure and rationalization that might pop up. We're trying to protect people. All right, so standardized reports and forms. I hope y'all are using these internally as your software allows for. We don't like to see, even though I do still hear it, and it's not the worst thing, but working out of things like Excel or customized reports, or say there's a process where, sometimes it's submitted in one format, but the next week it's printed out from a different report or something. We want consistent use of forms, receipts, reimbursement forms, reconciliation documentation. The more consistent we can make it, the easier it makes it for the person doing monitoring review to catch mistakes or differences, right? If I have to stare at the same bank statement or credit card statement every single month or every 2 weeks, and I'm doing this reconciliation, I'm probably going to notice when like the font changes all of a sudden, or the total's on a different page than it normally is, and it looks just a little bit strange. We're creatures of habit and pattern. And so the easiest way to catch when a pattern doesn't make sense is consistently seeing the pattern over and over again. So that's why we issued pre-numbered receipts, so we can identify when things are out of order. That's why our timesheets for certain employees should always be consistent in the same format. Same thing with documented reconciliations, reimbursement requests, travel requests. All those should come in this exact same way every single time. And when you see one employee or a department constantly going around that, or submitting something that they say, oh, this is just easier for me to do it this way, or accept it this one time and I'll use the form next time. You should be able to push back on that and point to a policy or process, because that's when, again, they're trying to go around that control system. Fraudsters often alter physical documents. Why I talk about consistency is so important. They alter them. They create fake electronic documents. Obviously, the technology, it's getting easier and easier to do this. So the more that we can, find ways to, let's say it's a bank statement or credit card statement, download a fresh copy. You should have somebody who's able to go to that portal. If you're doing the reconciliation, download a fresh copy of the credit card statement, make sure it matches the one that they gave you, or just use that one to do the reconciliation. There's always ways to strategies to go around somebody wanting to manipulate records and go around fraud that way. All right, and finally, developing expectations. That's just an overall theme of this whole presentation. We want to make sure that people know what we're expecting of them. All right, so let's jump into the little themed areas that I set up for us all today. We're going to start with payroll. Here's some more highlights of things that we've seen in our fraud reports, in the newspapers, et cetera, as it relates to payroll. The segregation of duty cycle for payroll looks a little bit like this. So the same person that has the ability to approve buyouts, approve adjustments, approve amount of hours that somebody should be working or not working. Maybe it's approvals for overtime or whatever that may be, if that's required ahead of time. Should not also be the same person that has custody of payroll information. So that could be adding and deleting and editing information in the personnel system. Who is also not the person who is recording and documenting the actual hours that are being processed, et cetera. Who should also not be the same person that is reviewing the support. Just making sure that, again, all the authorizations, all the modifications, all of the information entered matches themselves. That's the person at the end that's going to check to make sure all the stuff lines up. Approvals were there, signatures were there, numbers tie out, support is backed up by it. Boom, we're sitting pretty. All right, so here's some things that we've seen go wrong with payroll. First thing that we, often find with payroll in the fraud world is just falsifying wages. Folks for getting paid for hours they don't work. Maybe they're adjusting hours to more than they're scheduled. Obviously overtime can be abused in this way. Employees are just adding or modifying, again, their timesheets at will, taking advantage of draws, or if they have the ability to change those in the system, that's even more risky. There's a city in 2022, a police officer was paid for 28 days that he did not work. They were on vacation, but still were recording time in the work schedule program, and nobody identified that during the reconciliation or approval process. Another city, 2023, let me see. Some employees were found working as full-time in more than one agency. So we've been seeing that pop up as part of COVID. They have some remote workers or contracted or, workers that are not always in the office. And those people were found after some investigation to have been also working for other entities. That specific city had about $12,000 in payroll before they identified that this person was working 2 jobs. Unearned benefits. So another one that I've seen personally in fraud was, again, they're getting payouts for benefits, or they're adjusting their leave when they haven't taken that leave or earned that leave. So this is maybe somebody who has access to, again, the payroll system. I've seen it in a city with a court treasurer has the admin access to the payroll system. They went in there, adjust their leave hours up, take that leave, adjust it up, process some payouts, adjust it up consistently over and over. Again, normally you're like, wouldn't somebody notice that? Not in that trusted employee situation where you don't have somebody reviewing the change exception reports. You don't have somebody that's required to approve those changes ahead of time and review for those changes, etc. So this happened, unearned benefits happened in one fraud report in 2020. A fire chief prepared and submitted the district's payroll to the county, including his own with no review. 1,700 hours of vacation that hadn't been earned, and overtime he was eligible for was logged. This was detected finally when a district commissioner questioned a employee reimbursement that was requested, and they found that over this several years, the employee had taken multiple large vacation buyouts and multiple overtime payment for about $105,000. So again, you have somebody just consistently submitting requests, and without that check for, is this request supported? Did it get approved? Or is it just that, sure, I'll sign it as it goes across my desk, These things happen. All right, the next one for payroll is ghost employees. And so this happens obviously when payroll is being processed for people who no longer exist or never existed within the county. Obviously, our control to correct that would be adequate segregation of duties over who has access to adding and deleting employees, or reviewing logs of added or new employees for support that employee actually exists. School District 2021 supervisors were trained on the registration process for new employees, but didn't notify HR when somebody departed the district. District continued to deposit payroll for 10 months to an employee that no longer worked there. The department didn't provide any sort of review, it didn't have any review process to catch when employees departed the school district. That was about $40,000. Another fire district, 2022. There were payroll payments and contracts that were ended after this person left. This was a nepotism situation where another person above this employee was related to them, never notified that they left, and about $70,000 was processed in payroll after this person had left. But we also see this just happen again. If somebody has access to the system, they can create duplication of themselves and get that payroll processed. Again, if there's not adequate support or review of that support when it goes into the system. So how do we stop it? We need to limit access, first of all, to the system that allows the modification to payroll information. That stops a lot of these scenarios that I already talked about. Proper system user rights, unique IDs and passwords. Again, in the fraud that I helped uncover about a decade ago, they were still using just the admin password to log in. That was just known that was how you get into the payroll system. Clerk treasurer had complete ability to go in there and make changes because they were one of two people that worked there, so they were trusted to add new employees, remove employees, etc.
$20 an hour.
Just some good cyber hygiene things. Make sure that there's auto log offs for computers and things like that, so that nobody can jump in there and hop on a computer if somebody leaves for lunch or something.
The same price, or say to go.
Another thing, again, on the monitoring or the detective side, you should be looking at data over time as just a general audit. We talked about reviewing trends yesterday of your finances. You can review trends in employee payroll information. Is there any that are going up without proper documentation, or maybe somebody who started at one salary and just more often than you would expect, they're getting paid more and more over time. Something to look into. Employee classes that generally wouldn't be allowed for overtime or for increases are for some reason. You can set up some good Excel audits of your data by dumping it in there and doing some percentage change and just trying to graph it over time to see if anything looks unusual. And then the wild card variable here is just that if you get a reviewer in place that's supposed to review new additions to employees, right? There is a segregation of duties step where somebody has to review, that they have a correct, W-9 and they have a driver's license that's been scanned or whatever you require to enter a new employee for payroll. Do they know what they're checking for, right? Are you teaching these people what the review is for and what can happen if it goes wrong? So we do have a payroll guide, just FYI. It covers all of the leadership, management, payroll staff, and reviewers in this guide for what we would expect to happen. And so here's just a couple questions for y'all to start the discussion is, for your own payroll and timekeeping process, y'all use one single system. How do you have this set up? Are there some classes of employees that you have set up using different timesheets or different ways they log it? What's your situation at your individual county, if anybody wants to share?
Yeah, we use some different departments use different layouts. Some will use like an elapsed time, and then some will use a punch in and punch out is one of the main differences that we'll use.
Anybody else separating timekeeping processes by individual department or employee class? You all using just one single method?
We use some on our financial system. They enter their time there, and then some of them still are using.
If they're just going to be naked, do you want me
goes to
to
their
close the
department
blinds?
and then comes to our office for audit or civil for audit. So we're using two systems.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason behind this question is, one of the best practices to, it shouldn't just be all the same if you've got different needs for those departments or employees. So, on one hand, it may seem strange carving out those exceptions, but as long as those exceptions are consistent for the employee class, again, what we're trying to create is a consistent way for somebody to review for that type of employee. So if an employee is needing to punch in and log exact hours or overtime hours, we'd expect a system that allows you then to review for that, or for somebody to be able to review that adequately to then process that payroll payment. We don't want to set up a system where it doesn't work for some employees and they have to go around or add paper notes to additional pay that needs to be paid out or verified, right? County should have a system set up for each individual class or role or whatever that you may need to in order to perform an effective review of that time entered. So do y'all, one more question, then we'll move on to the next section is, do y'all find in the payroll process, any of you are struggling with like one of those steps for that you're trying to segregate, whether it be I process payroll, but I also have the ability to change employee information, and I don't know how that's otherwise supposed to be. Is anybody finding anything difficult that you'd like to ask or a question?
I'm looking forward to having Kaiser fix his circumcision.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident with your payroll.
I'm a little worried about it.
Yeah, me too.
Or overwhelmed.
Yeah.
We'll probably think of all the questions a little bit later.
Yeah.
Jack had an erection.
How do you make your department heads realize how important it is to pay attention to what they're signing off on?
And it's really red underneath.
I'm worried about they're getting a yeast infection over there.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to take a razor blade and slit
I'll
it open.
piggyback off that as well. When you were talking for one example for like the ghost employees from a payroll perspective, with payroll being a group activity, payroll does the processing, and I'm brainstorming and can't think of anything on what would be a mechanism payroll specifically could have on how to prevent a ghost employee, right? And I don't know if anybody can think of anything.
So,
I can't for that specifically, other than relying on the departments to be accurate.
In 2 weeks, he goes in for consult.
Yeah, so what I would say, if anybody has a good strategy that they're using, other than an effective, when an employee gets entered, there's some triggering mechanism that somebody, if somebody's entering that information in, it needs to be approved before it's recorded. So somebody has to submit a form and some documentation. Another person enters that information in and verifies it. Obviously, that's a good separation of duties for entering information into the system. If you don't have that, one thing that I'm sure any of you have the ability to do is when you're doing those trends, every year ID when a new employee has started, and just at the end of the year making sure that those employees have that support behind it, right? There's something in a file somewhere that's been logged that has their, like I said, their driver's license, a proof that they actually exist in the file that matches the information that did get entered. So even if it's on the monitoring end, there's still things that you can do every so often, even from your perspective, if you're not the one entering that information in, to say, all right, these new people these are new payees this year. Should we go back through and just do a quick audit of ourselves to make sure that we've done it right? So a little bit of preventative option. If you can't do it, a little bit of detective option on the back end. Anybody else have suggestions there? How you might catch that?
I was just thinking about extra help and poll workers. Because they're not there all the time. They're not tech savvy in our system. You're supposed to go in and put in your own banking information or make changes to it. But we've had people who have given up their credentials and somebody else gone in and changed their banking information, and that's how the fraud happened. Of course, it's detected right away because they don't get paid. And they're like, I didn't get paid. So we've had to add a little bit extra in there and stuff. And timekeepers can add time for people which they typically do sometimes for the extra help and the poll workers, but they can't change banking information. And so I know my people won't change any banking information until they're in there in front of them saying, this is my new banking information, if they can't get into the system themselves. But then I started thinking, well, poll workers tend to be older, maybe not as tech savvy. Maybe they've given up their credentials to the timekeeper, and the timekeeper is going in and making that change for them. And we wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know how that would.
I have a comment on that one. We have the same thing. Obviously, you have a large revolving group of extra help that helps with your elections office every election. We move them out of our payroll system for the very same reasons that you're saying. We run those through a temporary service. So they sign up at Express Professionals or Employers Overload. They have a paper timesheet that their direct supervisor signs off on their time card and keeps each day. We don't want them in our system. So it does cost a little bit more, but due to the sheer number and the revolving, all the signups, the background checks, driving credentials, all of that's done by the agency instead of us.
I love the suggestion of removing the problem altogether, which that sounds like I
Don't
love
fart
that
too much,
strategy.
you'll end up pooping.
We were actually addressing a different concern, but as you were mentioning about ghost employees, it was just kind of hitting me. This could also serve that benefit too. So the issue we were solving had to do with our commissioners meetings, where different departments would present a resolution of, oh, this position is going to pay for itself, or we're please increase everybody's salaries, and we're going to leave this position vacant. But then they've all kind of figured out they just say whatever they want and it gets approved, but is it being monitored? And so one of the things we just started doing was, between our department and HR, of tracking, okay, who are in these positions, and then if this person leaves, who's filling it. And so I think there's benefits to that for the initial purpose we had, but also that could help with the ghost employees.
Yeah, that brings up another just idea from me too. Is you making that comment makes me hear that the department manager or lead or whoever it may be does have an interest in who they're paying as a department, right? It affects their budget, it affects that. So when we're talking about ghost employees, providing them with a list every so often, with what's coming out of their budget, could be a way for them to identify, oh, wait a minute, these people departed. Oh, wait a minute, this person isn't in our department. Who is this? And could allow for additional follow-up as well on the back end. Again, they have a financial interest in making sure that they are not paying more people than they need to, because that's going to affect, hiring actual people that they need, or spending money on other line items, et cetera. So that could be another, again, post, an audit step on the monitoring side.
We were running into that issue with our commissioners approving things that hadn't been budgeted or all of that. So now Jill, it was unfortunately one more thing that was added to her plate, but she has to sign off on all their head sheets before they take it to the commissioners now, if it affects anything, finance, payroll, things like that.
I was just wondering, we've got electronic timekeeping, and I'm thinking just by the way the workflow is set up, that it handles some of this because it's very segregated. So for example, the employee electronically enters in their time. It goes to their immediate supervisor who approves it. Then it goes to the next level, to the upper management and payroll. And so you've got all those natural steps involved. But.
Yep. Yeah, which, you
I haven't heard yet
people who
about
process
this
payroll
number.
shouldn't be just getting a timesheet of an employee that they don't manage, right? There should always be that step that their direct supervisor, who is going to know their schedule, who is going to know whether or not they're there or not, is reviewing their timesheet, and that it looks,
It's funny how
looks
this thing,
reasonable for what they would expect.
It's on others learning, she just can't stay
All
awake.
right.
They probably had fun last
So
night.
just
Last
some
year
quick,
they
I'll
were-
run through these
they
real
went up
quick.
and
Quick
had
best
fun. They were-
practices, prevention strategies, tailor timekeeping to
They
the
went
needs of
out, did a
everybody.
bonfire,
Helps you
and-
make sure that the time being entered and being requested matches that person's schedule. It makes sure that you're not getting a request in for
Lorraine
pay
loves
that
wine.
just isn't in the normal format because that format doesn't allow for it, etc. You know, y'all got,
But they don't have
I'm
race
sure,
this year.
sophisticated, you know, payroll systems that are going to
Everybody
allow
knows
you
this.
to keep track of changes,
Yeah.
adjustments, things like that. And then know some of these red flags. These are interesting to
He
me.
generally tries to be
Could be a
likable.
more monitoring and post,
I mean,
you know,
he
or
could do
audit
more,
type
but
items
he
for
doesn't
y'all
do
to think
less,
about
so it's good.
is, you know, dump a list of employee
He's easy to
addresses
talk to,
and vendor addresses into Excel and highlight
which is
duplicates,
always nice.
right? See if anybody's getting paid for two things that, you know, either they should or should not
It's a
be
great
approved
quality to
for.
have.
Could be exceptions there, but most likely not. Same thing with those bank account informations.
He doesn't get angry,
Same
ever.
thing. So if
I
the
wish I was like
address
that.
doesn't match, is a payroll person's, you know, payroll or employee getting paid for also things as a vendor, multiple employees with the same address or bank account, and then payroll system is being accessed or used.
I
Just
actually
strange,
practice.
not as expected. Hours are being logged at strange times or adjusted at strange times, etc. All right.
What do you know about Chime?
Let's move over to one of my favorite topics, which is credit cards. Y'all love credit cards. Local governments are increasingly liking credit cards, and they're convenient. They're fantastic. They make for efficient use of payments and services. Some vendors are requiring or prefer that you pay that way. Obviously, you go on
It gives you a
Amazon
free
and you
checking
got a link
account.
P card or something like that if you're buying supplies. But they're also inherently risky because they're
Yeah.
decentralized. Anybody can make a payment at any time. They're responsible for reconciling and reviewing those statements. So there's a lot that can go wrong with these things. And it's why we're seeing, even in the past year, an uptick in the trend of personal use of government
They'll give you a
cards.
secured Visa card.
Again, people rationalize, oh, it was a mistake. I thought this was my card, etc. We're just seeing an uptick. And so it's worth it to talk about. So our wheel of segregation of duties here, authorization, those are going to be the folks that allow for cards to be used. They approve them for specific employees to use, etc. Custody, these are the people that are either maintaining the cards themselves or maintaining the records for those cards. Like I'm the card holder, I have custody of my statements, my support, etc. Recording, they're the ones that are going to receive those statements that support and actually document the expenditures and etc. in the system for reimbursement. And then the person reconciling it is ultimately going to review that, you know, changes to the authorized users
look at the
match,
images.
the
You're
card
like,
statements
oh,
and
that's
support
totally
match
just
what's
not going to
expected, the
that
totals
work.
match, etc.
I don't even see any decay.
Yeah.
That's just a shadow.
Quiz question. Cool. That was fast. You must know it. So yes, there is a state law specific to the use of
Especially
credit
for
cards.
state claims.
Here's a couple of them. BAR's manual also has some specific requirements in it. Y'all must, if you want to use credit cards,
I wonder.
adopt a system for their control. And there's a list of things in there that you need to do
No, I need to see
to document that system of control.
Yeah.
If you're using them for
Get the
travel,
pension.
there's some additional requirements. The main one being that,
They're a
again,
real
if there's
strong
personal
company.
use, that you find a way to put into policy and process that you're going to get that money back. There's got to be a recoupment mechanism in place for expenditures that do not meet the requirements of government purpose. So what goes wrong? Fuel card programs, especially with what I paid this morning in North Bend, like $5 something for fuel. There's that pressure, right, in our ecosystem in the triangle. So fuel card programs, lack of monitoring over those leads to, folks using them unusual times of the day or the weekends. Usually, if you're reviewing trend reports, you see, this person usually spends $200 on fuel for their vehicle as allowed, but sometimes it goes up to $1,000. What's that mean? They're fueling up at unusual locations, not typically the ones, next to their job duty or place, paying more than they should, or being used when employees are on leave. We've seen a number of fuel card abuse happening. 2022, a port, 4 cards, 1 for each vehicle, but the executive director turned in and expected a 5th card. So they had a ghost card for about 10 years. They used that ghost card on personal use out of state. And there was no policy, purchase logs, receipts, nothing to document how that card was being used or that card was like checked out or requested. So from the authorization standpoint of how does somebody acquire a card all the way down to reconciling card activity was just not happening. There's about $20,000 stolen in fuel over about the last 3 years. Bank and vendor cards not being used for business purposes, being used for personal use items that appear to be business purpose but are not approved, etc. Let's see, Fire District 2022, $17,000 spent on groceries, clothing, holiday dishware, jewelry, TVs using for streaming services for themselves and others, and electronics purchased from Fire District. A state commission, 35% was hidden from credit card statements when they were presented to the commissioners for review, for process and approval. So there's your edited and modified bank statement issue. Used for personal phone bills, not government phone bills, and then more personal use from a school district on tools, supplies. They got a new heat pump for their house. That was good. So about $10,000 there. Okay, so we do have a best practices for credit card programs. Here's some questions for you guys. If not that you need to know off the top of your head, but if I asked you, followed you home, do you have a place where you could tell me how many cards that you have assigned out within the county? Does everybody get a card at the county if they want one? What? That's not very fair. What's the process to acquire a new card? What does somebody need to do? Let's say I get hired. I want a credit card. What are you going to ask or require of me? What's the process? Sign off on the pass. That's all? Is that what it takes? Okay. But there's a policy that I have to sign and read. That's good. Approval of elected official or department. Okay. So I hear that authorization is happening somewhere. I hear policy that somebody's got to sign off and do something. That's good. What else? Anybody else? Love that. So I heard setting different thresholds by employee, maybe by department, role, whatever that may be. Love that. Well, follow-up question there, quiz question. What's the point of limiting card activity by role or by employee? Why would we want to limit the balance, the allowed balance on that card? Loss of the card. Okay, so somebody might take it and use it or something. Yeah, easier to review the amount of transactions on it because we're limiting them. I like that.
For us, it's failure to process their transactions.
Okay.
Instant.
It reduces the amount of fraud they can commit at one time.
That's my answer. All those are feeding into that same answer, but if you only allow $1,000 limit on your card, then the most fraud that could occur in a month would be $1,000 on that card.
In our county, the county commissioners have to approve each increase in the line.
Good.
So that's a pretty good control because you got to prove to them why you need more.
Yep. And hopefully the person who has bank signing responsibility or access to the account that allows you to increase those has to have their increase reviewed and approved by somebody else so they can just go in there too and increase their own card. So it's always good. There's always going to be those scenarios where like, hey, I have a credit card, but I'm also the one that signs in and adjusts people's accounts. How do you accommodate that, right? You got to have somebody that's available either to do a check or you need somebody else to sign off on yours. Something's got to be there to check for that. And that's going to apply to a lot of different controls. Yeah, hand in the back.
Online question from Ben Davies. Do any other counties issue credit cards to their junior districts? Currently, we make them sign our policy and they are on our account.
I hear a lot of no's and they get their own in the room.
We used to let them be part of our credit card program, but then we found out in review at some training or something that was not a great idea, because any loss or any responsibility of an outstanding balance would come back on the county, not the junior district, because we're the one that signed the agreement with the credit card company.
Okay, good question, Pat. Great question. All right, so let's talk about prevention for credit card issues. Number one, you got to require folks read and sign the policy. What's my card going to be used for? What happens if it's not used for that? What do I do if I find fraud on my card that I didn't commit, but somebody else may have committed? You know, all these different requirements that to keep public funds safe. This is what I'm supposed to do, right? A card is a benefit. It's not a requirement of government to, hand out to everybody. So I feel like if I'm an employee and I get a credit card, there's some added levels of responsibilities that I have to do and perform. And so get them to sign that. Again, the reason for signing things is to follow up on accountability. I hear, that sometimes when in decentralized governments where you have different departments kind of being in control of reviewing credit card statements or approving who gets a card, who doesn't, that sometimes it's hard to follow up on issues that pop up too. Maybe it's an employee that keeps accidentally spending something or going over that you can fall back to that says, hey, they signed the agreement. This is the third or fourth time. We have in policy that after X amount of times, they have to take the training, the card goes away, whatever it may be. But there's got to be something that you can fall back on to have that accountability discussion. It's a lot harder to do without having that assertion from the employee that they've agreed to it. Should you issue your credit cards based on employee position or job title? Yeah, no, but they should be considered. Yeah, that's probably a good answer. So it should be primarily based on need. Usually the need may derive from the role or position, but that should always be the primary is first. Like, what is the need? Can you define that? Does it fall into the policy? All right, yeah, that makes sense. We'll sign you out a card. So there you go. I don't know if I have it in here as best practice, but in the guide, again, one best practice, I kind of talked about it with the fleet vehicles yesterday, is if an employee states that they need a $5,000 limit on their card, and then you're reviewing every year cardholder activity, and you see that this employee is, maybe hitting $500, maybe hitting $1,000 a month, think about adjusting those limits and have that being in the policy that limits will be reviewed every so often, right? And again, we're trying to combat that risk that somebody is going to lose their card in the most innocent way, and you're going to have now $5,000 worth of fraud instead of $2,500 or $2,000 or $1,000, whatever that goes down to based on the need of that person.
I know for our county, we set the limits based on kind of general use, and then we will ask the departments to give us a call if they need a one-time authorization to, for example, Airbnb. I need to bump it up to $5,000 for this month instead of the normal $2,000.
Yeah, great. I also see a lot of carve outs for like if it's, if it goes over 10,000 or something, then you just go and use your regular procurement system. So again, you're saving yourself if it gets to that high of a limit where you're like, is this really a credit card type thing, or is this fall into some other process that we already have outlined for a purchase of this scale? Also on the type of item as well, we were working with a city and they have credit cards checked out. Sadly, it was to almost everybody as an employee got a credit card. And they have a central purchasing department that would go out and purchase, let's say, toilet paper, paper towels, and stuff to stock department offices, right? If I was Public Works and I need more paper towels or toilet paper, that's already stocked in a central location, and that just gets replenished as part of inventory, and there you just go and get it. Well, their employees were just, running to IGA or Lowe's and, restocking their own supplies. And so you should think about, we've already created an efficient way to do things for certain types of purchases. Do we limit the use of the cards for those things so that we can take advantage of, the safety of somebody not racking up $1,000 worth of paper towels every month because they feel like they need to buy it for their office or something like that. Yeah.
I guess we've had some discussions in our county just about credit cards could actually be used more often because there's to create new vendors all the time and to have all the different checks. In some ways, it's actually beneficial to pay more with credit cards. I don't know if you have any comments on that, but I would almost lean towards maybe we need to look at what that need definition is, because maybe we do have more people with credit cards, but yeah, maybe control the limits, and you'd have people in each department that would have the higher limits to be able to pay for those bigger ticket items as well. And then you're getting all the rewards from the credit card as well, right?
Yeah.
So I have a follow-up on that. Do you find, though, that since everyone has the higher limits and they're using their cards and they're paying vendors, that you're running into them paying 1099 vendors? Because we've had to have lots of conversations reminding them that you can't pay a 1099 vendor with your credit card. So do you guys have any?
I saw some nods yes in the front, just FYI, just for the folks on the digital world.
That's good to consider. I'll have to talk to my team more about that.
I'd love to hear more about that because we all have like 1099 processes that we go through, verifying that we have their tax ID number, and then it's all generated through our software, the 1099s are. But when you pay with a credit card, you have totally gone around that. So how do we go in and issue just one that we can't really tie back except for to a credit card? And so we just stop it. No more.
Yeah, we do the same thing, but I think credit card companies have to submit a 1099-K to whoever it's being processed through. So that does happen. But we also have in our policy that they're not supposed to pay any services with their credit card. And we kind of get on them and threaten to take away their credit card if they continue to do it and stuff. So yeah, we don't allow professional services on a credit card.
I have a question in the back, yeah.
Question online, Sadie Gregg asks, what if a department charges a 1099 service on the card?
I think I know what happened. When the doctor did the surgery,
you're going to have to manually track that and add it to your 1099s. Our system does allow us to add a supplier on there, but it doesn't actually add it to our 1099s. But we could pull a report to see what suppliers were actually paid through a credit card. So that's a little bit helpful, but it's not ideal.
See, ours doesn't have that. We would have to go through the credit card transactions. And so basically, if someone called us and said, I need a 1099, and I would say, you were paid through a credit card, so you're going to need to figure it out or contact your your accounting firm and have them call us for how we can help you work that out. But I'm not going to make it easy on anybody by just taking care
it
of it.
looks like a piece of the skin tore.
Yes, what I'm hearing is a summary of all this is, one, it's still good to think about, even as the use of them becomes more popular, defining exactly in those cardholder policies what and what can't they be used for, and make sure that people are signing off that they understand what a 1099 vendor may or may not be and what they should pay for, and also, training them as part of that policy to say, do you really understand the implications of this and what might happen? Yeah.
I think also to think about is procurement. Procurement really drives not using credit cards for professional because it tends to bypass the procurement process and the bidding process when they're just using a credit card.
Absolutely. All right. To wrap up the credit cards, this is sort of a it seems strange to say on paper, but cardholders should be reconciling their own statements first. We give cardholders the benefit of the doubt that they are the ones that know exactly what should be or should not be on that statement. So if they identify false charges that are duplicate, maybe somebody got a hold of this card online and there's fraud on it, they will be the ones to identify that. A supervisor is not always going to know and understand what's on that card. Obviously, they're going to go through and reconcile the cardholders, or they're going to go and review the cardholders reconciliation and the support that goes behind that. Ideally, that would be found there too. But really, cardholders they're responsible of identifying any potential misuse of that card and quickly, so that they can you can remove that card from the system and reissue. There's that. Supervisors approve then that cardholder activity. Obviously, we want to see required support and pay from the original statements. That's always a best practice, is to, as you're being the person supposed to record this information in the system or process the payment, that you're comparing the total of that to, or the number of transactions, whatever it may be, to the actual original statement, as statements can be easily doctored online and enforce that policy. All right, my last section, another favorite of mine, sort of relates to credit cards, is travel. Obviously, we're all here today. We all traveled in various ways. And so here's our wheel of segregation of duties. The authorization side of travel and expense reimbursement is they're the ones that are going to approve travel or certain types of travel. They're going to be the ones that are kind of setting what type of allowances are allowed or not allowed, approving exceptions to travel when needed. Person in custody is the person who is going to, have custody of the reimbursement once it's sent. Recording is going to record the expenses in the accounting system. Reconciler is going to make sure that the bank statements and support and everything are tying together. All right, so what can go wrong? When we have weak travel policies or lack of clear guidance, we often see hotel rooms in excess of what's allowed in policy. See upgrades or additions, extra fees added to it, room service, things like that. We still see quite frequently somebody gets basically approved for a regular room. They get here, upgrade it because they're already here. They don't need the approval to do that. We see with weak policies just inefficient use of travel by local governments by not doing cost comparisons for certain types of travel. I often find that comparing a rental car versus just Ubering
I do what I want.
Sometimes rental car prices are crazy high in the same location I've been to before, and it's just cheaper for me to ride from the airport to my destination, to the hotel, to the conference, wherever it may be, if I'm traveling that way. And then, the big one that we see with in the fraud world is they're being reimbursed for either personal use of travel type expenditures, hotels, rental cars, things like that, or they've extended their stay. And so again, when you're seeing it on the statements, it looks like, they stayed at the Marriott for the conference, and it must have been, a week long, when really the conference was 2 days and they were just there for the week, which again, we would hopefully see an approval process for that travel before this person took that travel. Week review. So we have some schemes here that occur. So airline ticket schemes, seeking reimbursement from an airline ticket and then purchasing cheaper arrangements. This is why we often recommend central purchasing of flights, since airline tickets do change, or maybe they just claim reimbursement for a more expensive flight. Double dipping, maybe they've rented a car, but they're also claiming mileage. Something to be aware of on the reimbursement form that you're using. And then personal expensive meals when they're not, due those meals to whatever your meal policy may say. Maybe your meal policy says that you have to be gone for so long. Maybe your meal policy says that it's only certain types of things or up to a certain type of amount, and people go over and claim personal expenses for their meals. So we want to see strong policies over your travel. So what do you allow folks to do? Is it, do you set a basis for hotels, the maximum amount of room can be? Do you allow choices for flights? Do you allow preference for hotels or whatever? Do you allow exact reimbursement, like direct reimbursement for claims, or do you set per diem, right? All these things should be decided ahead of time so that by the time that somebody's claiming reimbursement for costs that they've incurred, you can have comfort knowing that you reimburse them without the discomfort of saying, oh, we can't reimburse you for that, even though you've already spent money on it, right? That's outside of policy, and now they're out, hundreds or $1,000. And then remember, I had a little asterisk there that if you're using credit cards, district credit cards, or county credit cards for travel, then there's additional requirements in that state law. So our prevention strategies. This is a general question. Obviously, we want to see policy built as standard as possible, but when we know there's going to be frequent exceptions, we want to outline the exception. Usually that's an approval, right, by a supervisor or somebody higher than that to say, hey, I know that we only allow hotel rooms at $200 a night. This one is $250. What's your process for going around that? So you feel like the county has a pretty good handle on documenting exceptions for travel. How do you handle those? Is it case by case? Are they laid out? What do you guys do when a situation like that occurs?
Yeah, we have case by case, and anything outside of our travel policy, the director or the elected has to sign off on it. In fact, we had one about a year ago who they put in for first class on a thing, and we kept going back saying, no, it's going to be a personal expense. We're going to have to change it, and all that kind of stuff. And they kept pushing back. And so I went and talked to my auditor, and he said, well, why don't you call the director directly? And I did. And I said, hey, I just need to get your approval on this first class ticket. And he's like, what? Hang on. And next thing you know, it's coming back, and it's been the first class has been changed.
Yeah, I saw one case where I get it. Let's just say it was a director, was a tall person, and that was their justification for always needing to fly first class. And so they got the extra leg room. It's like, yeah, I was like, I get that. Is that in your policy? It seems like a weird thing to height-based reimbursement process in your policy, but again, maybe. So yeah, there should always be, again, you want to give employees the benefit of the doubt that if something needs to happen or an additional cost needs to be incurred, you allow for that. But the best way to do that is by building in those cases or a route to approve those cases up front. Because you don't want to, it's awkward to get in that situation where I come back and I thought that I could book that first class, so I did. And now I'm out, double the cost of the ticket because either the policy wasn't clear, or I didn't take the training, or I didn't understand X, Y, Z. It's just we're trying to avoid those situations again. We're putting our employees in those situations that they don't feel good, or we have to reimburse for more than we should.
Okay. Let's pause.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. So we had a situation where somebody had gone over the limit and we required them to reimburse the county, but the person had ended their employment and had already left, and we already paid them their last paycheck. So that was unrecoverable. So be careful.
Yeah. And, in consideration of your policy as well, you be aware of IRS requirements, especially if you're reimbursing meals or anything like that. Sometimes there's extra requirements for paying those as part of benefits versus just a reimbursable expense. So just be careful out there we're talking about 1099 reporting, other types of reporting. You got to be aware of reimbursements and how those qualify as well.
Yeah, just this year, I updated our policy because I would tell people this, but they wouldn't get it. If we're reimbursing outside of our policy, it is now taxable to the employee. And so now that is written clearly in. Anything paid outside of this policy is taxable to the employee, and we start adding it to their payroll.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that goes sort of to this point is.
Hey, Niles, we got one more question online.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jessica asks, what about employees that use their logins to book flights to earn miles on their flight, but use the county to pay? Essentially, they are personally benefiting for future flight credits.
So our guide and our sort of our sort of stance is we do not have any sort of recommendations about that. We leave that up to individual governments. You know, I've read things from the IRS that states that those points or miles that oftentimes come with hotels or airlines are non-monetary, and so because of that, a lot of the current, you know, consensus or ideas around this is that since they have no value, they're not gaining anything from the county itself. Like there's no lending or gifting of funds to that. And so every county or every government has handled that a little bit differently. So that's sort of our stance. Is up to you. I would do the research, but you know, currently the IRS says they're not worth anything. I mean, I feel that way anymore anyways, because it costs double every time to book a flight anymore with points. They keep devaluing the money, so I'm kind of glad that they're non-monetary. Yeah.
It's in our ethics, I think, our ethics policy. So that's like an HR thing.
There is a good MRSC article on this exact topic, and de minimis gifts from like supply companies and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah,
We just went
good
through this
recommendation.
recently.
Yeah, our you know, at the state level, the state doesn't have the requirement that, you know, those points go to, you know, the points or whatever you want to call them go to the state or anywhere else. They're left up to the employee to decide, or the individual agency to decide. So make sure to create guidelines for all these different classes of you know, hotels, for meals, including non-travel meals. So this includes like, you know, a business meeting somewhere, you know, a team meeting. Maybe you're going out on a job and traveling for the day. You know, what constitutes the allowance of a reimbursement for a meal versus not? Like, how do you qualify that as a valid business expense? Just make sure to define that. You don't want to get in a situation where you're, you know, paying to feed all of your staff, because general expectation is that you're not supposed to, you know, that's not a core responsibility of a county, is to give lunch to everybody that works for you. So make sure that we're treating reimbursements as reimbursements when they're due, and really defining when non-travel meals are allowed or not allowed. I always, you know, I'm going to argue for economical travel. The state requires it for us. So you know, recommending economy over premium classes when the flight is originally booked. You know, flight or hotel preferences. I know sometimes folks like certain hotel chains or like certain airlines. You know, if that's the case and you want to allow that or have that baked into policy, set up something within reason. You know, set up that we can't book, you know, if you're looking at flights and, you know, your Southwest flight is 150 and your Alaska flight is 155, you know, build in some range. If that's your goal, is to say, we'll book within 5% of any flight, you know, if that's your preference, to the lowest value. Same with hotels. You know, do evaluations for taxi versus rental cars versus anything else. You know, consider if you're booking flights to require refundable. You know, there's nothing worse than at the last minute plans changing and now you're out fees or whatever that you've paid. Again, auditor usually doesn't consider fees to be a valid business expense or penalties, so we try to avoid those. And then a best practice from in our guide is to always consider per diem over, you know, direct costs for when possible for things like meals or otherwise. That's always my favorite question to kind of rile up the room, is whether or not folks use per diem for meals or do direct meal reimbursement expense, because it seems sometimes split in the room. So I don't know if anybody per diem hands in the room.
But what do means giant amount?
It's encouraged because you avoid, for a few reasons. One, it's a lot faster to process. So you're not having to review receipts for things that are now outside of policy. You know, somebody ordering alcohol, somebody ordering filet mignon, you know, now you're having to pick apart the receipts and figure out at the margin whether or not people are applying by that policy. And that's adding a lot of time to whoever needs to review or process that. Yeah, exactly. Tip requirements. So it's for efficiency, but it's also to remove that thing. Like if I'm paid per diem, I get my $25, and that's it. It doesn't matter how much I personally pay them for tip, or if I buy an alcoholic drink or whatever. They're not my government isn't paying me for that directly. It's covering me for a per diem, for example. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
Question on your second to last bullet. Do you have any best practice guidance as far as like somebody attending a conference within 30 miles away from the office, or where you're, distance, how far away, if my house is around the corner and I'm staying here for a conference, right? What distance should be allowed?
Yeah, someone here is doing that, right? Yeah. So not you specifically. So we are not going to ever set like our number of miles. You can look at what the state does. You can always use that. We use a 50-mile radius. But again, there's exceptions that can be carved out for different reasons. So for example, I may require a director approval for me to stay at a conference within 30 or 40 miles for things like safety. Maybe the conference ends late and I don't need to be driving back at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. every night just to wake up the next morning and drive there at 6. Maybe I'm required to attend the dinner or a meeting or be on premise while I work with somebody. That's an ability to stay. So there's a lot of, there's a best practice to consider a range. So I'm not just staying in a hotel in Olympia when I live in Olympia, but also know that exceptions exist and build those exception approvals in there for yourself in the future. So that's my recommendation. The state, in our office, we use a 50-mile plus exceptions.
Oh, you're really pushing it by driving here every day. We appreciate you so much. Oh, I feel like you should be able to stay here.
Well, I could have. I have so Heidi knows, but I have a 7-month-old at home, and I'm still I want to be there every night. I just. It's hard to be away from those. I'm sure as I get older, it's like I can't wait to be away from that little sucker. So no,
that does happen.
It was a personal choice.
For quite a few years.
Yeah, it was personal choice. Are we bumping up now?
We are just about at the end of our time. Okay, sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll wrap it up here with. I'll leave this up here. So all that information, all those best practices, again, comes from the resources that we publish online. So we have travel, we have AP, we have credit cards, all those come with their own specific guide and best practice. You can go to sao.wa.gov, go to the resource library and find all of that there. And again, if any counties do want to host one of our regional workshops that looks a little bit something like this for about 3 hours, or anything else, just reach out to us, and we'd be happy to accommodate and get folks in your region trained up on the downsides of weak internal controls. Yeah, so that's all I got. Thank you, everybody.
Oh my goodness, Niles, thank you so much. We are so lucky to have this collaboration with the SAO and these great learning opportunities. Thank you so much. And it is just such valuable information. You guys, it's lunchtime. Lunch is ready, and we're going to meet back in here at 1:20. And let's have another round of applause for Niles. Thank you.
Let me try this too with the most popular YouTuber. If you see a YouTube that you recognize, then make sure to drop a like and subscribe. How Remember the Lux Mouse trend? I did it with some famous YouTubers, but you guys were clowning me in the comments for missing some certain people. So I did it again. But if you spot a YouTuber you recognize, I want you to drop this video a like. Check it out. Whoa, remember the Lush Mouse trend? I did it with some famous YouTubers, but you guys were clowning me in the comments for missing some certain people. So I did it again. But if you spot a YouTuber you recognize, I want you to drop this video a like. Check it out. Whoa, silver chocolate strawberry. Silver chocolate strawberry. Yeah. Silver chocolate. Want to see my dogs? Yeah. So this is Executioner. Oh. And this is Daisy. Oh my God, my God. Want to see my dogs? Yeah. So this is Executioner. Oh. And this is Daisy. Oh my God, my God.
These are the top 5 deadliest carnivorous plants that could ruin your picnic. So maybe don't sit on the grass just yet. Some plants don't want sunshine, they want mud. Before we start, if you're not a robot, hit like and subscribe. Only the good people do it. And if you're really one of them, smash that super thanks and comment. God is good. Number 5, Venus flytrap. It looks like a cute little mouth until it claps shut like a tiny bear trap. Touch the wrong hair twice and boom, your picnic guest just became plant food. Number 4, pitcher plant. This plant basically built a slippery death smoothie cup for insects. One wrong step and bugs slide into a digestive soup like the world's worst water park. Number 3, sundew. It sparkles like morning dew, which is exactly how it tricks clueless insects. That dew is sticky glue, and the plant slowly hugs its dinner. Number 2, cobra lily. This plant literally looks like a cobra ready to strike. Flies crawl inside for nectar and immediately realize there's no exit door. And number 1, nepenthes. Some giant nepenthes are so big they trap frogs, mice, and even small birds. These are the top 5 deadliest. Bro, people are getting millions of views just by dancing like it's Jersey Shore. It's literally some goofy dancing. So I did it with some famous YouTubers, and if you see a YouTuber you recognize, drop this video a like. Check it out.
These are the 3 most dangerous toys for children, and you have definitely played the third one. First, if you are still a child, tap the like button, and if you are a parent, don't forget to subscribe. Number 1. Mini magnetic balls. Actually, these magnetic toys can train children's motor skills and creativity. However, if swallowed, the magnets can attract each other inside the body, which is obviously very dangerous. Number 2. Water beads. At first, these toy balls are very small, but when you soak them in water, they can expand up to 100 times their original size. And just imagine if children accidentally swallow them. Number 3. Marbles. This toy can be used as a satisfying toy and can also train hand agility. However, sometimes these marbles can fly in unpredictable directions and hit your head. By the way, how many times did I say dangerous?
Mas mostrou que só viver de falsidade em meu mundo. Esse desenho, você foi golpe mais matadora. Mas mostrou que só viver de falsidade em meu mundo. Esse
Do not like this video. I'll be right back.
This is the hardest challenge in the world, the Hercules hold. Only the strongest men in the world can hold these 700-pound pillars. And I'm going to see which one of my friends can hold it the longest, starting from weakest to strongest. Someone stronger. Stronger.
people are literally going viral, Buster.
This rich kid insulted Cristiano Jr. like never before. One day, Ronaldo went to watch Jr.'s practice session. Jr. was on fire, scoring goal after goal. After the match, Jr. walked over to check out his rich friend's brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom. But as Jr. reached out to touch it, his friend stepped in and said, "Hey, don't touch my car. Do you even know how much it costs?" Jr. froze and slowly walked away. Ronaldo saw the whole thing from a distance, but he was on an important call, so he didn't react. But when they got home, Jr. was shocked. Right outside the house was a brand new gold-plated Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jr. asked, "Dad, how did this happen?" Ronaldo smiled and said, "When that spoiled kid insulted you, I was on the phone with the Rolls-Royce manager." Jr.'s eyes filled with tears. He hugged Ronaldo tight and whispered, "I love you so much, Dad." If you think Ronaldo is the real GOAT, like and subscribe. This little girl was happily walking when she accidentally bumped into a couple. The girl immediately pushed her, told her to stop flirting with her boyfriend, and walked away like nothing happened. Instead of getting scared, the little girl came up with a crazy plan to talk to him. She secretly took the boy's phone, then pretended it fell on the ground so she could return it and look like a hero. And then she executed her crazy plan. But first, just skip if you hate your grandma. If you really appreciate her kindness and love for you, are you willing to comment her name and say, "I love you, Grandma"? But if you don't, I know you will, because you really love her. Show it by smashing that like and subscribe button. But if you skip this, you just proved you don't love her. Back to the video, she suddenly acted like she was about to faint, so the man rushed to catch her. This little girl was happily. This guy was magnet fishing under a restricted bridge in Florida, and he pulled something out that made people call the police. At first, it was just small finds, until his magnet suddenly locked onto something way heavy. After struggling to pull it out, a large black trash bag started rising out of the water, and the way it was shaped, people nearby thought they already knew what it was. I'll show you what they found. But first, everyone always likes for mom, but our father, he works hard for our happiness day and night. Today, I will see who likes this video for dad, subscribes, and writes "I love dad" in the comments. It turned out to be a weighted mannequin, but by that point, police had already been called to the scene, and they didn't treat it like a joke. This guy was magnet fishing under a restricted bridge in Florida, and he pulled something.
While I was cooking, my daughter accidentally crawled into the safe. I heard my daughter crying. I quickly entered the password to open the safe, but it showed password error. I realized my wife had secretly changed the password. Listening to my daughter's cries, I immediately contacted my wife, who was practicing yoga. My wife didn't believe me at all. She thought I just wanted to take money from the safe. I had made up this ridiculous excuse. Before I could explain, my wife hung up the phone. As my daughter's cries grew louder, I comforted her while dialing 911. Soon, the rescue team arrived. After understanding the situation, they immediately had the team bring out a cutting torch to force the safe open. But the safe was made of composite material, and the cutting torch had no effect. Forcing it open would only put the person inside in greater danger. Now, only entering the password could open it. I quickly prepared to try again, but the captain stopped me because the password had already been entered incorrectly twice. Only one attempt remained. One more wrong input would trigger the safe's lockout mechanism, and we would have to wait a month before trying again. Just then, the instrument warned that the oxygen level inside the safe was dropping. So I called my wife again, but there was no answer. I hurried to the yoga studio to find my wife, only to see her with a strange man. Without overthinking it, I told her to leave immediately, but the man stopped me. He accused me, saying this was all an excuse I made up to get the money. My wife believed him and told me to leave immediately, threatening to divorce me otherwise. Just then, a firefighter called, urgently saying the oxygen level in the safe was down to 12%, and asking why we still hadn't gotten the password. But my wife thought this was an actor I had hired. To make my wife believe me, I asked the fire department to bring the safe over. Even with the evidence right before her eyes, my wife still chose to believe her lover, thinking these people were all actors. I completely lost it. I repeatedly begged my wife to open the safe. To make me give up, my wife stepped forward and entered the password. But the safe triggered the lockout.
My name is Emily, and my biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day. Bromium, aluminum, strong.
As my wife was about to step forward to reset the password, the man beside her said, this was a recording I had intentionally placed inside. I couldn't take it anymore. Furious, I punched him. But this only made my wife feel sorry for him, and she demanded I apologize to him immediately. Realizing my daughter was running out of oxygen, I had to swallow my pride.
Strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be one of the
daughter to the hospital. Fortunately, after emergency treatment, my daughter successfully pulled through. I finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterward, I no longer hid my identity. I returned to my corporation and had my assistant contact a lawyer immediately. I decided to divorce my wife and make her leave with nothing. As for her lover, he must also pay a heavy price.
Who's doing this specifically?
Next time.
If someone spills red wine on you at a party, head to the restroom and pour some sparkling water.
Ultimately, all roads lead.
Around from the inside of the fabric outward, and it should be start to fade. If you drop a glass at home, sweep up the large parts first, then press tape over the area for
to those who print the money. But we know as far as the coordinating entities, certainly DOD, DARPA, and we have documents to prove the existence of these programs going back decades, documents hundreds of pages long. We have an 800-page U.S. Senate document from 1978 outlining the scope and scale of these programs then, specifically calling for intergovernmental cooperation, even between, quote, otherwise adversarial nations, because of the cross-border ramifications of these programs. You can't just geoengineer over your own country. Who's the biggest player? Obviously, the United States of America, because of the size of our military. The U.S. military has 3 times more aerial tankers, which are the primary aircraft used in these operations, 3 times more than all other militaries in the world combined. And if I could back up to the whole condensation trail narrative again, which is perhaps one of the greatest lies ever perpetrated on populations all over the world.
Junior right in the heart. He gave a small smile and walked away.
Michael is
Later that evening, when Ronaldo got home, he noticed Junior was unusually quiet. He asked, "Hey, what's going on?" Junior mumbled, "This rich kid made fun of me for not having the new iPhone 16. I wanted it, but I didn't want to bother you about it." Ronaldo hugged Junior and said, "Son, never feel bad about asking me for something. Everything I work for is to take care of our family. I just want you to be happy." Right after that, he took Junior to the Apple store and got him the brand new iPhone 16. If you think Ronaldo's the real GOAT, like and
Bro, people are getting millions of views just by dancing like it's Jersey Shore. It's literally some goofy dancing. So I did it with some famous.
Você foi golpe mais amor que lutadora.
If one snake bites another snake, what happens? If both snakes are the same species, they'll fight for a bit and then calm down because the snake is immune to its own venom. But if 2 snakes of different species fight, there's a much higher chance they'll die because their immune systems can't fight against each other's venom, but now a snake will bite those who do not like and subscribe. If one snake bites a...
First like, then subscribe. Now watch the match.
These are the funniest Coca-Cola incidents ever made by people. And the last one is so building. Comment below which one made you drink Coca-Cola. But first you'll get a fast good thing if you just like and comment on this video. First, Coca-Cola reverse.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Next, unexpected flip. Then Coco Hop balloon. Finally, what? These are the funniest. Open this boy walked into a toy shop to buy something fun. He spotted a weird little packet with two tiny worm-shaped creatures inside. Curious and excited, he picked it up and read that if they were placed in water for just 12 hours, they would grow 100 times bigger than their original size. Without thinking twice, he decided to buy it and test it himself. As soon as he got home, he filled the bowl with water and brought both creatures in, imagining how big they might become. He went to sleep feeling excited and a little nervous. But what he saw the next morning will completely shock you. For that, if you're a girl, like the video. If you're a boy, like and subscribe. And if angels are protecting you, leave a heart in the comments. Now get ready to see what happened next. Open this boy walked into a toy.
These animals kill you in a second. If cats are cute, hit like and subscribe. If not, the watcher spider is already picking a spot in your bed. This billionaire flexed on Ronaldo so badly until Speed showed up. One night, Ronaldo was heading to the club just trying to relax. Then Speed joined him. Both were in a chill mood, but suddenly a billionaire pulled up and blocked a road with his shiny, expensive car. He looked at Ronaldo, smirked, and said, "Hey, you're that footballer Cristiano Ronaldo, right? You haven't even won the World Cup, and now you're hanging out with this barking dog too? Messi's better. At least he's won." Ronaldo stayed calm and told Speed, "Don't worry about it." But the billionaire wasn't done. He threw more money at Ronaldo and said, "Go eat some good food." He was clearly trying to flex and make Ronaldo feel small. That's when Speed lost it. He shouted, "You barking, man, just wait." Ronaldo told him again, "Let it go." But Speed wasn't happy. For just minutes, everything changed. Supercar pulled up. A DJ rolled in with huge speakers.
Would you be able to turn that down just a little bit?
Actually landed on the club's roof. Speed walked up to the billionaire and said,
Yeah, make a phone call. You can turn it up on my phone call still.
Before going to sleep, she put on the mask she had just bought. She lay in bed next to her young husband and slowly fell asleep. But the next morning, when she removed the mask, you will be shocked. We will show you. First, you want a good person and smash the like button, click subscribe, and share. And when you tap the more options, this amazing thing never happens. Only billions can't do this magic. She looked like none of you. What do you think her husband was thinking? This old woman wanted to be Imagine a day out with your favorite pet. Who's your pet? Sleepy cat. If you're feeling lazy, ignore. Playful dog. If you want some fun, leave a like. Cuddly kitty. Need a hug? Comment a heart. Smart pet. If you want to chat, hit subscribe. So this girl called a hairstylist to get ready for her boyfriend's birthday party. And things quickly got strange. First, the stylist made a hairstyle shaped like a pig. It looked awful, and she rejected it right away. Next, he tried turning her hair into a hat made from her own hair. It was slightly better than the first one, but still a no. Then he went even further and created a giant fish on top of her head. Yeah, obviously she said no again. Finally, the hairstylist tried one last idea, and this time everything changed. The result was so beautiful that she was completely shocked. I'll show you in a moment. But first, if you think this cat is cute, make sure to like and subscribe. If you don't, then I know you will, because all animal lovers will love this cute cat. Look at this poor dog, abandoned and beaten by its owner just because they thought it was ugly. I know you want to help too. Like and subscribe to this video and leave a heart emoji in the comments to show love to this dog. May Jesus bless your family and your kindness in return. Look closely at the head, because the stylist finally created a look that perfectly captured her style and personality. So this girl, if the glass breaks while bathing in the infinity pool, many people could lose their lives, because when glass breaks, people would fall directly from a great height. Actually, infinity pools are designed in a way that looks very scary from the front. People think that if the glass breaks while swimming, it will fall straight in. But that doesn't happen, but it does to those who do not like or subscribe. If the glass breaks, Ronaldo kicked Georgina out of the house because of what she did to his Lamborghini. While Ronaldo was away at training, Georgina made a risky decision. She took his Lamborghini out for a quick drive, planning to surprise him with a video for his family. At first, everything felt perfect. She was smiling, enjoying the moment with confidence. But suddenly, things went wrong. In just seconds, she lost control and crashed straight into a parked bus. When Ronaldo got the call, he rushed over immediately. The moment he saw the wrecked Lamborghini, his heart dropped. Angry, he shouted, "Do you even understand what you've done, Georgina? You could have lost your life." Soon after, his mom arrived, clearly upset. "This isn't just about the car. You broke his trust," she said. Georgina stood there in silence, tears in her eyes. The bus driver was okay, but the Lamborghini was completely destroyed. Ronaldo didn't say another word that night. The pain on his face showed everything. It wasn't just about the car. It was about trust being broken. So if you feel bad for Ronaldo, hit the like. Some people smoke. Do they get high or medium? Do you think Americans are good at solving? Ronaldo's daughter asked Messi for $10,000 after what Georgina did in her. One evening, Ronaldo and Georgina were chilling at home after a long shoot. Out of nowhere, they heard a loud bang from Alana's room. They rushed in and saw her smashing her piggy bank and counting coins on the floor. Ronaldo looked confused. "Alana, what's going on?" She looked up and said, "Dad, I need this money." Ronaldo frowned. "Why do you need money?" Instead of explaining, she just said, "Can you give me $10,000 more?" The second she said that, Georgina slapped her. "Go study. You have exams. Don't talk about money like that again." Ronaldo stepped in. "Joe, relax. She's just a kid." But Georgina shook her head. "You don't understand? When girls start asking for money like this, it's not good." Alana didn't argue. She
stayed quiet, walk out, but she didn't stop there. She went to the driver and said, "Uncle, can you take me to Messy Uncle's house?" The driver took her straight there. Lucky for her, Messy was home. He opened the door surprised. "Alana, you came by yourself?" She looked at him with teary-eyed. "Uncle, I need $10,000. Please don't ask why." Messy said, "She handed her the money without question. And right after, he called Ronaldo and told him everything. Ronaldo's face changed. He turned to Georgina. "Something feels off." Georgina brushed it off. "It's probably good for us." Then Ronaldo took it. Alana said, "Back inside the driver." No one now he was hanging. "This is because of you, Georgina." Even Georgina started crying. "Cristiano, please bring her back. I messed up." And suddenly the driver called. "Sir, we're at this address. Please come fast." Ronaldo didn't waste a second. He grabbed his car keys and ran outside. The car wouldn't start. Georgina called the fire. It was a big event home. When they walked in, they saw Alana sitting there quiet. Ronaldo ran and hugged her tight. "What is this?" Alana smiled and said, "Dad, turn around." Ronaldo turned and saw the whole family. Lights, balloons, food everywhere. In the middle, she stood up and said, "You remembered my birthday, son." Thank you. Ronaldo looked shocked. Alana whispered, "She forgot that." Ronaldo didn't say it. He just hugged her again. "You think Alana did the right thing?" One day, Ronaldo took his kids to a park. There, he saw a black man struggling with a hidden car. He said, noticing the silence, he realized, "Dad, what's wrong?"
Dad, what are you doing?
To see if we received our taxes in here.
Dad, I thought you would never open that ever again. Oh, I was there. It looks like old coins.
Ronaldo's daughter reckoned speechless because of what she said. One day, Ronaldo took his kids to a park. There, he saw a blind man standing with a hidden car. That night, he sat and noticing the silence, he asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Ronaldo sighed. "Son, if I ever lost my eyesight, what would you do with that?" "Dad, don't worry. I'll take you to the best hospital in the world. Spend all my money, and if nothing works, I'll be your eyes forever." Ronaldo smiled and turned to Bella. Bella held his hand and softly said, "I'll do everything to cure you, but if nothing works, I'll give you my eyes." Ronaldo froze. Tears filled his eyes as he hugged Bella tightly. A son, my big son, my daughter. He did everything without hesitation. If Ronaldo don't
Yeah, it's it. The feather goes to the front like this.
Hello, I was on mute. I just wanted to say that I see that this is being recorded right now.
Hi,
And as
I
far as
received
know,
a bill,
we communicate pretty
a
regularly
reminder to
that
file
we
with
will
a
not do
penalty,
these if they're
late
being
payment and
recorded.
penalty, And
somebody
I
else
received this letter
around
in error.
who would like to speak to that?
Okay.
Usually it's in our first
It's
communication that you get with our speaker network team. They say that
1195
it cannot be recorded.
703 808. Well, my name is Andrew Dorsey. The name on the letter is Tammy Marie Dorsey, my wife. Not a resident. Yes, 8929. Yes. Great, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yes. Yeah, that would be much appreciated. Yes, great, thank you. You too, thank you. Bye. Sorry about that, Sage. That's my phone call.
Hi there, Jessica. Can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm not too shabby. I was chatting with Darlene a little bit. It sounds like you have some slides that you're sharing with us.
Yes, I do.
All right. So I'll tell you what, if you want to go ahead and start sharing those now, just so I can take a look at them and see how they're going to show up on our end.
You bet.
And then once everybody is back from lunch, we'll have Heidi introduce you guys. She'll come back and give everybody a little bit of housekeeping. You'll be able to hear all this. And then she'll introduce you guys, and then you'll be good to take it from there.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Awesome. And if you have any questions, just shoot. Kyle at WSACA will not be in the room once we're done here. But you can shoot a message. I'll be managing the general session account. So if you have any questions or concerns, just go ahead and shoot me a message there, and I will be able to help you out.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, ladies.
In 2023, Ronaldo was walking toward the stage while Georgina watched him happy. One girl couldn't stop staring at Ronaldo and started filming him on her phone. Georgina noticed it, and the girl seemed clearly depressed by Ronaldo's looks, and Georgina's reaction looked clearly upset. A few moments later, Georgina went up on stage and began dancing while Ronaldo watched. During the performance, he accidentally bumped into another dancer, and one of the male dancers placed his hand in an inappropriate spot. When Ronaldo saw what happened, his reaction to Georgina was absolutely unbelievable. I'll show you, but first, if you love Ronaldo, hit like, subscribe, and share, and comment CR7 GOAT. It's really a fan. Here's what happened. In 2024, Cristiano Jr. crashed the Rolls Royce.
Sage, I gotta go find after you're back.
One day, Ronaldo was at the stadium training with Jr. During practice, Jr. took a powerful shot all throughout the stadium. Seconds later, a loud crash was heard. It had smashed
straight into a Rolls Royce parked outside. Ronaldo quickly ran out to see what happened. As he looked around, the owner suddenly walked up holding the ball. Clearly furious, he shouted, "Is this yours?" Ronaldo calmly replied, "Yes." The man pointed at his car and said angrily, "That ball just shattered my Rolls Royce window. Do you even know how expensive this car is?" Ronaldo apologized immediately. "I'm sorry, I'll pay for the damage." But the man laughed and said, "You can't afford it." Ronaldo's face changed slightly, but he stayed calm. He pulled out his phone and made a quick call. About 10 minutes later, a Bugatti pulled up outside the stadium. His assistant stepped out with a briefcase. Ronaldo opened it, $100,000 in cash. He handed it over and said, "That should fix it." The owner stood there completely speechless. If you're a true Ronaldo fan, hit the like button. Cristiano Jr. crashed the Rolls Royce, and what Ronaldo did next was shocking. One day, Ronaldo was at the stadium training with Jr. During practice, Jr. took a powerful shot. The ball flew out of the stadium.
It controlled the system. The dog found his father's car. As a punishment, the father gave the dog to the neighbor. The dog was very smart and would always come back home at night. Father tried to get rid of the dog 2 more times, but the puppy came back again. Then the boy came up with an incredible idea. He made several fake accounts and offered his dog for just $15. So he sold his dog more than 17 times, and the dog always came back the next morning. In less than a month, he fixed his father's car, and he only stopped when one of the customers realized it was a scam. It controlled the system. I'll probably. Why are you standing on the plate? Is this KFE, Kentucky Fried Espeon? I'll probably. Toothpaste have those colorful stripes might look useless, but there's actually a reason behind it. If you've never brushed your teeth, hit like and subscribe. Some people joke that the red stripe is for one side of your mouth, the blue stripe is for the other side, and the white stripe is for the middle. But that's not true. The stripes are mainly there for appearance and marketing to make the toothpaste look more interesting. Why does toothpaste have those colorful stripes? Some scientists started to doubt that Cristiano Ronaldo could jump so high, so they decided to test him. They made him jump on a machine with his hands on his hips, using only his legs. He only reached 44 centimeters. The scientists got excited and said this proved he had cheated before, but Ronaldo just smiled and said, "Let me do it my way." He took a short run, he bent his knees, and jumped naturally. And what happened next was absolutely shocking. I'll show you. This is how we mark the queen bee. Because in a colony of thousands, the queen bee is the most important one. Once he successfully catches her, this man very carefully places a small blue dot on her back. But hurry up and like and subscribe before this ghost disappears from your phone screen. And once she's marked, when you're gathering large numbers, that small mark makes her easy to spot. This is how we mark them.
Roblox games that kids shouldn't play, like this video before Luigi leaves the screen.
I show steam engine Cristiano. This is my new eye. It's the most dangerous eye in the world. This is my new eye. This is my new eye. This is my new.
Did you know each of the Dolphin pills has an ingredient coating power? Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup all have super strength and very light. Before I reveal the twist, like this video and subscribe if you love powerful pills. But each one also has something special. Blossom can boost fire and ice. The Buttercup felt like she had no heating power at all. She felt less down, and the first she discovered something surprising. Her special power was filling the tongue. Not very useful in battle, but enough to make it feel better. Did you know each of the powerful pills has a unique power? Blossom, Bubbles, and Hey, fire! How about I show you what really
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. A peacock moved into my neighborhood and screamed everywhere. The noise was unbearable. I tried to scare it away. Then my neighbor got bitten by a rattlesnake in her own yard. The peacock had been trying to clear them. I researched it and found peacocks are immune to snake venom and actively hunt them. That peacock had been protecting the whole street. After the snake bite incident, people stopped complaining. They started feeding the peacocks. Snake sightings dropped to zero. Animal control said peacocks are used in India specifically for snake control. A peacock moved into my neighborhood.
Whoa, you found me. You know how rare this is? One in a million. Most scroll past me. You.
Some money to help. Next day, the woman was teaching her son using chalk. The same man came again and gave them money once more, which made both mother and son very happy. On the third day, when the man came again and took out money to help, he noticed the boy wasn't there. Surprised, he asked the woman where her son was. Finally, she pointed to the other side. What he saw would leave him shocked.
Who would you choose?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, sweetie. My camera's off. Do you want some, Hot dogs? Do you want hot dogs? Do you want some peanuts? I got peanuts. No.
All right, I realize some people didn't get their food until later, but we're really trying to stay on schedule. So if you could find your way to your seat, we can kind of stay on time here. And welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. I don't know about you, but I don't even like chili, and I loved that. That was good. Hopefully you got to connect with some friends at lunch that you don't normally interact with, too. So we have 3 fantastic sessions lined up this afternoon, and our first one is a little different. We're going to be joined virtually by Jessica Smith and Darlene Warner from the Washington Department of Revenue. They'll be presenting Understanding Washington Sales Tax Key Rules and Local Government Impacts. This is a topic that I know affects every single county in this room, so I know it's going to be a great discussion. And as a reminder, please use your table microphones if you have any questions so our presenters and virtual audience can hear you. Kyle and Zach are ready in the back to help facilitate for those virtual folks. So without further ado, let's welcome Jessica and Darlene to take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for coming. This presentation will be regarding the legislative tax updates for engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5814. My name is Jessica Smith. I use she, her pronouns. I am a tax information specialist from the Department of Revenue. And with me today, I do have Darlene Warner. She is our tax policy specialist. She's going to be really helping out today, answering questions. If you have any specific questions that you want about the information that we're going to cover today. Please understand that the answers to the questions that we give you today are not legally binding. There is a way to get a legally binding ruling from the Department of Revenue, and we'll kind of go over that later in the presentation. So today we are going to walk through some of the sales tax changes that are included in the engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5814, also called just Bill 5814. That's probably how we'll refer to it for the rest of the presentation. We're going to cover some services that require sales tax as of October 1st, 2025. We'll explain which digital automated service exclusions no longer apply after that date. And we do understand that you may have specific questions about how these changes impact your organization. We're going to do our best to address all of those today, but there may be cases where we don't yet have complete information or where the details are not available right here in this webinar. The department is still working through the complexities of this new law and developing additional guidance. Some of the confusion stems from the fact that some services are being classified as retail sales for the first time. We're trying to apply rules that were originally written for digital products. Under Bill 5814, certain items that were previously excluded as digital products are now treated as retail services. And as a result, We're kind of dealing with a blend of retail services, digital products, and offerings that don't fit neatly into either category. So adding to this complexity, we also have to determine where each type of service is legally considered sold or sourced. So at the end of the presentation, we will share with you where you can find the most up-to-date information on all of these tax changes related to Bill 5814. We do want you to be able to ask questions. I know some people, most people, it sounds like, are live. So we can use the chat feature possibly if you have that option, or we will have a break at the end where we're going to be able to take questions live. We're going to do best to answer all of those questions, but if you still need assistance after this, or if you have more questions after, please call our telephone information center. It's Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And those folks have been well trained in these subjects too. They can get you to a person who can answer your questions. So, as I mentioned earlier, during last year's legislative session, the Washington legislature passed Bill 5814. This bill updates the state retail sales tax rules by adding new business activities to the definition of retail sales and eliminating several exclusions that used to apply to digital automated services. Because of these changes, businesses started collecting, hopefully, sales tax on certain services as of October 1st of 2025. So in this bill, there are several professional services, which you can see listed here, that are now defined as retail sale, subject to Washington's Retailing Business and Occupation, or B&O tax, and retail sales tax. To put it simply, if you provide any of these services, you'll now need to be paying retailing B&O, or business and occupation tax, and you'll be charging retail sales tax where it applies. If you are purchasing these services, you will be paying retail sales tax. The seller is responsible for collecting the sales tax and sending it to the state. However, the department can request payment of any unpaid or deferred sales tax from either the buyer or the seller, although ideally the buyer pays the tax to the seller and the seller then reports it correctly on their excise tax return. Bill 5814 also removes several exclusions from the definition of digital automated services. The following types of services are no longer excluded, and that is services that rely mainly on human effort, live presentations, advertising services, and data processing services. As we mentioned earlier, the Department of Revenue is working very hard to interpret this new legislation and get that information out to you as quickly as possible. We've already released several interim guidance statements, and we encourage everyone to review them. These documents are meant to help clarify new or complicated issues until final permanent rules are put in place, and you can find them on our website, dor.wa.gov. And if you go /5814, it'll take you directly to that page. All right, so we're going to go over a few specific professional services. As I said, if you are offering any of these services, you will be required to pay your retailing B&O tax, charge retail sales tax where it's applicable, and if you are the consumer or purchaser of these services, you will be responsible for paying the retail sales tax. And the first one we're going to talk about is our information technology services. The sales of information technology services is now a retail sale and subject to retailing B&O and retail sales tax if sold to an end consumer. And these IT services include, but are not limited to, network operations and support, help desk services, in-person hardware and software training, network system support, and data entry and data processing services. Services supporting IT infrastructure are also taxable, like network assessments, planning, design, migration, or network security, and system upgrades and maintenance. Now, if two distinct products are sold for a single non-itemized price, then the sale is generally taxable as a bundle unless some exception applies. Services provided exclusively in connection with digital product may be considered part of that product. If items are separately itemized, then each is taxed according to its own classification. IT services do not include these things: web hosting, domain registration, and payment processing, digital automated services, including software as a service, remote access software, cryptocurrency mining, or telecommunications and related services. Also excluded are custom website, custom software, and customization of pre-written software, because those are addressed they are addressed in the interim guidance statement of their own. We're going to go into a little bit of our web development section. So people who provide any of the following services for a customer, which is web design, planning, analysis, engineering, programming, testing, and deployment, development services like front end, back end, or full stack development, website support such as testing applications, monitoring performance, and optimization. And custom software created for a single customer with coded instructions designed to make computer or data processing equipment perform a specific task. This is the specific definition of custom software. And then we have custom website development services, which are also considered retail sale and subject to Washington Retailing B&O and retail sales tax. These website development services include design, development, and support of a website by a website developer, services for new or existing websites, consulting and training that support website functionality and operation. Exclusions include web hosting and domain name registration. Those are not included in our custom website development. And then we have customization of pre-written software. So this includes any alteration, modification, or development of applications using pre-written software for a specific customer, including individualized configuration to work with other software or hardware. I'm going to take a quick break and just see if we have any questions, because I know that that's kind of a lot. It includes a lot of information. Do we have any questions out on the floor so far?
Quick question. So like if our county IT department is now, we sometimes work with our cities. So anytime we charge for that, we now need to charge sales tax to the cities for doing work with them?
So I'm going to say possibly. And the reason that I'm saying possibly is because we know that there are a lot of local governments or government agencies that have interlocal agreements for shared services. And so it's going to kind of depend on whether it's under an interlocal agreement or whether you're just essentially providing IT services. But if it's not under an interlocal agreement, then and you're providing IT services to another agency, then yeah, you would have to collect sales tax.
All right. If there's no other questions at this time, we can move forward. Thank you, Darlene. All right, we're going to get right into live presentations. I know this is another big topic. So the live presentation exclusion under digital automated services was eliminated, and sales of live presentations are now retail sales. They are subject to retailing B&O tax and retail sales tax. Taxable live presentations include any event where a fee or other consideration is exchanged, such as lectures, seminars, workshops, courses attended in person or online, and the use of telecommunications equipment that allows real-time interaction between presenters and the audience, such as we are doing now. Whether a service qualifies as a live presentation depends on the specific facts, but it is sufficient if the presenter, instructor, or audience can give, receive, or discuss information in real time, either in person or electronically. And then the big one that everyone wants to know is what is not a live presentation. So our live presentations does not include preschool classes, classes containing education provided by K through 12 schools or accredited higher education institutions, performances like concerts, plays, musicals, comedy shows, opera, movies, sporting events, fundraising events, one-on-one instruction, tutoring, consulting, or music lessons is not a live presentation, and professional services where the presentation is only part of a broader service. In addition, pre-recorded presentations that purchasers can watch later, like they can purchase the recording and watch it later, those are generally considered digital goods, and they were previously subject to retailing B&O and retail sales tax. So they're not included in this live presentation, but they are still considered a digital good and are considered retail, as well as athletic and fitness activities maintains its classification under our athletic fitness facility industry guide, and recreational activities and opportunity to dance maintains its specific classification. You can find a qualifying list on our website of those types of activities. Do we have any specific questions regarding live presentations? Because I know that there usually are some questions that come up around that.
Okay, I got a question. What about continuing education? If we can receive continuing education credits for a live presentation, would that be exempt from retail sales tax?
It depends on who you purchase it from. Because there's no blanket exemption for continuing education. However, if you take a class from an accredited institution, so say like a community college or a four-year school, they are excluded from live presentations, so they would not charge you sales tax. I can also tell you, just for more fun, that there were two bills that passed this year that will make some changes to the live presentation. There are some additional exclusions, and so it hasn't been signed yet, but if it passes or if it's signed by the governor, then presentations provided by nonprofit organizations would also be excluded from live presentations.
Just as we learned the new rules, and it gets changed.
That's right. So for anyone who's curious and loves to read legislation, the two bills that impact live presentations are 6113 and 6346.
Thank you, Darlene. That's great information. All right, everyone, we're going to continue through to existing contracts because, again, I know that there have been a lot of questions. I've gotten a lot of questions about this one as well. So a common question that we receive is if the contracts that were signed before October 1st of 2025 are effective on the date of the engrossed October 1st, 2025 is the effective date of Bill 5814. So if the contract was signed before that date, and that weren't previously subject to retail sales tax, will they continue to receive the same tax treatment after that date? So before we dive into how the tax applies, we're going to start by defining what qualifies as an existing contract. So for a contract to be considered existing, it must meet all of the following criteria. It was signed and executed before October 1st, 2025. The services covered by the contract will be provided on or after October 1st, 2025, and those services will be treated as a retail sale starting October 1st of 2025. If your contract meets all of those requirements and then the tax treatment will depend on the specific facts and circumstances of that particular contract. So if you have an existing contract by that definition, and the full contract price was paid before October 1st, 2025, even if the services are provided on or after that date, the department will treat the sale as having occurred before October 1st of 2025. This means the transaction will not be subject to retailing B&O tax or retail sales tax. Instead, it will follow the same rules that applied before the changes made by Bill 5814. And this applies regardless of whether the seller uses a cash or accrual basis of accounting. If you have an existing contract, but the contract price has not been paid before October 1st of 2025, and the services that are provided on or continue after that date, the department will allow you to keep using the old tax classification, the one that applied before Bill 5814, through March 31st of 2026. After that, beginning of April 1st of 2026, next month, the seller must begin reporting under the retailing B&O tax classification and must start collecting retail sales tax. Also, keep in mind that a seller who meets the requirements for an existing contract can choose to switch to the new tax rules earlier. So they could have already switched. They didn't have to wait until April 1st before they made that choice. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
No, I think that's an important clarification.
Okay.
It is the seller's discretion whether to apply existing contract treatment. So if the seller chooses to begin collecting sales tax, there's no refund available. Sales tax is due.
Was there a question out there?
Yes. What about use tax? If they're not going to charge us sales tax, are we required to then do use tax?
Yes. So I'm going to tell you that the original bill did not contemplate use tax. However, a bill that passed this year retroactively instates the use tax. So if you weren't charged sales tax, you should go ahead and report the use tax, unless the seller decided to take advantage of the existing contract grace period. So it might be worth checking with the seller, or if you know you have an existing contract, just keep documentation showing the contract was in place prior to October 1st, and then you don't have to worry about the use tax.
Excellent. Thank you, darling. So if you have an existing contract, but then it gets altered, what happens then? Starting October 1st of 2025, any existing contract that gets altered will be subject to retailing B&O and retail sales tax at the time of the change. So what counts as an alteration? Essentially, it's any material or substantive change to that contract. And this can include, but is not limited to, adding, removing, or swapping out any of the parties involved with the contract, changing activities or services that the contract covers, updating the terms that affect rights, responsibilities, or obligations of any of the parties, or modifying the contract's term, total amount, or the period it's in effect. In short, if the contract is meaningfully altered in any way, then it is treated as taxable at that from that point on.
I will also mention that while it's not considered an alteration, a renewal is considered a new contract. So even if it's an auto renewal, a renewal is considered a new contract.
That's a great point. Thank you. And we do have a little bit of time we have some more of the presentation that's just kind of some basic tax information for people who are new to retail sales tax, but I want to make sure we've gotten all the questions that anybody wanted to ask before we jump into that.
This is a very complicated situation that's unfolding in front of us. So there's bound to be some people who miss pieces of this as it goes forward. So what is the department's position on auditing everybody that's supposed to comply with this? How do you figure out if we're complying in terms of, are you going to audit county by county, or what's the situation going to be? This is statewide, it's very complicated. So I doubt anybody's going to get it 100% right out of the gate. So what are your thoughts on how you enforce it?
So I'm going to tell you that Department of Revenue, so Washington is a voluntary compliance state. So there's that. But Department of Revenue does not audit government entities. So we aren't going to be auditing the county. We may audit some of your vendors or suppliers. And if they aren't appropriately collecting it, we would assess against them. Then there's a possibility they could bill you. But then that becomes kind of a contractual matter between you and your supplier. I can also tell you that we are having conversations in the department around how hard we're going to enforce this, especially given that we did allow a 6-month grace period for existing contracts. Because if you're looking at someone's purchases, you may not know for sure whether there's an existing contract. And so, we want to be considerate of that, the fact that, there is that grace period. And so these are conversations that are happening and are ongoing. But I can tell you that we don't audit government entities. And so we aren't going to be knocking on the county doors and making sure that you've paid any of this tax.
It looks like we have a question online. Is there more information on the website regarding IT services under an ILA? What is the tax exemption for these services?
So we do not currently have any information published on the interlocal agreements. And the reason for that is because the exclusion for interlocal agreements is actually in one of this year's bills. So that's in process.
Right. We have to wait for that to be signed, and
we have to wait for it to be signed, and then we'll put something out there. But it's pending. We're expecting it to be signed, which is why we're working on it.
All right, I have a question for you. We've been talking about our paying of this sales tax. Is there any information metrics out there about what the counties should be expecting to see in increased sales tax revenue? I've been looking at my sales tax as it comes in, and it's been rough lately, but I can't quite tell what is coming in on this new basis versus what is coming in or sagging numbers from the previous basis.
I don't have a good answer to that question. So that would be something that possibly our research and fiscal analysis division looks at, but I don't know if they look at it on a county by county or if it's just kind of an overall expected revenue kind of approach to it. So I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to that question.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I'm going to go back to our slides here. We're going to run through some pretty basic information pretty quickly. Washington law requires sellers to clearly show the amount of retail sales tax on all customer sales documents. So sales slips, contracts, invoices, receipts. If the invoice does not itemize the sales tax, the department assumes that tax was not collected. This is why it's important to list it separately. So even if a seller doesn't collect the tax from a customer, they are still liable for paying the correct amount of sales tax when they file their excise tax return. Businesses are also expected to keep accurate and complete accounting records for at least 5 years. Maintaining good records can save time in case the department requests any information for verification. Any information that you provided to the department is kept strictly confidential and is not available to the public. Businesses in Washington are required to report gross income, not net income. And gross income is the total amount that you've charged your customers without subtracting anything for labor, materials, taxes, or other costs of doing business. Net income, on the other hand, is what's left after those costs have been deducted. And when you're filing your Washington excise tax return, you must report the gross income. We do not include any sales tax that has been collected. Sales tax that is collected is not considered your income. It is being held in trust for the state. So if you're not familiar with the term excise tax, I think we all are, but I'm going to go over it. It's just a broad term that Washington uses to describe taxes on businesses that earn income from sales or services to customers inside the state. These taxes, of course, help fund our public services, and we have many different types of excise taxes depending on the nature of the business activity. Businesses reporting retail activity are usually assigned monthly or quarterly as a filing frequency. So if a business has previously filed under a different classification, they might have been on an annual schedule. Bill 5814 may have changed that filing frequency. We just want to make sure everyone is checking their schedule through the MyDoR portal to make sure that they are up to date with their filing frequency. And then we come to sourcing. This is probably, it's going to sound like the most complicated thing. We do have this on our website. So when we talk about sourcing, we mean figuring out where in Washington the sale or lease is considered to happen for the purposes of retail sales tax. So this could be a city, a local taxing district, or other jurisdiction. The Department of Revenue assigns location codes to these places to identify who should be receiving those local taxes. And those codes are used on tax returns to make sure that the correct location and tax rate are applied. So now, if your business is registered in Washington but sells to customers outside the state, those sales are not subject to Washington sales tax. You'll need to check with the rules in the states where your customers are located to make sure you're following those states' rules. For your Washington excise tax return, you're going to report all of your gross sales, both in and out of state, and then you take an interstate and foreign sales or apportionable income deduction for any out-of-state sales. Sales to Washington customers by out-of-state businesses. If your business is registered outside Washington but sells to Washington customers, then you'll need to monitor whether you meet nexus, meaning you will have enough connection with the state to owe tax. And you must register a report B&O and collect sales tax if in the current or prior year your business has physical presence in Washington or has more than $100,000 in gross receipts sourced or attributed to Washington, or is organized or commercially domiciled in Washington. These rules apply to all types of Washington income, including retail, wholesaling, and service and other apportionable activities. And you can learn more about that at our website, dor.wa.gov, by searching Nexus. So when we're collecting and sourcing sales tax, sellers are responsible for determining the correct sales tax rate for all taxable retail sales in Washington, collecting the correct amount of tax from their buyers, and remitting that tax to the department. So if you sell tangible or intangible products, those sales are generally subject to retailing B&O and retail sales tax. To source that tax correctly, Washington has these general sourcing rules. They are applied in order from Rule 1 to 5. So you start at the top, Rule 1, and if that doesn't apply to you, then you go to the next rule down. So Rule 1 is the seller's business location. If the customer takes possession of the item, digital good, or retail service at the seller's business, then the sale is sourced at that business. If that is not the case, we move to Rule 2, which is the place of receipt. If the customer receives the item or service somewhere other than the seller's location, then the sale is sourced to that customer's location. If this doesn't apply, we go to Rule 3, which is the address in the business records. You would use the address that you have for a buyer in your business records. This address must be used in good faith. Bad faith would be like manipulating the address to reduce the amount of tax or change the liability. This is considered fraud by the department, obviously, but if no valid address exists, then you would proceed to Rule 4. If you don't have a prior address, you can use an address obtained at the time of sale. Examples can include the customer's IP address or the billing address on their payment method, as long as it's being used in good faith. And of course, if none of those work, we go to Rule 5, which is the origin. If none of the first 4 rules are working, we source the sale based on where the tangible property was shipped, or where a digital product, digital code, or software was first available for transmission by the seller, or where a retail service like an extended warranty or automated digital service was provided, ignoring any locations that are only used for digital transfer. I know that that is a lot, but like I said, it's laid out pretty clearly on the website, and generally businesses will fall within those first 3 rules, I would say. There are going to be some areas where I think you're going to have to use rules 4 and 5, but most are in the first 3. And then local governments, obviously, in Washington rely on the sales tax collections to fund their important programs. So it's essential to charge the correct sales tax rate and report it to the correct location. We do have many tools that help you do that. On our website, we have a tax rate lookup tool. It has a built-in calculator function. It shows the tax amount and provides a confirmation code for you for the date that you search for. So you can go back in time with that tax tool and find tax rates for previous dates. We also have a mobile app. You can see screenshots of them here. They're available on Google Play or at the App Store for Apple products. They are free, so don't pay for an app. You want to look for that logo. And they are also free of ads, and they store any addresses that you look up so that it makes it easy to report on your excise tax return. We also have sales tax rate lists on our website. They come in Excel or QuickBooks file formats. Those can change quarterly. If you download those lists, you just need to make sure that you update them every quarter. We do have a lot of resources on our website. There's that website. It's on the screen now, dor.wa.gov/5814, 5814. Our new retailing services page is linked from the homepage. It's also available here. You'll find interim guidance statements for each service that we have talked about today, and all of the services that have been redefined as a retail sale. Additional guidance related to those DAS exclusions, existing contracts, and presentations for schools and higher education institutions. Really helpful is the FAQ, the FAQ page, addressing some of the most commonly asked questions. You'll also find helpful information to assist with collecting sales tax, including a demonstration video that shows you how to report that sales tax on your excise tax return through our online portal. I'm not sure, I know we're a little bit over time. We started just a little late. Here's some contact information. So if you have questions and you have not gotten them yet, gotten them answered yet, you can go to that website, /5814. That's where the specific information is about the 5814 legislation. You can call our call center, 360-705-6705, where our agents, they can't answer your question, they can get you to someone who can answer. And lastly, we have that letter ruling. Letter rulings for more specific guidance for your business. You can request this through a form that you'll find on our website or through that email. You'll have to put in the name of your business or organization, all the relevant facts, and a complete description of the planned transaction or activity. And I would say it's probably at least a 4-week wait at this point. Darlene can speak more to how much, but I know we've gotten a lot of those rulings coming in. So.
We have had thousands of ruling requests on this bill. However, at this point, we're actually only 2 weeks behind.
Oh, you guys are
so
rock stars over there. That's what I'm saying. Fantastic. Great. Thank you. And are there any last questions? Did we have any last minute questions before we end?
I think it looks good. Thank you, Jessica and Darlene. That was incredibly informative. And I know a lot of us are going to be thinking about our tax implementations when we get back to the office. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Okay, everybody, we have a 10-minute break. Stretch and refill your coffee. We've got water, all of that. Let's see here. Be back by 2:20. That gives you an extra 3 minutes, so 13-minute break. When we return, you are in for a real treat. We've got a very special panel session, Wisdom from the Field, Perspectives of Retiring County Auditors. The panelists are Greg Kinsey, Sandy Jameson, Skip Moore, and Mary Hall, and I will be joining on that panel as well. This is going to be a great conversation with decades of experience and a little bit of spice. You will not want to miss it. Enjoy your break.
Recording in progress.
got those identical suns in the background. Have you ever noticed this face beginning to tick? This boy has just enjoyed the darkest day of his life since the moment he was born. He has had an older sister who left him to whenever he cried or fussed. All it took is lying on his sister's arms for him to become completely calm. Yet, he never imagined that a day like this would ever come. Before we continue, however, if you love your mobile phone more than you love your mother, please feel free to skip this video. And if you love your mother more than your phone, please be sure to like, subscribe, and share this video. And if you truly love your mother, please also leave a comment in the section below. The boy's sister was about to get married. Watching her figure slowly fade into the distance, the little boy could no longer hold back his tears and burst into sobs. This boy has just enjoyed the never play Roblox in church, or this could happen. Leave your like in less than 3 seconds, and you'll receive $10 later today. Selena went to a church to ask the priest to bless her week so she could get good grades and earn more Robux. The problem was that the girl was very addicted to Roblox, and while the priest was blessing her, she took out her cell phone and started playing Roblox. Very funny, the priest saw everything and became so angry that he cast a spell on her, turning her into a very small T-Rex, and she never managed to play Roblox again. Kids, be careful. Never play Roblox in church.
This wrestler used to eat real worms in WWE. His name is the Boogeyman, and he has 3 terrifying facts that will give you chills. And the last one is so disgusting, it's hard to believe. Before you find out, if you're a Roman Reigns or John Cena fan, make sure to like the video and subscribe. First fact is smashing the glass clock on his own head. The Boogeyman would often smash a real glass clock over his head, the same one he carried to the ring. Once he even smashed it right in front of John Cena, and Cena looked completely shocked. Second fact is he never won a title. As scary as the Boogeyman was, he never won a championship in WWE. He faced superstars like Kane and Bray Wyatt, but he always lost. His role wasn't to win titles, it was to terrify both wrestlers and the audience. Third fact is eat a mole off someone's face. Now here's the most horrifying moment on SmackDown. The Boogeyman licked a large mole covered with worms off a female wrestler's face. He kept licking it, pulled it off with his hand, and then put it straight into his mouth. It was absolutely disgusting. This wrestler used to eat real.
I think I heard Jack. Well, it's going to be episode. Hey, Meta. Hey, Meta.
Where's my sandbox?
Hey, Meta. Call Tammy Dorsey Mobile. Right.
Mom, Dad is calling you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, then I must have fixed my microphone. I called City of Portland. They said they'd bring that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's no wonder people are getting sicker and stupider if they're spreading mercury into the skies.
Okay, everybody. Let's get started so we can stay on time, and we have a really special session for you this afternoon. If you are not aware, WSACA, our Auditors Association, is really taking a hard hit this year. A ton of our institutional knowledge is walking out the door. And these last few months before the end of December is our last opportunity to glean as much information from them as we can. So this is what this session is intended to do: ask the questions that you need to know, and they probably don't care. So you can even ask the bad questions that you're dying to know, because they got nothing to lose at this point. They're walking out the door. So I wanted to
unfiltered.
I'm always unfiltered. Everybody knows that. So you take your chances when you give me a mic. Okay, I'm going to introduce my group of retirees. On the end, Greg Kimsey, Clark County Auditor. Heidi Hunt, Adams County Auditor. Mary Hall, Thurston County Auditor. And Skip Moore, Chelan County Auditor. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have some fun with this one, I hope. And I'm told that Sandy Jameson, who unfortunately is leaving us this year as well, is online. Maybe virtually we could get her on so that we could see her. I'm hoping to ask her some questions.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Sandy.
Hi. My video's been disabled, so.
Sure.
Okay. Can somebody enable? Okay. Here we go.
Okay, so this is going to be pretty informal. I'm not going to ask each auditor questions. I'm going to ask a topic. I'm going to let them decide. If you guys have a story, please feel free to share. If you want to pass, you can pass. We've got lots of questions. And please feel free to chime in with your own questions. But I'm going to start it off. I would like each of you to go down the list and just tell us the basic information, how many years you served, what you were doing before you became county auditor, and what drew you to this work. Skip, you want to start it?
Let's see, I became the auditor in 2009, but I started out in the county in 2002, was as the elections director. So I started out as the election director and immediately started plotting to take the job away from Evelyn Arnold. Well, no, I told her I wanted her job, but I wasn't stupid enough to run against her. But when she decided she didn't want to be there anymore, then I jumped into the breach. But let's see. elections director, chief deputy, then auditor. What did I do beforehand?
Retarded.
I was in the Navy. This is my second career, so I'm retiring from my second career.
Yeah.
Go Navy, beat Army. But yeah, I guess that's questions you asked, right?
What drew you to this work?
I needed a job. I retired.
I can see what you mean about him being challenged.
Wanted to come back to the Wenatchee Valley.
It looks like he has some sort of
school
severe
and
autism.
graduated from Central with a political science
The way he
degree.
walks, the way he carries
And
himself.
then did the Navy thing for 22 years, and then came back to the Valley. And I was looking for a job. I happened to see a want ad for, excuse me, for an elections director, and one of the caveats in there was a degree in political
He looks like
science.
an extreme version of
wow,
Robin
I
Davis.
actually got one of those. And it's good for absolutely nothing. But it had it in there. It's like, well, I'll give it a shot. And interview with it. The funny thing about that was my family's from the Valley as well. And when Evelyn was interviewing me and deciding whether or not she was going to hire me as her elections director, one of the main things was I was from there. My family lived there. My father was there. And she said there was less chance that I'd screw it up because my dad lived there and I'd have to move. So that's why she hired me. So that's kind of, I was looking for a job. There was politics had always I thought about, but I never looked at it from the angle of county government. That's how I got here.
All right, Mary.
So I was elected in 2013, same year as Heidi, right? Yeah. And prior to that, I was the election supervisor up in Pierce County. And one of the things that, caused me to run, I mean, I always looked at that office door when I would go to the courthouse for anything, but was same-day voter registration, believe it or not. I used to analyze election, and I would get so mad at the auditors for always saying we can't do it, we can't do it, we can't do it, because I knew we could. So when it was an open seat and I heard that Kim was going to run for Secretary of State, I reached out to Carrie Rooney, and those of you who know her know that she's the most politically connected person on the planet. So all of a sudden I was being introduced to, the Sam Hunts and Karen Frazier's and all of this. And then I was horrified for 2 years until I ran it. So prior to that, I was running a imaging and document management software company, which was, it was okay and it was lucrative, but I was bored. It just didn't fulfill that. I want to, my mother used to ask me, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I would say, I want to change the world. So anyway, got to do my little changes. So that's it.
One thing I could say for sure, auditors' offices are never boring. How about you, Heidi?
Okay, so I basically graduated from high school, went to college a little bit, got married, worked at a bank, but I was a stay-home mom until I went to work for the bank, and I worked there for about a year, and then I decided I wanted to get into the courthouse. And back in the day, there were lines of people applying for courthouse jobs, and so you had to take the first opportunity you had, and then you could move around within offices. So I went to work for our prosecutor's office. Well, our county auditor hated the prosecutor's guts. So after working at the prosecutor's office for about a year, he decided he wanted to make the prosecutor really mad by taking his legal secretary. So he called me to see if I wanted to go to work there. And I said, oh, okay, well, doing what? And he said, well, I need an elections administrator. And I said, yeah, I mean, maybe. I said, won't say I'm not interested, but I really need more of a full-time thing. And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, elections are 3 days a year. I mean, how are you going to stretch that out? And he goes, don't worry, we stretch it out. And so I always tell that story, especially at newly elected conferences, and all of that, because it's kind of funny. So I served as elections administrator from December of 96 until October of 13 when I was appointed, and then I was actually elected in 14. So I had a year under my belt as an appointee, and I've served as county auditor since then. So did that answer all the questions? I had to start with how I got here.
And what drew you to it? You were lured.
I was
somebody
lured.
else.
I was stolen.
Yeah.
I was tricked. No, it was fun. I was, yeah.
And Greg?
Well, that's a tough act to follow, Heidi. So I was first elected in '98. I came to the position, prior to that, I was serving as chief financial officer for kind of a medium-sized company in Clark County. And then for 14 years prior to that, I ended up as vice president of U.S. Bank Corps' investment banking division in Portland. And the company I was CFO wasn't a good fit for me. And I was poking around looking at different things, thinking about looking at buying a business or just looking for another opportunity. One day, watching my kids play soccer, a guy turned to me and said, the county auditor's not going to run for re-election. I said, I wonder what the county auditor does. And 28 years later, here I am.
Wow.
And it's been a great gig. It is just a fantastic position. I say it's the best job in politics besides maybe being U.S. Senator, but it's been a very rewarding career. I'm very grateful that voters have continued to put me in office these many years.
And Sandy?
Well, there we go. I was elected in 2018 to start in 19. And prior to that, I was part of the private sector. So I got my bachelor's and my master's at WSU, go Cougs, and was a CFO for a couple different companies. And I was also involved in a startup, which was a tech startup, which was exciting as well. But I too was looking for something different and really never dreamed I'd be in the political arena at all. But the Whitman County auditor was not going to run again, for those of you that remember Eunice Coker. And so I was approached by several community members saying, we think you'd be a good fit. If you would look into it, that would be great. And so I did. I met with Eunice and thought that it would be a good fit. So I have, this will be my second term. And after a lot of thought and prayer, I decided I want to be a full-time grandma. And I have a grandson, and I don't think my children are done having children yet, although my husband told me to quit asking. So I've quit asking. I have one child. I have one grandson, so I'm happy with that. And I think that I'm leaving the office in a much better state than when I took it over. And little did any of us dream, what we'd be have gone through in the last at least 8 years that I've been here. So anyway, that's my background.
All right. Okay, I'm going to ask the first question, and I'll just let you guys volunteer who wants to answer. But if you don't answer, I'm calling you. So prepare yourself. Okay. When you think back to your first year in office, what surprised you most about the financial responsibilities of the role?
What surprised me most is that, did you know that you can't begin working on the annual report on May 15th? I went to a class, a bars class or a reporting class, which I don't even know why they held it on May 14th or 15th or whatever the day was. And they said, how far are all of you? And I said, oh, I haven't even started it yet. And I remember Dwayne Waltz looked at, oh gosh, remember her husband worked for the Secretary of State. Anyway, he looked at her and they went, and that's pretty much the way my audit went too. So that's mine.
I knew they would unearth some dirty secrets. I knew it. Anybody else?
I would just say that I was a bit surprised at the signature authority I had and how many dollars I could sign for and were my responsibility. I've been used to that private sector. It was new to me in the public sector. I will say though that on more than one occasion, I have worked with folks half jokingly when I say, just remember, I signed your paycheck. So let's get going.
All right.
So I will never forget, I was elected to an unexpired term, so I took office at certification. And no sooner had the election happened that I had all of these people calling me and reaching out to me and wanted me to sign all of these things that I didn't understand. All I knew was it had to do with a lot of money and that my name was on every check and I had no clue. And I thought I knew a little bit about, accounting and finance, having run a business and, actually went to school for it. And I didn't realize that the finance department is truly the foundation of county government in many respects. But I had to take vacation time and drive down to Olympia to sign these documents to ensure people got paid. So that was a big shocker. It's like, okay, and here I am.
Wow, we do send some weird stuff like extradition paperwork. Oh, I do enjoy reading the probable cause though. Okay, so what is the single biggest shift you've seen in how counties manage public funds over the course of your career, and how did you adapt? Anybody?
I think the big thing was here lately is just the money just falling out of the federal government. I mean, literally falling out of the federal government with no, it starts out, here's a pile of money, really quick, go spend this. Well, what are the rules? Well, we haven't figured those out yet, but go spend the money.
Document.
And that was, so you start wandering down the path of millions and millions and millions of dollars. And then once the money is flowing out from your hands and going to other places, and then the rules started kicking in. And I guess that's the part that was a big change, is that so much money was coming from the federal government with no real oversight at that time. And then trying to slow people down saying, hey, I know you want to go spend this, but there's going to be rules. So maybe you ought to think about bidding and this, that, and the other that kind of went off the rails during that period, because prior to that, it was pretty much we got a little bit of pill from the federal government and the rest of it was just normal taxation and moving that around. So it was pretty easy to watch the flow and account for it all. When then suddenly the grants started dropping down the money. The commissioners got a pile of money over here and they're running around just flinging it everywhere. And then you're sitting there trying to say, whoa. This is, if this isn't a pass through or it is a pass through, all the things that come with grant funding went out the window. And that's the part that I thought that's the biggest change I've seen. And I don't know if that's going to change.
I don't know if there's ever been another scenario where you get the money and
we'll tell you later on what the rules are.
Yeah, very unusual. I'd really like Greg to tag onto that one, because Greg and I had a really interesting conversation at lunch in Clark County. I'll tell you that Cowlitz County resembled Chelan. And I called our county commissioners like fairy godfathers. You get a position and you get 6. But it sounds like Clark County has a responsible administrator and they handled it responsibly, unlike Cowlitz County.
Yeah, in Clark County, we were very disciplined about the expenditure of that ARPA money. We did not fund any new positions with it, I don't think. Certainly no permanent positions. And we still, so a lot of it got transformed into general funds through the, when you could spend as much ARPA money on law enforcement as you wanted. It was not, and there was no restrictions on supplanting. So I think we put, $30 million in general fund to replace what we would have already spent, what we would have otherwise spent on sheriff's deputies. That may not be the right number. Don't quote me, please. So the county's general fund continues to be in pretty good condition because of that ARPA funds. And we are not looking, this is the first year since I've been in the county that our operating expenses exceed our operating revenues. Now, only by about $1 million, but again, it's the first time in the entire history. We're fortunate to have, again, this has changed, but we've been fortunate to have good growth. So new real estate, new property taxes on real estate, and sales tax have been strong in Clark County. But like every county, we do have this structural deficit problem of wages and benefits go up more than 1%, and sometimes counselors don't take the 1%. Now I'm kind of rambling. I was going to specifically answer the question about the big change, and I think everyone in this room is very familiar with this. But it was there when I first came in, but it seems like it's accelerating. The number of GASB pronouncements has just become, I thought I'd get a response to that. My goodness, it's yeah, that's big.
Anyone else? We can move on to the next. Okay. So I'm going to skip the next question because it was about financially challenging moments. I'm going to move on because I'm very interested in this one. What's the best advice for building productive working relationships with commissioners, treasurers, and other elected officials who may not fully understand the financial side of your office? Yeah, I know. Take it away, somebody.
Well, I'm a poli-sci major, so let's start from there. But I had, at the time, when I first started out, I had a wonderful individual working for me. A lot of you know him, Brad Posenzak, who's now the city of Wenatchee's financial manager. I guess the biggest thing working with the commissioners has been historically all along, we've gone through phases where, why do we have a fund balance? Geez, we got this fund balance. Why are we keeping this fund balance? We can just spend some of that. It's like, well, problem with that is once it's gone, it's gone. We don't really have a mechanism to make money. Like Greg was saying, when you're talking, 1% on a taxation side where wages are going up 3% and 4% annually, it doesn't take a poli-sci major can figure out where the math is going. And that's been the most difficult part. And like Greg said, with the ARPA money, unfortunately, our commissioners have, as much as I've tried to caution them, and other people as well, would be the fact that purchases are fine, but if there's a tail to it, what's going to happen? I mean, we're going through a software change in our county right now. We're going to a county financial. We're going to the Workday system. Well, that's, I guess, when it's all said and done, I'll be awesome. I'll watch from the outside. But the amount of money that we are going to be spending is just astronomical. In that a county with about a $60 million general fund is going to be spending $2.4 million on a software system. Within 10 years, the support to that's going to be almost $800,000 a year. And you look at them going, where is this money going to come from? And, well, we want to be up on the cutting edge of this and that and the other. And it's like, well, but you don't have the money to do that. How are you going to support it? And that's the scary part, I think, is a lot of the commission, I shouldn't say a lot of them, they come in looking at one aspect of it all, as opposed to trying to figure out what is this going to cost me over time. And we will be paying more in annual fees in 10 years for our system that we're currently put in place than we would have been then just the fees would have financed a different type of system. And that's the part that I think the hard part is just because you got a pile of money doesn't mean you need to spend it. And I agree, if they work more of it's similar to supplanting, but pay all your law enforcement and those type of things, which would save money for the general fund, or at least hold the balance of, because we, at one point, we used to do, well, we still do monthly financials and we show the cash flow going through the year. When I first became auditor, every year we went negative. Like, right now, March, our cash flow would go below zero. We'd borrow from roads to fund, finance ourselves until we got property tax, spike it back up. And then we went through a period where we fought that down and got to where we stayed above zero in around 2008, 2009. But now I can see us going back to that within 5 years. And that's the scary part.
Sure.
I think I'll jump
go
in
ahead,
and
Sandy.
say, answer to your question. When I took office, I had a really good accounting manager, so she was very helpful. And the commissioners had their own administrative person. And so within a couple of months, I could see who was getting along with the commissioners. And so, I sidled up to them and kind of learned from those that had more experience. I've been very fortunate to have very good commissioners, and I was very fortunate to have my financial background. So when I said something, I had the credentials behind me to say, this is the truth. This is where we are. This is what we need to do. But at the same time, their finance administrator and mine, they got along and they spoke the same language. And so as long as I was involved in that conversation, I didn't fix something that wasn't broken. And I was trying to read the commissioners as to who they respected and working hard to make sure they respected me.
Good point. Now, I know this has been a struggle for at least some of you, so I'm going to read the question again. What's your best advice for building productive working relationships with commissioners, treasurers, and other elected officials who may not fully understand the financial side of your office?
So I didn't understand the financial side of my office when I came in, but the challenge that we have is that you have commissioners come in and out all the time, where auditors tend to be there for a longer amount of time. And I think back when I was first elected, and I had, a really good relationship with all of my commissioners, but I came in thinking from a private industry perspective. And of course, we had just gone through all these budget cuts. So of course, my mindset was, how can you raise revenue and cut expenses, right? So I was just throwing out all these ideas with financial staff. So at that point in time, I was making those be all of their great ideas, which really served me well. But as new commissioners came in, I think I worked really hard to just educate them of what the auditor's role is, what the auditor does, what their role was, and the relationships were always good. Right now, I could say I probably don't have the best relationship with a couple of my commissioners, but it's more related to the county manager than the commissioners. And I meet with them on a regular basis, once a month, and just try to tell them all the great things that we are doing and sandwich between all of the ways their budget office is screwing things up and stuff like that. But I think meeting with them and being open and transparent, and that goes a long way. But you also have to stand your ground at the same time, because they're not your boss, and we are auditors for a reason. And we need to tell them no when it's important to tell them no, and no, you can't do this, and this is why. So.
Good point. I've always struggled with that comment, knowing they're not my boss, but yet they can still punish me. So they kind of are. So it's a struggle.
Punish me this year.
And they do, yes. Did you want to add something, Heidi, or you want me to go? Okay.
Could I just add to one other thing? Is early on, I made a point to be at it's an open meeting. It's an open workshop every Monday morning from 9 to 10. But it's really the commissioners' workshop. but I attend faithfully. And so 8 times out of 10, something comes up that they ask me a question or they need clarification, and I'm physically right there. And so it's also informative for me to know what's going on in my county as a taxpayer too. But I think that they've come to expect me to be there, which is fine. And I think it's helped the relationship in that manner. It's their meeting, and I raise my hand if I have a question, and I'm very respectful, but they're very respectful back.
So next question. What is the one financial management principle or practice you wish someone had drilled into your head on day one?
For me, it would be they'll try to pull a fast one on you. Anybody will. And I guess that was the big thing is one, knowing what my role was as far as that gatekeeper and following the rules. I don't care what decisions they make, but there's certain process and procedures that have to be done. When I get the phone call that says, oh, by the way, we just closed on a piece of property and we need a $2.5 million wire transfer today by 2 o'clock. And you go, I ain't happening. Well, the commissioners approved it. Where'd they approve it? Where all those things, and that's the part that I found is the most difficult part is there is process. There are rules. There's a reason why they don't have the checkbook. There's a reason why the auditor has the signature on the checks is because of that process. And it goes back to, again, dealing with the treasurer. The treasurer doesn't like me to suddenly come call them and say, oh, by the way, I need you to move $2.5 million in the next 30 minutes. They're not very happy about that either. So the biggest thing on that aspect was holding the line on the process. And even though, well, we voted it in, yeah, you did, but you haven't done X, Y, and Z to actually allow for the process to occur. And standing my ground on that, because at the end of the day, I think we all know who they're going to hold responsible if the process is questioned. It's going to be the person whose name's on the check. And that's the part that stand my ground on that.
Yeah, and in the paper as well.
And I think for me, it was the same thing. Learning how to say no to people because it affects your office at a certain point. Specific example being the end of open period. Everybody's like, oh, I got to get this in. Oh, I got to get this in. And for years, we're like, all right. Well, finally saying no. No, you've missed it. You took the entire month of December off to enjoy your holidays. Well, we have all been here working. No. We are not doing it. And the same thing is like right now we have a sheriff's deputy who's lost the same, what was it, Courtney, $34 check. He's lost it 3 times and we are reissuing for a 4th time from 2022. So guess what? We're issuing him one of our jury cards. So, I mean, not the jury card, but a card. And now he wonders why and when can he have it? I don't know. You can have it when we do it, and things like that. I mean, don't make your staff do double time to make everyone else happy. And it took me a lot of years to realize that. No, we're not doing a hand pay just because you forgot. No. And so things like that. And if you can start out that way, you keep your staff a lot happier sooner. And you don't have to say it snotty or anything. Oh gosh, well we'll be able to take your request and I will keep you in the loop on when that check can be processed. That kind of thing. But you have to draw the line and look out for your own because it's very hard on staff when you are the yes man and everything's okay and everybody needs to be happy. But when you look around your own office and everybody's not happy, that's what you really need to see.
Is anybody else having a new experience with Heidi this conference? She is speaking so feisty. I had no idea she could be so feisty and tiny little thing. This must be what retirement does to you.
I hope
Short timer attitude. That's
well,
what
I
it
hope
is.
my staff would agree that that is how I am being. Is that how I am being? Okay, good. Because I don't want to speak like, no, she really still is. Yes, Heidi. You know, that's what I don't want. I want to look out for my people.
Good for you. Anybody else? You want me to move on to the next one? Okay.
Point of view. The surprising thing for me was how much process there is in county government. And of course, you know, process is good on occasion. Process can be your friend, but it certainly can be frustrating as well. I'm much more interested in taking action, but I've learned it. Well, maybe I haven't learned, but I do understand that process is necessary in government, as much as it is annoying.
Okay, next question. When you look at the landscape of local government finance in Washington State, are you optimistic? What gives you hope? And then what keeps you up at night?
So you know, it all kind of falls down from the top. I mean, the federal government isn't giving the states money. The state isn't giving counties money. And local government took a huge hit this legislative session. And we have sales tax and property taxes to fund county government, and it's not enough. And everybody is fighting for that little piece of the pie. And I think what we really need to express to the audience and our constituents is finance is the foundation of county government. And I can tell you, sadly, I'm watching mine crumble because we've had a very horrible installation of a new financial system. And I just got a resignation letter today from my new financial manager who is taking another job because she wants more work-life balance. And that's why my last chief deputy left. She wanted work-life balance. And I still have my original, you know, my prior finance manager working part-time after his new job. So it's, yeah, funding is really, really tough right now. And I don't know, you know, we're all going for the same piece of pie. And I forgot what the question was, but just really need to make sure that they understand that if you have no feet, you can't walk. And we've got to tell that story to our legislators too. I think the most overlooked messaging campaign that we have screwed up on over the years is getting legislators to understand that we provide state services at the local level. That is why counties exist. We are their arms. We serve their constituents. And by them cutting off county government, they're basically doing a huge disservice to their constituents. And I think if all of WSAC and WSACA carried that message and just pounded this drum, they may wake up and kind of understand what county government is supposed to be. We're not cities, you know, we're not fire districts, we're not school districts. We're an extension of the state, and we are an agent of licensing. You know, the assessor collects the property taxes that go to the Department of Revenue. The Secretary of State oversees elections. I mean, and on and on and on. So anyway, I really don't know what the question is.
No, good answers.
Okay, good.
Doesn't somebody have a note of optimism?
Well, the hard part is we haven't, well, this is just democracy at work. And the problem is I've seen everybody wants everything, but nobody wants to pay for anything. And the hard part has been trying to explain that government costs money. These processes cost money. When I talk to groups and whatever, I remind them that, you know, when I conduct an election, everybody gets a bill. the little cemetery district gets a bill, the fire districts get the bill. And they look at you like, well, I thought our taxes were already paying for that. And the fact that we're actually billing other groups is kind of like, well, yeah, so you pay taxes, but I don't get that money. I have to bill this person. And the cost part, and the difficult thing in all of that is nothing that we do inside a county government has gone down in cost. Labor's up, benefits are up, wages and benefits are continuing to grow because we want the best and the brightest, but the public doesn't care. And that's what makes me nervous, is there's going to become a big crunch. I mean, we're getting real close to it in that when you sign a labor contract that's a 12% increase in wages over 3 years.
Not vote for 1% property tax increase?
And then vote it down, exactly. Or, hey, I'm all for it. Let's start. We want this new mosquito district, but we will, yes for the district, no for the assessment. Okay, how's that going to work? I mean, I've got a mosquito district right now. They exist. They have no money. The same people that voted them in wouldn't vote for the funded. So that's where the crunch is coming, and I can see it happening with that. To keep me up at night, it would be that, is just the dwindling amount of revenue available. I'm not saying the government we should be go out and taxing people, but what is the proper mix? And maybe we need to ask the public straight up, what do you want? Because I don't think they really get that at the end of the day. If they ask us what, if they told us, we want this, okay, here's what it's going to cost. But that doesn't seem to work. I don't know. That's what keeps me up at night. Washington State, I can see, is headed into a position where there's no way county governments will be. I used to be on a city council, and at one point I realized on the city council, city of Kashmir, their property tax was hardly nothing. They had, well, not hardly nothing. It was enough to sustain them a little bit. They had basically no sales tax because any of the industry involved was either ag, which there's no money there for the government, or freight on board. Crunchback, we got Crunchback right in Kashmir. They send Apple all over the world. There's zero sales tax collected off of any of that operation because it's all freight on board. So it's leaving. And then, so you look at the city, at one point I said, the best thing the city could do is de-incorporate, set up a water district, set up a minor little roads district, and throw the keys back to the county. At least it would be some level of solvency would occur. Now, granted, the county wouldn't be wouldn't be happy to take over the obligation, but that's where this is all headed because of escalating costs and the public not willing to pay for it. So that's the part that scares me.
Good points. I want to make sure that we leave a minute for questions, so I'm only going to ask 2 more questions, and I think this next one is a big one. So, what do you want the next generation of county auditors to protect? Is there a practice, a value, or an institutional norm you worry could get lost? What do you want the next generation of county auditors to protect? Is there a practice, a value, or an institutional norm you worry could get lost?
Oh, I'll take that. So we have it's not a formal mission statement, but it's something I talk about pretty frequently. And as you know, in the auditor's office, we have more interaction with the public than any other office in county government. And what we talk about in Clark County in the auditor's office is every interaction we have with citizens is an opportunity to improve their confidence in government. I don't talk about the opposite, which you can do that as well, but try to speak about the positive. The opportunity to improve people's confidence in government. And I think that's the only way we get to where Skip is talking about, where citizens say, you know, county government provides important services and we need to pay for that.
Anyone else?
I guess I would just say that I would piggyback on what Greg is saying. You know, we are customer service driven, and that is our number one goal in my public facing offices, and my staff have done very well. I came into a situation where they weren't very good. People didn't like going to the auditor's office, and now it's very good. So it may seem somewhat superficial, but that is something that I really want to see continue after I'm gone.
And for me, the big thing has been with my folks is we try not to ever say no. No, you can't do that. No, that's impossible. We try to say the rules or the laws are set up this way. However, if you want to get this done, there's a process. It's just not the straight line path that most of us would take. You want to, DOL is a prime example. A lot of there's no straight lines in that. But when people say, well, I need to do this, because, well, the other part is customer service, find out what they actually need to get done. Quite often they don't know what they need to get done. Oh, I need to record this. Why? Well, somebody told me if I recorded this, it'd automatically make the property go into my children's hands. Well, have you talked to an attorney about that type thing? Back to, we're always looking for a solution to their problem, as opposed to the bureaucratic, it's Thursday, you're not wearing a red shirt, so it's no. And they'll say, well, you know what? If you come to it, you know, what can we do to make it work? And then figure out a process as opposed to just the flat no. Because that's the other thing. I don't like having a citizen, a taxpayer, coming in to do a transaction with me and have to tell them, no, you can't do that. Because we work for them. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that I've tried to move with my office is to remind them we work for the public. They pay our salaries. If they want something, unless it's illegal, why aren't we doing our best to solve it for them? That's the big thing I worry about.
Yeah, I always say, you know, I always try to say yes. And I tell my managers, always try to say yes. A lot of times you can't, but I think it's important. I think the one thing that, you know, I hope never gets lost is that, you know, sitting in this position is really a privilege, and it gives you an opportunity to make positive change. You know, I always say, and people hear this come out of my mouth all the time, if you don't like the rule, change the rule. If you don't like the law, change the law. And laws are so antiquated that I don't think we should ever stop making those little minor tweaks, because you never know when that antiquated statute is going to come and bite you in the butt. And we have got to keep moving forward and having those partnerships with our legislators and getting that next innovative thing. You know, if another state's doing it, it's not new, right? Deed fraud, deed freeze. And don't back down because there's opposition, because we are elected to do a job. But by being in this job, we have so much opportunity to work with legislators. They respect us. We can change rules. We can change laws. And I hope that that never goes away and everybody just has the attitude that I'm an auditor, I run licensing, recording, elections, and finance.
Questioning with, sorry, my mic cut out. Words of wisdom, especially our jobs, you have to admit that we don't see the same stress level in other departments. Our jobs, it can be overwhelming and deflating. So thank you for the reminder, Mary. I personally needed that. Okay, We're not quite done yet. I have one more, and this is the big one because apparently I didn't get a vote in this process. I'm not okay with this. These are my peers, and I'm not ready for them to leave. 4 years ago, I wasn't tied necessarily to the auditors that left 4 years ago. This is going to be a hard hit. So we want to know from you. Are you truly done? Can we call you? Can we? Are we going to get charged with stalking? Would you be willing to leave your numbers for us?
I'll take phone calls from you guys. My wife has made it quite clear I'm not allowed to take phone calls from the county. I mean, she says you can do that after you set up your LLC and you let them know what your rate is. Then they can call you. But you guys can call me at any time. But that's a lot of it is right there. I can't remember. Well, for me, I've reached the point where I'm tired of being responsible. I know that sounds childish, but I go to bed at night worrying about, is payroll going to go right? Did this get done? Has that, oh geez, we got to get that done. And my wife being retired now for 5 years, it doesn't help when I get up in the morning, she goes, you could be retired. And hey, well, as a matter of fact, I just drove her to the airport 2 days ago and she's in Europe right now. So but yeah, you can call. The county can't, they're going to be put on the clock, but I will certainly, if there's any question you have, not that I'm a wealth of knowledge, but I've seen a lot. Let's put it that way.
I want everyone to answer this question. I don't care who goes next, but none of you are getting off the hook on this one.
I have a couple unfinished projects. One is called Deep Fraud, and the other thing that I will likely be working on somewhat on a federal level is federal funding of elections. But I'm not gonna, don't call me in the morning because I am not setting an alarm. Yes, I'll take your calls. No, I'm not gonna come and work at the ballot processing center. And I'll be in Arizona, so if I'm gonna testify, it's going to be from afar. But, I don't know how involved I'll be on those things that I'm passionate about because that's really who I am is, things like that. And I think I'm going to fade out of it more than anything, but I certainly won't, Tilly or Brandon wants to call me or Emmett, I'll take the call, but I probably won't take the calls of the commissioners.
Well, I second that motion. I won't be taking calls from any commissioners, or maybe the clerk of the board is actually my daughter's mother-in-law. Our kids are married, so I will take her call if it's related to our grandchildren. And we get along just fine, so don't think there's, I am absolutely not going away. I will need to pay for health insurance for a few years. I'm simply leaving employment of Adams County. One of the things that I didn't mention because I didn't quite see how it fit in any of the questions is how one of the largest lessons I learned as county auditor is, and I finally figured it out when I watched the movie The American President, where Michael Douglas says, I was so busy doing my job that I didn't do my job. And so what happened to me through a course of time over the years as county auditor is anytime a department needed help or needed glue to hold them together, I was the first to offer up. I went through, 3 or 4 years of U.S. bank statements to help reconcile and figure out why the sheriff got upside down $10,000. I went through 3 years of pharmacy receipts to prevent our sheriff being taken to small claims court, because that's what our local pharmacy was going to take our sheriff's office to small claims court. So I worked forever doing that. And then our central services director was fired, and his administrative assistant just said, well, if he's gone, I'm leaving too. So I helped hold that department together by supporting the one staff member that was left, had no experience. So I thought that was my job, to hold the county together. Well, guess what? During that entire time, my staff was left to pick up the pieces. They didn't have me to do the review of the employee who wasn't towing the line. They didn't have me to contact the customer that was unhappy because they'd been treated maybe a little curtly. They didn't have me for any of those things. And it took me until probably 2 years ago when I hit bottom and I said to the commissioners, after everything I've done for you, you can't even look me in the eye and consider what I'm asking for, which is for the good of the county. And I said, a little professional courtesy, I think, is due here. Something. Anyway, so that's I am available. So guess what? When your sheriff doesn't pay his bills or whatever, and you need somebody to do that research, I will be the one. I will do the LLC, and you have them call me, and I will do that research, because you should not pick that up as county auditor, and you should not assign it to your staff. Your sheriff sees as his responsibility. And I fell short, and that's really where my emotional and physical and all sorts of decline happened, was when I was so busy helping that I wasn't doing my job. Okay? And I'm sure my staff will say, yeah, it's been tough. It's tough to have a NutraSweet boss who can't say no. So yes, I'm available. Call me. Oh, and I have a very specific set of skills. I can open ballots at lightning speed. Right, Jackie? But, oh yeah, I am good at that.
How about you, Greg?
Well, Carolyn, you're very kind to think that you might have some reason or need to call me. It makes me think about the idea that when people retire, it's like removing their hand from a bucket of water. And that's about how much people are actually missed after they retire. Current company exception, but in general, but sure, I'm happy to take a call about anything from anybody, and I can blather on. But I am sort of kind of going forward from there. I'm actually trying to say I'm not going to retire. I'm not running for re-election. I am actively looking for stuff to do going forward. So who knows? Maybe you'll see me around some other capacity.
All right, Sandy.
Well, I am actively retiring from the county. As you all know, we farm, and my husband's not retired, so he's looking forward to having me do more work with the farm that I'm trying to fit in right now. But yes, I would welcome any calls. I would be surprised if I get very many, because I'm kind of with you, Greg. Once you're out of the picture and the new administration takes over, it is it's theirs. But maybe the first few months, I may get calls, and I will happily help. And yes, all of you are welcome to call me as well.
Love that you guys think that I'm not going to call you. I know your personal cell phone numbers.
Yes, you do.
I just don't want to be charged with anything. So we don't have a lot of time. I knew that this session probably needed longer than an hour. I skipped half the questions on here, but I did want to give an opportunity to the group to ask questions. Anybody online? Anything burning that you want to know in the room that wasn't asked? Well, the question was, will all of you attend the annual conference in May?
Yes.
That's a no for Skip.
Yes, anyway, yes. Yes, I'm planning to come.
I'm good.
Not sure. I was told I should go to the elections conference, but not sure about the annual. I'm being told I should go to annual.
All right. So the question was, of course, Mary Ann, do you have a happiest memory or something that'll stick with you forever? What a great way to end.
I think for me, it was the time when we got the ADUs. That's what we originally called them. And we had a lady in the county that was blind. And she came in and used that machine. We had just got it. And it's the first, and to see just, she broke down in tears because it was the first time she ever got to cast a ballot knowing that it wasn't going to change and that what she asked for, she got to have it marked on the ballot. It was just something that you just take so for granted. You know, geez, we can see. I know how I mark my ballot. Whereas having somebody to tell somebody else, please mark Joe. You never know if they did mark Joe. And that for me was just one of those things where it was just, yeah, that. She was in tears. Basically, all of us were all because it was a chance to actually empower somebody and do the, you know, that type of thing, which you don't get to do a lot of in government very often. It's usually you're telling them the bad news, but that was one of those times where it was just, for me, it was just made the job worth all the work that we had done to see that come about and the impact that she had. For me, it was just still kind of chokes me up because
Great
it was
story.
awesome.
Anyone else?
I'll pipe in. After, you know, we were mandated to set up the student hubs, and the first year we did that, I think it was in 2020. You know, it was crazy, a scramble to do everything. And so we're up there and we're inundated with WSU students who, you know, choose to register the same day and get their ballot and all of that. But it was such a bustling arena filled with energy. So there was really no way that you could feel negative about it. But we had a young kid. I mean, he's probably just 18. And he stood in line and he got registered. And I suppose I had my auditor ID on, but I was, you know, one of the older people in there. And he comes up to me, excited. He goes, "I finally registered and I have my ballot. Now who should I vote for?" To me. And I said, "Well, here's a local voters pamphlet. You can read through that." And he's like, oh yeah, okay. And he spent probably an hour reading through that. And I watched him walk, you know, put his ballot in the box. And it was a fun time.
I love that. Anybody else?
I have a lot of funny stories, but I think probably my most heartwarming moment was during the pandemic when we were allowed to open vote centers for that presidential election, and we had a huge one in Othello with hundreds of people turning out. It was my best but my most exhausting day, and that was great because a lady did come up and say, "I just earned my citizenship and I'm here to vote," and that was great. It was, number one, great to gather as a people. It was great to provide that service to a community because although Ritzville is this county seat of Adams County, Othello is where all the population is. So they would have to drive 52 miles or find a printer at home to do all of that. So it was wonderful to provide that service. Super exhausting though. I think I had restless leg syndrome for a couple days.
Wow. Well, this was really special to me. So,
I'll be quick.
Yeah, go Mary.
So I think my happiest moment, most amazed moment, surprise moment is when I knew that we had the votes for state election funding. But the most rewarding, I think, moment of my life was probably when we served the last voter in our drive-through voter registration center in the pandemic election of 2020. Because that was such a Herculean lift. It was so huge and it went so well. And it was just like, I was so proud of everybody. It was just amazing.
Well, and I'd like to think of the good politician that I am, and speaking to, you have to know who your audience is. So really for me, the proudest, best moment of my entire 28 years is the issuance of our popular annual financial report.
Thank you for that, you. Okay, so we did just give them a round of applause, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please be back in 10 minutes. We went over because we gave them some additional time. Loved hearing from our people, so thank you.
I think we're ready. I'm here. Oh, it's actually. Oh no, she asked me if I would, so we're good. Hello, everybody. Are we ready to begin again? Let's finish strong. We've got some great information for you. Starting now. By the way, Zags are on at 7 o'clock. TBS, go Zags. That's all I'll say about that. Oh, and another quick thing. I'm just going to tell you super quick. Workday, we are doing the drawing at 4:20 for the cooler. And the gentleman at Workday also mentioned that they would be in the bar area this evening with an open tab. I did ask if the Zags would be on. He says he has nothing to do with that. So anyway, we'll see what happens. But anyway, so go down and visit with him at the bar tonight. He didn't exactly say what time, so maybe it was a joke, but I don't think it was. So next, for our final session today, we have Brenda Chilton, Benton County Auditor, and Brian Carlson, Yakima County Financial Services Director. And is it just you two? That will be presenting from budget to forecast, strengthening multi-year financial planning. And this is a great way to close out the day. We're going to give you some really great tools that you can take back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, we're going to get started. So I was asked to kick off the session. First of all, hard act to follow that last session, right? So I was asked to talk a little bit about biennial budgeting in terms of kind of like short-term forecasting. Benton County switched to biennial budgeting, I don't know, 8-10 budgets ago. So we've been doing it for a while. I am certainly no expert. I am not an accountant. I don't do budgeting, but I can tell you what our experience was. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about kind of the transition to biennial budgeting. So what is biennial budgeting? It is a 2-year county budget cycle under RCW 3640-250. So instead of doing a 1-year budget, you're doing a 2-year budget. You have the same statutory process as an annual budget, but it spans 2 years instead of 1. It does require a mid-biennium review and modification. So basically what we do in Benton County is you get a 2-year budget, and then at the end of the first year, whatever unused budget that you have left for expenditures rolls to your second year. And they do re-adopt the budget. We do in our financial system treat them as 2 separate years, even though we've budgeted for 2 years. And it can be used for all of your funds or just selected funds. We have used it for all of our funds. So, am I on the right? Yes. Okay. I wanted to make sure I was on the right slide here. So why would counties consider biennial budgeting? So it reduces the total time spent budgeting over a 2-year period. That was the biggest factor for Benton County when we adopted it in 2010 for the 2011-2012 budget cycle was, as you know, when you're on an annual budget, it just seems like you are constantly budgeting. We're getting ready to start budgeting. It's March. We're getting ready to start budgeting for our next 2-year biennium. Right now, our budget and finance director is already working to extrapolate out all of the salaries and benefits in particular, because that's usually the biggest part of it. And we'll get that out to us in the next couple of months. And then by July 1st, we'll be working with her to figure out our requests. When you're doing it annually, it just seems like you're just like constantly in that cycle. So
it gives you a little bit of a breather when you're just doing that once every 2 years. So it also encourages a little bit more long-term or multi-year planning. The next speaker is going to talk a little bit more about longer-term forecasting, but one of the things that we really try and do with the 2-year cycle is do more planning for capital expenditures, IT requests, those types of things. We're asked to make sure that we include that in the 2-year cycle instead of doing it on an annualized basis. It does give an opportunity to also update your financial policies and processes because you're reviewing to see how that will affect you on a 2-year basis instead of a 1-year basis. So there are some common concerns and challenges related to a biennial budget. The heavy workload in the first year in particular, because you do have to review all of your existing policies and procedures. The education involved, in particular, when we moved to a 2-year biennium, was probably the heaviest lift because departments, most of them, had long-term leadership and had been doing their budget the same way for, in some cases, decades. And so it was a little bit of a hard transition to them to move to a 2-year cycle. Some feel that there's more uncertainty in forecasting the second year, just because you're having to look ahead for things that you may not know, like legislative changes, things like, payment of sales tax that we didn't know we were going to be paying on contracts and those types of things. I'm being a little facetious there, but so mid-biennium adjustments can reduce time savings. We just don't see a whole lot of mid-biennium adjustments. Of course, you always have the options that you have with annualized budgets, with supplements and those types of things. Our budget and finance director builds in contingency funds. They call it fence contingency. And that you're able to do budget adjustments instead of supplements, so it doesn't require all of the advertising, public hearing, and those types of things. So that was all built into our initial policies and procedures. So biennial budgeting in Washington counties. Now, this only, I think it was in the late 90s that the statute was changed that you could start doing biennial budgets. We were one of the early adopters. MRSC lists 8 counties. Now, data was a little dated, so there may be 1 or 2, 3 more counties that have adopted a biennial budget, but currently MRSC has these 8 counties listed. So if you have an interest in possibly moving that direction, those are the counties that you might want to reach out to. Let's see here. I've already talked a lot about what our transition looked like. Again, we adopted in 2010 for the 2011-2012 biennium. Our motivations were definitely the efficiency, the long-range planning, and the process stability. We really didn't have a lot of bumps along the way. Once we got past that initial educational period for our departments, it has gone very smooth. It also, again, gave us opportunity to review our policies and procedures. And that was a big benefit because, oftentimes you go back to look at policies and procedures you have in place because you're just doing it kind of like on autopilot. And then when you actually sit down and start looking at your policies and procedures, you have outdated things in there that maybe are not applicable anymore. And so that gives you an opportunity to review that as well. We considered Benton County a success for all of the reasons that I've addressed. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I would prefer that you hold them to the end since we are over time. And I want to give Brian maximum opportunity to do his presentation. So thank you. Brian Carlson.
told me you're coming back. Soon after that. Thank you, Team AV. Yeah, right? Okay, last presentation. Let's bring it on home. I like to back clean up.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Sage. I'm very happy to be talking to you today about this topic, financial planning.
Because there's
I'm Brian Carlson, and I am currently, but it's still a matter of debate what my actual title is in Yakima. My letter says budget director, but I get a lot of things that aren't exactly that, and so I just try to roll with it and be flexible. I've been there for about a year. Previously, I was with Kittitas County in a similar role, and before that, I was in the country of Alaska, which is up. So this is a brief professional bio, and what I want to share with you from this slide is that in all three of my local government appointments, I created a long-range financial planning function. And in Kittitas County and in Valdez, I was able to train my staff in this methodology such that they could very safely and successfully assume the finance director role upon my departure while keeping the financial planning function in play. I've only been in Yakima County for less than a year. It's a work in progress, but we'll get it to the very same place, I have no doubt. The point of that little anecdote is that financial planning, among all its many benefits,
I don't want you to come in and out.
You know, all the obvious ones that you've thought of, it is a clarifying and a stabilizing force once you get it in circulation.
I'm not going to let you in through the window next time, Sage.
There we go.
This isn't
Okay.
like a
Now if I want to go back, there we go. Here's an agenda for the next 20 minutes or so. I'm going to talk about
I'll bring him out
calling
to
a
you
background for financial planning and local government
Are you coming
context.
in or not?
Yeah.
Section 2, why?
No,
It's
no,
gonna
no,
be
no
some
more, no more coming through.
justifications
You blew it.
for you to consider bringing something like this online in your organization. Section 3 is how it's done. Section 4 is tangible next steps for this room. Background. Extremely rare in local, like Sasquatch levels of rare. This is what I mean. Google informs us, the Google, I have to say it the right way, the Google tells us that north of 3,000 distinct taxing districts exist in the state of Washington. GFOA does the recognition and the awards and the, refrigerator magnets and all of that. They recognize two out of 3,300. That's what I mean by rare. I've looked in on those two. Now, we're trending up. I guess statistics, lies, damned lies. In 2025, we got 3. That's a 50% increase. So, it's all context. It's all about the denominator. If COVID taught us nothing else, the denominator matters. Let's not go there. I've looked in on these financial plans, these long-range plans. They're a lot better than nothing, but they're not what I would characterize as financial planning. They're tabled numbers that extend forward in time more than 2 years, usually 6 years. They try to align them with their CIP and various other plans. So it's good, but it's not what I think of when I offer financial planning as something worth standing up in your organization. So I'm going to tell you more about that. Continuing, all of these organizations, GFOA, WFOA, all of these on the left, unanimously, they say basically, yeah, somebody ought to do something. And I think if I polled this room, it would be something like 100% would say, well, yeah, of course we should do this. And then we all look at one another and nothing gets done. For all of their acknowledgement that this is a value-added function, there's no guidance. The only group that publishes anything is GFOA, and that was 15 years ago.
Are you hurt? Are you okay?
I think that's interesting. Unanimous recognition
I don't want to do too much of it,
somebody
'cause
ought
we're
to
gonna
do
break
something,
these
and yet the thing does not exist in the
These
wild.
boards are very thin.
I've thought a lot about why that is.
You can go jump on our
And I
bed.
think it comes down to accounting versus financial
Let's go jump on
planning.
our bed.
This is what I mean. There are two kinds of people in this world. There are those who think there are two kinds of people in this world, and there are those who know better. Is this thing on? So, this is what I'm getting at. When we scope a high-level finance position, finance director or something like that, when we think about this position, when we scope it, write our job description, recruit for it, ask around, and you'll hear the most common misconception in our profession, which is that finance director is kind of some kind of an accountant, right? Many problems arise from that misconception. Accounting and financial planning are two totally different disciplines. They draw on totally different skill sets, which means they attract totally different personality types. One is not better or smarter. It's not like that. They're different. But probably, again, approaching 100%. The people that we put in these roles mostly are on the left column. They have an accounting background. And yet we mash up these job descriptions to include tasks from both columns, and we wonder why the thing from the right column doesn't exist out there. I could spend most of the day talking about this one slide, but it's food for thought, and you can come back to the slides, and I invite you to reach out to me. But so, I guess the main idea here is that if we task one column with assignments from the other column, we should all brace ourselves for disappointment. And I think that from that basis, we maybe have solved the question about why is there no financial planning out there in the local government universe. Next topic, why?
Notebook.
Why do I think you should consider these things? I'm going to take us through 4 points. The first one is an analogy that I call noise versus signal. In our resourcing discussion venues, like a budget hearing, ideally we have very low noise and very high, clean, pure signal. I know the answer. I would say, like a show of hands, is that our reality? Of course it's not. We spend hour after miserable hour consuming 3 weeks or more in the month of September. It feels bad for everybody involved. It's a grind, and it's not very productive. And at the end, we're all exhausted, and maybe we have bad attitudes. And I think I know why. And this is really what drew me into this topic. It's an observation that we're all speaking different languages. And so we burn a lot of time and energy trying to translate for one another to get to the point. And the more important discussion about what we should do kind of comes last when we're already exhausted and have a bad attitude. Here's an example, this little graphic on the right. These are your resourcing, these are your stakeholders in the resourcing discussion. Commissioners are at the center. And let's say that their mental model is all about budget deficits. They're fixated on this topic. Oh goodness, we have a deficit and we got to deal with this deficit. That's how they see this topic. Everything runs through that filter. Now here comes stakeholder number one, the union. I'm going to start there. I'm going to go clockwise. I'm going to go reverse alternating counterclockwise. How's that? I'm going to go clockwise. Unions come, and they hear, the budget deficit. And they're nodding, and they're giving you that look because they know that your audited financial statements show your fund balances only ever going like this. So they're not having it. The community comes forward, and they have a programming thing that's very important to them. Let's call it the Widows and Orphans Dog Park with a swimming pool. And they are not concerned about your financial picture. Their point of advocacy is some kind of benefit, usually intangible, immeasurable. And the finances are your problem, but I dare you to say no to the swimming dog park pool. Along comes the sheriff. Now, I have a great relationship with both the Kittitas County and Yakima County sheriffs. But I'd say this if they were in the room. They know, and they'd smile, and they'd nod, and they'd say, yeah, he's got us. They come forward with a thing. They need some kind of a thing. They have a technology, something. They need to deploy it because reasons. And their emphasis will be on entry cost. But nobody really drills in to understand life cycle cost. And so later on the timeline, they bring you a contract and they say, remember, but the contract goes 5 years. And so now we've lashed the organization to a life cycle cost that was not part of the original discussion. Next up is prosecutor. Chronically understaffed because can't pay the lawyers enough. And so the discussion is a pay scale that is all out of whack relative to the rest of your professional staff. They said it last year, they said it this year, they've said it, and it's true. It's a partial truth, but it is absolutely true. And so the prior 4 stakeholders in the minds of the BOCC create a vague kind of list of we gotta cut. And you know who gets cut? Facilities. But there is no not paying for that category. There is only deferral of your maintenance. Someday you realize the cost. You either shutter the property, you sell it at a loss, or you fix it in an emergency circumstance. There is no not paying for it, but that's the easy place to cut. In a separate presentation, I've plagiarized this from a brilliant guy in DC. He calls it a generational deficit. There can be no better term. You kick the can down the road, somebody else can deal with that problem. We all get to celebrate now because we did it. So the principle here that I'm getting at is financial planning enables us to agree to the data so that we can have a better discussion about what to do about it. It's the Rosetta Stone that solves for this diagram. It gets everybody speaking the same language. Everybody points towards true north. The next justification, I call it visibility and runway. And this is not my best data graphic, but I'm going to try. Consider a 7-year life cycle of a problem. And if you don't have a financial plan, your only way to deal with this problem is in your budget. Those 2 timelines are very much misaligned. This is what I mean. Your problem generically, this is very theoretical, very abstract. Your problem originates in year 1. It's red, scary red. Your problem originates in year 1, and its impact begins to be seen or felt in year 2. And by year 3, its impact is great enough that enough people decide, we need to do something about this. That do something is captured in your budget development, which doesn't take place until year 4. Already we're 3 years removed from the problem. The problem quietly matures and metastasizes while we play catch up with what to do about it. Nothing is ever fully implemented in the year that you aim for it. So the first full year of your corrective measure is year 5, which means you don't really assess it until year 6, if anybody is still around, if anybody still remembers. But if you do that, your whatever course corrections that you arrive at go into the budget development in year 6, which takes effect in year 7. You're 6 years removed from the problem.
Adorable.
The budget is the wrong tool for this exercise. A financial plan, on the other hand, it enables you to see now all the things that you are currently committed to and all the things under discussion and its impact along the entire timeline of your financial plan. It enables you to catch the problems early before they've grown and like solidified. It's much easier. So the principle here is that budget timelines are out of sync with the problems they attempt to address. Here's what that last discussion leads to. Another justification is to minimize disruption and mitigate risk. When you arrive late to the problem and you attempt to solve it with a budget whose timeline is 1 or maybe 2 years, but even the 2-year budgets, they're kind of like stacked 1-year budgets. Your corrective measures will be abrupt and highly disruptive. That triggers all of these problems I have bulleted to the left, and all of those problems have cash costs now or cash costs later via the liabilities that are stacking up quietly. This is what drove me to create this methodology. I saw all of the stakeholders genuinely trying to work these problems with the wrong tools, and they went to great trouble and heartache and all kinds of dissent, many hours, to come up with solutions, and they captured it in the budget, and they gave it right back in all the disruption. You capture $1, you give back 50 cents, or sometimes you give back $1.50 when your solutions are disruptive enough. So we need to try to not kill the patient. So the principle here is that abrupt corrective actions are disruptive and costly. They undermine your efforts to improve your financial position. A multi-year financial plan, I think, is the skeleton key for all of these problems. The last justification, I'll call it calibrate expectations. Financial planning clarifies your resourcing constraints and capacity, which means that whenever you begin a new or a refreshed strategic plan, you can now do it fully informed with respect to your financial constraints and capacity. Without that, it's a letter to Santa. Claus, Santa Claus. Those of you keeping score. And so with financial planning, you can align your strategic and financial plans and orient yourselves to reality. This helps you to quantify your strategic priorities. It drives you to do that. It's easy to say, want. Want is bottomless. With financial planning, though, you can begin to quantify want. You can say, this is what we want. This is what it takes. And when you superimpose your constraints on that list, prioritization becomes a lot easier and a lot more realistic. You know what you have to work with. The last bullet point there is, with all of these tools in place and aligned, you can now harmonize them with all of your other planning exercises. Here I'm referring to your CIP, your transportation plan, your facilities maintenance program, your capital purchase schedules, your fleet, your technology, all of these things. You can harmonize all of these things, and there's this nice reciprocating adjustment that happens, where it's no longer just a wish list without any untethered from reality. It all kind of comes together, and you realize what you want, what it takes, what you have, therefore what you can really reasonably do. Financial planning is at the center of that clarifying exercise. So the principle here: align and harmonize your planning documents to ensure that they reflect financial capacity and constraints. Let's talk about how.
Every morning be like,
this is not an instruction manual. This is just a flavor of what it looks like if you were to start to travel down this road. I'll start with managerial versus cost accounting. It's similar to that two-column, two types of people slide from earlier. Cost accounting is the realm of it's low altitude. It's transactions rolled up into general ledger accounts, further rolled up into reports, all of which must reconcile. It's retrospective and low altitude. That's cost accounting. Managerial accounting, in this context, is almost synonymous with what I'm calling financial planning.
You're all right.
It's built on good
You and
cost
your mom
accounting.
together.
It can't exist without good cost accounting. But at that point, there's a handoff of your data set. And now begins the financial planning exercise, the managerial accounting, which seeks to answer all of these really layperson questions on the left. It's funny, every position in this profession I've taken, the first thing they ask me is, so welcome to X. Like, how much money do we have? It's funny out there. This is your financial planning roadmap. If you ask and then begin to answer these questions, what naturally emerges are the elements of your financial plan: modeling, forecasting, policies, procedures. You can kind of autopilot this one slide and break trail on your financial planning effort. So that's one example of how it comes together. Next is data. This is a very data-driven effort, and it requires good data protocols, which means you have to have people who know how to do data. You yourselves don't have to know how to do data. You just have to have people who know how to do it. That's where it all lives. Here's an example of how this comes together. I've got 3 numbered items here, and they stack, although they don't really stack in the picture, but you'll see where I'm going. Number 1 is general ledger detail. That's a little snapshot of a table for a fairly small client of mine. The real table is like 7,000 rows tall, and that's a small one. And it's about 50 columns across. That's your big data set. You don't work there. It's too unwieldy. Nobody wants to work in a table that's that big. That's unreasonable. That's where your data lives. And with good protocols, you set it up for ease of refreshed, new, accurate data as the processes like deliver those data points to you. So the big table, I don't know if you can see it that small. It has known numbers and it has forecast numbers. And it builds out horizontally, and that's where it all lives. And from that big table is spawned all of your tools and your graphics, which get you closer to like your financial planning end product, your deliverable. That takes me to number 2, pivot tables. I rely heavily on pivot tables. Pivot tables are the greatest thing since TiVo. Pivot tables allow you to work with the big mothership table to filter things and array them according to what question you're solving for. And then pivot tables lead you to something like this graphic on the right. I know the room is quiet because everybody's quietly oohing and eyeing over this wonderful picture on the right. There is so much captured in that picture. I'm so proud of it. That's custom work for my client. This one is the city of Mukilteo. And through working with them over months, I help them articulate their problem and quantify it and show them a picture. Any layperson can immediately understand that picture, which brings them to, okay, this is what we're solving for. Now let's talk about what to do. The picture shows, this was back in end of 2024. The bars are your fund balance. They go from blue to pink. Pink means hypothetically you're out of money, game over. The line is their own policy minimum fund, their own minimum fund balance policy number. And so it's real clear. By the end of 26, you're beneath your policy minimum. By the end of 27, you are hypothetically out of money. And so your problem statement, Mukilteo, is this. Remember, this is back in end of 2024. I'm able to say to them, you have a $3 million problem.
He escaped.
Two-year runway.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned. You know what to do. And now they have a way to keep score. They have a way to evaluate and assess all the requests that come forward, what to do about it. They have a very smartened up discussion once we've released that picture. That picture is built on steps 2 and 1. That's how this comes together. Nobody wants a big table data picture with a bunch of numbers. We're just humans with tired human eyes. We need a picture to give it context and make it actionable. So the principle, no, for all of that talk, the principle here is a little bit elusive.
I used to have one of those.
This is custom work. There is not an off-the-shelf thing. You can't just go buy this. And so what I'm saying is that there is no off-the-shelf substitute for spreadsheet know-how and operations familiarity. I encourage you as leaders to begin to cultivate this skill set in-house. It's pretty easy to do. People have a knack for it. Some people don't. Don't bother those people with it. There are people that will emerge and they like this stuff.
He's like, don't bother me.
You will spend a tiny fraction on that effort that you would otherwise spend on a software that will fail to do the job. And for your trouble, you will cultivate a future leader, someone who sees the big picture, who can be the Rosetta Stone in these different venues. You will cultivate decades of stability as that skill set takes hold and as it is the value of it is demonstrated and the skills are then disseminated to the other people who like that kind of thing. Okay. Policies. You have to do some policy work to get the thing, to get liftoff and to maintain your cruising altitude. So I'll skip to the principle. Formal policies and procedures keep the financial planning function in circulation. A show of hands, I know the answer. It's every hand. You do a big plan and you do the thing, and at the end you have a book and it goes right on the shelf right there. We have a spot for it and we move on as though nothing happened. Everybody, right? It doesn't have to be that way, but you have to do some dirt work at first to make sure that you can keep it in circulation, you keep it relevant. So through trial and error, I've built up this kind of policy template. I like a master policy. I'm in the left column now. I like a master policy. The policy that announces, starting now, this is what we're doing. This is how and why. Real simple. And then you have component policies to deal with the complexity of each of your planning elements, long-range planning, budgeting, reporting, and so on. That keeps it navigable and accessible, so you don't have a massive document that nobody wants to read. Embedded in your policy language should be a separate section for procedures. A very common problem is policy language often mashes up policies and procedures and makes it very difficult to kind of fight your way through it. So policy is what, procedures are how. Procedures should include, this first bullet point is very important. Financial planning, to stand it up, in a sense it's kind of a heavy lift. But the good news is that you're really just hitching a ride with pre-existing procedures. You're already doing budgets, you're already doing your annual stuff with SAO, your financial statements, all of that. That stuff is already in play. Just hitch a ride to that. And then in your procedures, you synchronize all of them with what I call a procedural calendar, so that everybody knows. On this date, we have our unaudited actuals. Time to refresh the mothership table. On this date, we know our actuals. Maybe the fund balances has changed. Time for a reset. On this date, we've adopted the budget, and so on. And all of it is very coordinated by having a procedural calendar to keep it all orderly, to keep the trains running on time. The rest of it is maybe self-evident. Corrective measures, measurable targets, assignments. I abhor passive language.
toss
in
their baby gut
policies and
butter, so you can
procedures.
just
On this
kidding.
date, the following
Very
thing
nice.
shall happen. And then we all look at one another and nobody does it.
Focus.
So you have to assign these things to
They're
specific
Australian. They look like
positions if you want to get any
they're in
traction.
Australia. They kind of look like a mix
All right.
between a koala
Next
bear and a
steps. What next?
rat. They're always look
I'm
like
going to
they're
do the
smiling.
first two. I'm going to do it in reverse order.
Those guys. They throw their babies
Assignments
at
and
the predators so they
milestones.
can escape.
This
We're not bad parents.
is a pretty good list.
Pillow fight.
It's
Ooh,
more or
beat
less
down.
sequential.
Pillow beat down.
If you wanted to do this, here's phase one. Obviously, perhaps obviously a discussion with all of the elected officials who have a say in it. That might be limited to auditor and commissioners. It might expand. It might be this or that. You've got to get buy-in with elected officials. If yes, I would recommend you stand up a committee. A committee should have a charter. The meeting frequency for a topic like this should be monthly. The committee will develop a problem statement. The problem statement will help with the development of acronym SMART goals and a mission statement. And all of that will help you to prioritize all of your goals. Then it's time for data work, where your data begins to address your prioritization of your SMART goals, which are all downstream from your problem statement and your mission statement. And the committee should be checking in with the commissioners and or the other elected officials. Quarterly feels about right in my experience now, which spans, I don't know, about 10 years of really doing this. That's what it looks like. That's what's next.
That's so true.
What's next for this room? I'm going to close on this one, and then if we did it right, maybe there's a little time for Q&A. I hope so. Problem statement and buy-in.
AI is so good.
So you all are leaders in your organization.
AI is so
And whether or
good.
not you own some or all of your budget, of your current budget process, your statutory scope includes finance, which means any of you, it's perfectly appropriate for any of you to be the catalyst for this effort. I mean, who, if not you? So, with respect, I suggest or challenge you, if you're thinking maybe, ask yourself two questions. Do we have a problem? Should we attempt to address the problem? If it's anything but a strong, like meter gets pinged, yes, move on. If it's not yes, unambiguously, move on. This thing will still be here and you can come back to it when the time is right. But if you get two strong yeses, now you have to go get buy-in with your colleagues, your elected official colleagues. Ask them the same questions. And at some point, you will either reach critical mass or you will fail to reach critical mass. Critical mass means there's enough of you and you're ready to launch. And I could tell you about what to do next, but that group, they'll know what to do. It might be you need a commissioner to champion it, or it goes to a work session, or it does this or that, and we're going to do a resolution. You'll know what to do about that. But this is more about whether the time is right for you to go down this path, which is a fairly heavy lift, but I'm here to represent to you that it pencils. The payoffs are tremendous and ongoing. You're building a cultural change, and it will survive you in your office. So with that, I'm at the end of my presentation, and I'm grateful to the association for inviting me to speak. You don't hear it enough. Thank you for what you're doing in your communities. And now I'll stand down to see if there's time or appetite for Q&A. Thank you very much.
I do have one question. It might be the general feeling in the room, that right here, that counties are beginning to get into more and more financial trouble as we move forward. That seems to be a feeling, and it varies because it depends on your economic circumstances, if you've got a lot of growth or not in your county. But if you don't have a lot of growth, it's generally understood, things are getting pretty tight. From your perspective, as you watch this going on in the state of Washington, do you have that same perspective and that thought process?
Whenever I'm in any kind of a meeting,
can I say
if anyone
hello?
asks a question,
Hello,
really knows
yes. Things are tough all over.
Yeah.
And the biggest drivers, we all have them in common.
Well, I'm not there.
I
If I was
could
there,
ask
I'd be
for a
annoyed.
100% show of hands of whose jail is an absolute miserable money pit.
Aren't you annoyed if anybody asks a question?
You know, we all know, like, health insurance
No,
costs
what I
have
mean
been
is, don't you just
double-digit
want
annual
me to
increases for at least 10 years.
Go get back to work.
And
This whole thing is a big waste of your time.
I mean, my favorite
What are the odds
joke,
that
you can
it's
plagiarize it
useful?
if you like. Years ago, when all the COVID funny money was distributed,
My job's kind of different than your job.
and we all had to go through all this whole stakeholder meetings, and we're going to do all these, we're going to assign it this way and that, a whole bunch of busy work. I said, you guys, let's just skip to the end. I know
Could be a
what everybody
Looks like
is
a
spending
birthmark.
every penny of their COVID money on. Who knows the answer? Inflation. Say hello to my little friend. Yeah, it's here. And that was always true. It's just that there was a time lag. And now here we are, lashed to all these trends, sometimes under the enticement of the funny money fairy that came and sprinkled it all over. And now that fairy has flown off, but all the commitments remain. Yeah, it's tough out there. You're waiting for like the other side of that coin, but there is not that. It's like stuck to the sidewalk with some chewing gum.
Did you get an arrow? Did you get your foot?
Maybe we need a drink.
Maybe. It's 10 a.m. somewhere.
Well, Brian and Brenda, thank you so much for your time today. This is some really important information. I mean, it's coming for all of us, and it was a great opportunity to see it from your perspective too. Thank you. Okay, I would love to have Workday come forward. I believe they did the drawing, or they're going to do the drawing for the cooler. Please come forward.
Help me, Mom.
We so appreciate
Did you get stuck too?
you being with us and your generosity. And if you'd like to have the mic, I will let you do all
No
the
zombie
things.
baby.
Yeah.
Zombie baby. No zombie baby.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here and making time to WSACA. We appreciate the continued partnership, and thank you all for the great work you do across your communities, especially to the 7 counties we currently work with. We're looking to add more. So tonight, if you plan on sticking by, we'll be in the lobby watching the Gonzaga game, and we'd love if you guys joined us. Perfect. So now we're going to draw the winner of this lovely cooler. Let's do it.
Oh, it's a cooler? Help me!
All right.
It is.
Drum roll. All right. One moment.
Oh no.
Ryan from Franklin County.
No last name?
Woohoo! Well, thank you all. I appreciate it.
So much. We really appreciate it. Love that cooler. That's going to be great. Okay, let's just talk about CPE sign out. A quick little thing before you go. If you are attending in person and you need CPE credit for today, please stop by the registration table and sign out before you leave, same as yesterday. And this is the same process as yesterday. And Deanna and Derek will be there to help you. Don't skip the step or you won't get your credits and you'll be sorry in December when you're gathering them all up. For our virtual attendees, you don't need to do anything, just like yesterday, and you'll receive a link at the end of the conference. Okay, folks, tonight dinner is on your own. This is a great opportunity to explore the resort, head into Cleellum, or just relax after a full day of sessions. But before you settle in for the evening, we have one fun one for you. Suncadia is offering complimentary s'mores kits tonight from 7 to 9. You can pick up your kit from the hotel lobby and head out to the fire pits. It's a beautiful evening for it, and so grab some colleagues and enjoy the fire time. And tomorrow was our last day, and it's going to be a great one. Breakfast starts at 7:30. If you're staying on site, remember to check out in the morning. Do we know what checkout time is?
11 o'clock, I believe.
Okay, perfect. 11 o'clock. So maybe we'll try to plan a teensy bit longer break in case somebody doesn't want to take their stuff down.
I think we're going to do a 30-minute break so that you guys can get checked out if you need to.
Perfect. So we don't have to check out then before breakfast.
Exactly.
Nice. I love it. And our first session kicks off at 8:35. Thank you all for another fantastic day, and I hope you all have a great evening, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Recording stopped.